Chapter 1799. In the first round of the competition, all the disciples of the sect of all times had successfully advanced to the next round. Gu Tianxing was a little stunned. Not only him, but the audience was also stunned. This was mainly because he Wudi, who was the first to fight, was too weak. Even if he won the competition, it was just a fluke. Therefore, it created the illusion that the disciples of the sect of all times were looking for trouble. After watching the first round of the competition, many of the participants were more or less relieved. That disciple was lucky, but how could the other disciples be? As long as they took it seriously and avoided mistakes like Do Haitao, it would be easy to defeat them. In the end, when they were knocked out of the arena, the geniuses of the crossing heaven world were all dumbfounded. There was only one thing in their minds. The disciples of the sect of all times were too strong. This kind of strength was overwhelming. For example, Li Qingyang, although he was also hiding his cultivation level, it was not as exaggerated as he Wudi's. He could still bring terrifying pressure to his opponent. "Brat," Gu Tianxing said with a serious look, "how did you train these disciples?" It was understandable that one or two were strong. It was unbelievable that dozens of disciples were so strong. "Uncle," Jun Changshao said, "there are no shortcuts in the path of martial arts. They have achieved what they have today because of their perseverance." The system wanted to complain, but it did not know where to start. "That makes sense." Gu Tianxing nodded in agreement. He had already started to imagine that this group of young disciples of the sect of all times must have gone through a lot in their short life. They must have put in a lot of sweat under the setting sun. Unfortunately, Gu Tianxing looked at Li Tiantian, who was in the arena, and shook his head. Hard work is admirable, but it is nothing in front of outstanding talent. Obviously. He still thought highly of Chu Wanji. Jun Changshao did not say anything. He did not want to refute Gu Tianxing's words, because the best proof was through actions. In the arena, Li Tiantian jumped up, tripped on his left foot, and fell. Many people started to grin. It hadn't even started, and he was already acting so scared? They misunderstood. Li Tiantian wasn't afraid. He was just too nervous, so he made a small mistake that shouldn't have happened. Why would he be nervous? Because this was his first time participating in such a big competition, especially when his fellow disciples had all finished and successfully advanced to the next round. The pressure on him was naturally even greater. "Relax," Li Tiantian secretly said, "don't be nervous. Junior brother." Outside the arena, Li Qingyang encouraged him telepathically, "You can do it." Yi Xingchen leaned against the corner of the wall with his arms crossed. "If you lose to him, I'll help you kill him." The expressions of Li Qingyang and the others became interesting. After interacting with him for so long, they naturally knew that Yi Xingchen was actually concerned about his junior brother, but his words were really inauspicious. "Who?" Li Tianxiang took a deep breath and his nervousness gradually dissipated. He then looked at Chu Wanga and cupped his fist. "Disciple of the sect of all times, Li Tianxiang. Please enlighten me." It was a simple self-introduction, but it contained a firm and unyielding character. However, in the eyes of the audience and Gu Tianxing, this performance was like a recruit who knew that he would die but could only bite the bullet and go to the battlefield. "Please." Chu Wanga's tone was gentle. Although he was known as the #1 genius of the heaven-crossing realm, there was no arrogance in him at all. He didn't even look down on Li Tianxiang when he tripped. He was humble, polite, and gentle. It was no wonder that Gu Tianxing was convinced that he could win against such a genius. "Not bad." Jun Changshao gave a compliment. Since transmigrating to the other world, he had met many geniuses of all shapes and sizes. It was rare to see a genius with such a low profile and inner character. Most of them relied on their talent and identity to be arrogant. Of course, praise was one thing. Since they met in the arena, there had to be a winner. Li Tianxiang also understood this, so after greeting each other, he rushed over first. Heaven-crossing palm print. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Palm prints gathered in the air and pressed down on Chu Wanga first. Boom boom boom. The arena began to tremble slightly under the explosive bombardment, but there were no signs of collapse because the array masters had stabilized it in advance. This guy doesn't seem weak either. Seeing the violent airwaves caused by the battle, the audience was stunned. The corner of Gu Tianxing's mouth twitched. Uncle, Jun Changshao said, the show has just begun. Whoosh, Li Tianxiang instantly blended into the airwaves. Boom! Boom! Fierce bombardment came from the inside, causing airwaves to spread out one after another, filling more than half of the arena. Boom! After a while, there was a muffled sound that seemed to come from the collision of palms. Li Tianxiang and Chu Wanga retreated from the airwave. One retreated 7 or 8 meters, while the other retreated more than 10 meters. Young Master Chu lost? How is this possible? Everyone's eyes widened. According to the previous competitions, Chu Wanga's opponent should have been defeated at this moment. But judging from the current situation, not only did he not win, he didn't even get the upper hand. Phew! Li Tianxiang breathed a sigh of relief and said to himself, I thought he was as strong as senior brother Yi, but now it seems that he's not that strong. He heard everyone talking about Chu Wanga clearly, so he was very serious at the beginning of the battle, fearing that his opponent was too strong for him to handle. But the result? After a simple exchange of blows, he found that his opponent was just SOSO. In fact, Chu Wanga was very strong. He was already an excellent representative at the peak of the truth-seeking realm, but Li Tianxiang, who was also at the peak of the truth-seeking realm, was even better. To be exact, any peak truth-seeking realm cultivator who came out of the sect of all times was unfathomable. After all, they had experienced all kinds of trials and explored all kinds of secret realms. To put it simply, if you're talented, I'm a cheat. Of course, it wasn't about being opportunistic. In fact, whether it was a core disciple or an outer disciple, after joining the sect of all times, even with all kinds of resources, their cultivation intensity was hundreds or thousands of times higher than others. They could achieve what they had today partly because of the various martial arts facilities, but it was also inseparable from their own efforts. As for Jun Changshao, forget it. This is a real cheat. Don't hold back. Scold him all you want. In that case, Li Tianxiang shook his shoulders and head and said, Why don't we end the battle quickly? Chu Wanga frowned slightly. Whoosh. At this moment, Li Tianxiang took a step forward and squatted down. His hands quickly formed a complicated seal, and a vast amount of energy quickly gathered in the air. 9 dragons splitting palm? He woody said. Li Qingyang was speechless. Junior brother is too reckless. Whoosh! Whoosh! As Li Tianxiang's complicated seals were formed frequently, the air waves in the arena gathered, revealing a vast aura of dragon power. The whole venue was silent. At that moment, the powerful aura that spread out shocked everyone, including Gu Tianxing. Rising Dragon Lord of Mount Lu. At this moment, Li Tianxiang's hands blasted the void. A dragon roared and rushed toward Chu Wanga with a vast pressure. This is 9 dragons splitting palm. He woody roared. Boom. In an instant, a deafening explosion was heard. The arena was suddenly covered in a dazzling light, forcing the spectators to raise their wrists subconsciously to block the strong light. At the same time, huge waves arose in their hearts. What kind of martial art is this? It's so terrifying. The light on the arena shone for a while before gradually fading. When everyone looked over, they saw Li Tianxiang standing in the same place. A deep and long trench appeared in front of him. The trench not only covered the area where Chu Wanga was, but also extended to the outer wall of the venue. It's over. Jun Changshao stood up with a smile on his face. Gu Tianxing didn't say anything because he was completely dumbfounded. Because Chu Wanga was sunk in the outer wall and had fainted. the #1 genius of the Crossing Heaven field. Chu Wanga, nicknamed Chu Yizhao, was defeated by a disciple of the Sect of all times in one move. Winner! Li Tianshang. When the referee announced the result of the battle, Li Tianshang, who was standing proudly in the arena, first looked at his senior brothers and sisters, then looked at Jun Changshao in the spectators' stand and shouted, "Disciple Tianshang did not disappoint you." Chapter 1800. Li Tiantian's roar seemed to be venting his emotions. He was telling the world that although he was born ordinary, he still shone brightly in the sky. Junior brother. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others smiled. They were proud of Li Tiantian's victory. However, they could not smile in the next second because his opponent suddenly collapsed on the ground. In the past 5 years of cultivation, the disciples of the Sect of all times had been comprehending the 9 dragons' splitting palm. Although they had some gains, they had only scratched the surface. Therefore, Li Tiantian had used up most of the energy in his energy center to defeat Chu Wanji. In short, the more pretentious he was just now, the more powerful he was now. F***ck. Jun Changshao sat down and clasped his hands together. He roared in his heart. He used a big move at the beginning of the match and played himself weak. What about the rest of the match? Contestant, can you still get off the stage yourself? The referee asked. Yes, Li Tiantian panted a little and stood up with difficulty. He walked down the stage step by step. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji hurried over to support him, afraid that he would fall again. Senior brother. Did I go too far? Yes. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji said in unison. The first round of each group ended. However, the entire venue was silent as if someone had pressed the pause button. The male martial artists watching the match widened their eyes, while the female martial artists covered their mouths in disbelief as they watched Chu Wanji being carried away by the officials. The hope of the Crossing Heaven realm was defeated by a seemingly insignificant disciple of the Sect of all times just like that? Uncle. Jun Changshao waved his hand in front of Gu Tianxing's eyes. Are you okay? Uncle Gu turned his head stiffly and said, May I ask what rank this Li Tiantian is in your Sect of all times? Inner Sect. What about Yixingchen? Core Sect. Gu Tianxing was silent. Suddenly, he stood up, grabbed his collar and shook him. He roared, Do you think I'll believe that an inner disciple is stronger than a core disciple? Jun Changshao foamed at the mouth and his eyelids rolled up due to the frequency and magnitude of the shaking. Gu Tianxing felt that Li Tiantian was stronger than Yixingchen because the martial art he used was too terrifying. In fact, all core disciples had comprehended the 9 dragons' splitting palm, but they disdained to use it in the preliminaries. The Crossing Heaven world's hope had been defeated, which brought a heavy blow to all the martial artists. At the same time, it also shocked the participants who had passed the first round. At this moment, they looked at the disciples of the Sect of all times as if they were looking at a demon. They howled in their hearts, I can't see any hope of advancing at all. That was right. There was no hope at all. Next, Li Renfu announced the start of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th rounds. The images that appeared were all of the Sect of all times disciples advancing easily. He Wudi was still the same. Although he won the competition in the end, he always gave people the feeling that he was lucky. Night Emperor was still as strong as ever. Anyone who walked onto the stage was quickly defeated. Some people might be worried about whether Li Tiantian could still do it. Men could not be doubted. Therefore, he ate a pill to recover his spiritual energy and continued to walk onto the stage. He defeated his opponent with his unyielding fists. Logically speaking, with so much spiritual energy, the fight should be very difficult. In fact, the victories were relatively easy. This was nothing more than defeating the favorite of the preliminaries in one move. To be precise, he used the strongest participant of the Crossing Heaven world to show off his strength to the other participants. They were scared to death every time they went up to fight. First group, He Wudi. The second group advanced to the next round. Li Qingyang. Third group, 50th group Li Tiantian. After an intense competition, the 50 spots for the preliminaries were all out. Jun Changshao was right. All the disciples of the sect of all times who signed up for the competition received a spot. They had really booked the whole place. Unfortunately, 5 spots were missing. Otherwise, they would all be taken down. Uncle Gosheng said, I mean what I say. Gu Tianxing did not say anything. At this moment, he was already shocked by the performance of the disciples of the sect of all times. The disciples of the sect of all times were really a bunch of monsters. Ha ha! Suddenly, Gu Tianxing looked up and laughed. The purpose of the universe sacred battle was for the strong to advance and the weak to be eliminated. The disciples of the sect of all times were so strong and had defeated the number 1 genius of the crossing heaven world in seconds. If they participated in the galaxy competition, they would definitely achieve extraordinary results and bring glory to our world. Jun Patriarch. Gu Tianxing said, in the galaxy competition 3 years later, whether our crossing heaven world can achieve a better ranking will depend on the disciples of the sect of all times. Are you serious? Jun Changshao was speechless. We have to wait for another 3 years? Ding. Epic mission activated. Another mission, damn. Epic mission. Jun Changshao almost flew out of his seat. After completing the main mission in the upper world and advancing to half-step Fecta, the epic mission never appeared again. His realm remained stagnant for hundreds of chapters. Today it finally came. Shua. Jun Changshao quickly pulled out the system interface and clicked on the epic mission. Upper Universe Epic Mission 1. Mission details. The Universe Sacred Battle is the highest standard martial arts feast in the Upper Universe. Host must bring disciples to participate in the galaxy competition and obtain a ticket to the sacred battle. Mission requirements. Sacred Battle Ticket 0/2. Mission reward? Sacred Battle Ticket? Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, Uncle, have you heard of it? Gu Tianxing said, in 3 years, the Tsangyan faculty will hold the galaxy competition. Only the top 10 participants will be able to obtain a ticket and participate in the Universe Sacred Battles finals as seed. Only 10 tickets? The top 10 geniuses will be able to enter the Sacred Battles finals directly. The others will be able to enter through the revival battle. Okay. Jun Changshao said seriously, 3 years later, our sect of all times will do our best and not disappoint Uncle. The epic mission was related to one's realm. After waiting for so long, it was finally here. Not to mention the geniuses participating in the Universe Sacred Battle, even the Patriarch would participate in the Universe Deity Battle. Shua. The scene suddenly changed from the crossing heaven world to the vast universe, and the words 3 years later appeared below. Xiao. In the endless universe, Eternal flew rapidly and then merged into a plane even bigger than the crossing heaven world. This was the upper primordial world, one of the strongest planes in the Tsangyan faculty, the location of the galaxy competition of the universe sacred battle. Damn! So beautiful! After coming down from Eternal, Su Xiaoma and the others looked at the various battleships flying in the sky and the mountains floating in the sky. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Calm down, Jun Changshao said. It was undeniable that the upper primordial world was stronger than the crossing heaven world. The environment could be described as heaven-defying. But after all, they had been traveling the universe for many years and had learned to be calm. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, a roar that sounded like a dragon or a tiger was heard. Jun Changshao looked up and saw several huge dragon and tiger beasts flying in the sky, carrying handsome men and beautiful women. It could be said that they were full of immortals. TSK. One of them glanced at Eternal and said indifferently, "There are still people flying ships these days?" Jun Changshao was speechless. "We are being mocked," Gu Tianxing said with a solemn expression, These are dragon and tiger immortal beasts. It is hard to find even a few of them in the entire upper universe. For them to be used as mounts, their identities are probably not ordinary. Who? At this time, a majestic aura appeared beside him. Gu Tianxing hurriedly turned around and saw a huge dragon beast with 9 horns on its head surrounded by lightning. 9-horned thundercloud dragon. The passers-by exclaimed. Uncle. Jun Changshao, who was sitting on top, waved his hand and said, "Come up quickly." The corner of Gu Tianxing's mouth twitched. The 9-horned thundercloud dragon was much more precious than the dragon and tiger immortal beasts, but it always liked to live alone and had a proud personality. How could it be willing to be a human's mount? This question needed to be answered by the prison trio. Roar. After carrying Gu Tianxing and the group of disciples, the 9-horned thundercloud dragon's lightning effect was fully activated and quickly caught up with the dragon and tiger immortal beasts flying in front of them. Tisk. The moment they overtook, Jun Changshao looked at the group of handsome men and beautiful women and said, "Good. Go." Chapter 1801. As the main venue of the universe Holy War Galaxy, the upper primordial realm had already gathered forces and powerhouses from various planes. They had to report to the main city, so naturally, they couldn't do without transportation. After all, it was too cheap to walk or fly. At this moment, the sky was filled with all kinds of fancy and precious birds and beasts. Some had flames under their feet, some had water ripples all over their bodies, and each was richer than the last. On the contrary, if you wanted to drive a warship, you would be too embarrassed to greet others. Jun Changshao was a typical example. When he arrived on Eternal, he was immediately looked down upon by a group of handsome men and beautiful women. Sigh. Go Xing was helpless. He could only summon the 9-horned thundercloud dragon. Among all kinds of beasts, the most eye-catching was undoubtedly the thunder type. This was because the special effects of lightning were completely incomparable to flames and water ripples. Sizzle! 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 The 9-horned thundercloud dragon carried Go Xing and the others through the sky. Just the electric arcs along its path were so magnificent. Great Go! The arrogance of the handsome men and beautiful women who were overtaken was instantly shattered. Their expressions were uglier than the last. The dragon-tiger immortal beast was not bad. However, the 9-horned thundercloud dragon was trash. When it sensed the dragon aura that was purer than its own, fear and inferiority appeared in its eyes. It gradually lowered its head. Was this the end of the face-slapping? No. It had just begun. Roar! A thunderous roar sounded in the sky. The handsome men and beautiful women were so shocked that they all turned to look. Sizzle! 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 Another gigantic demonic beast covered in thunder and lightning flew over. Li Qingyang stood on the head of his life contract beast with his hands behind his back and shouted, "Patriarch, wait for me!" This is, Gu Tianxing was surprised. A thunder caltrip beast? The thunder caltrip beast was not a particularly rare beast in the upper universe. Its level was even lower than the dragon-tiger immortal beast. However, what shocked Mr. Gu was that this beast's aura seemed to have reached half-step heavenly secrets. Impossible! How can a demonic beast of this level have the strength of a half-step? In Gu Tianxing's knowledge, even for a high-grade thunder caltrip beast, reaching the peak of the truth-seeking stage was already commendable. Indeed, throughout the ages, the strongest powerhouse of the Thunder Rhombus clan was only equivalent to the peak of the truth-seeking realm. As for the half-step heavenly secret realm, they had never reached that level. Many races had bottlenecked. It wasn't that they didn't work hard enough, but due to the limitations of their species and bloodline, it was destined that they wouldn't be able to reach a higher level. Today, a thunder caltrip beast flew through the air, possessing an aura no weaker than a half-step heavenly fate human. This greatly shocked Gu Tianxing and all the experts from the other planes. The reason why Li Qingyang's contracted beast was so strong was because the two of them had signed a life contract, sharing the same realm and strength. Gu Tianxing did not know that the second disciple of the Sect of all times was a genuine half-step fecta stage expert. He also did not know that the two of them had signed a life contract. Otherwise, he would not have been so surprised. "Hurry up," Jun Changshao, who was flying in front, said. The expressions on the handsome men and beautiful women's faces were interesting again. Obviously, they had learned from the man that Jun Changshao was the patriarch. He was riding an extremely rare dragon beast, and his disciple was riding a mount stronger than the dragon tiger immortal beast. This was simply a roar. Suddenly, another roar of a demonic beast resounded. The handsome men and beautiful women turned around stiffly. Several beasts with auras no weaker than the peak of the truth-seeking realm appeared in their vision. There were phoenixes that looked like ice sculptures, mighty beasts that gathered whirlwinds under their feet, huge beasts that looked like huskies, crayfish, crabs, whoosh, whoosh. They flew over quickly, surrounding the dragon tiger immortal beast and maintaining the same speed. Su Xiaoma, Xiao Ziji, and the others, who were standing on their own life contract beasts, said in unison, "Patriarch, wait for your disciple." The handsome men and beautiful women were instantly scared to tears. These martial artists riding the arrogant mounts turned out to be the disciples of the person who looked down on them just now. Jun Changshao had just arrived and was mocked for driving a lousy car. At his command, the core disciples all surrounded him in a limited edition sports car. "Are you afraid?" Whoosh! Whoosh! The nine-horned thundercloud dragon flew in the sky with lightning special effects. Jun Changshao stood between the two horns and proudly crossed his arms. The wind blew away his hair, revealing a face that looked down on the world. The disciples rode on their life-bonded beasts and followed closely behind. They were arranged in the shape of a human. One of them was the dragon tiger immortal beast. The handsome men and beautiful women sitting on it hugged each other and shivered. Tears were rolling in their eyes. "Little guy. Still showing off? Who is that?" "The one sitting on the thundercloud seems to be the leader of the League of Stars and sees in the heaven-crossing realm, right? No wonder he's so arrogant." Jun Changshao was riding the coolest nine-horned thundercloud dragon, and there were all kinds of special effects beasts behind him. He instantly became the center of attention. Sigh. Gu Tianxing shook his head. Although he wasn't used to such a high-profile way, to be honest, he was quite proud of himself. "Kid, if your disciples can get good results in the main competition, I'll be even more pleased. Please rest assured," Jun Changshao said seriously, "they will be the most handsome in the main competition." After he said that, Li Qingyang and the others behind him were looking at him with burning eyes. They longed for more intense battles and stronger opponents. If they didn't satisfy them in the preliminaries, they should be able to fulfill their wish in the main competition. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sword light flew from afar, sometimes merging into the sky and sometimes drifting in the air. Zhou Hong turned around. It was a graceful woman with long hair fluttering in the wind. She was wearing smart clothes that outlined her perfect figure. The flying sword under her feet exuded an extraordinary aura. If Jun Changshao's nine-horned thundercloud dragon was a limited edition sports car, then this sword was a limited edition sports car. It was as fast as lightning in the sky, and its speed wasn't inferior at all. Whoosh! The flying sword accelerated and took a detour to overtake. The moment it rushed over, the woman turned her head and glanced at the nine-horned thundercloud dragon before looking at Zhou Hong. She blinked her eyes playfully. The process happened very quickly. By the time Zhou Hong's gaze caught up, the flying sword had already overtaken him. As for the other party's actions, they were imprinted in his mind like a painting. Tsk tisk. Jun Changshao looked at the sword light flying further and further away and said, "What a wild girl." "This woman's name is Jian Xiaohong," Gu Tianxing said. Jun Changshao said, What a simple name. Although the name is ordinary, the surname is very sacred, Gu Tianqing said. Oh, Jun Changshao said, I'd like to hear the details. Tens of thousands of years ago, a warrior named Jian Guishu appeared in the Ash Cloud lineage. He created his own Guishu sword technique and swept through the top sword cultivators of various major planes without a single defeat. He was respected by the world as the Guishu sword sage. As Gu Tianqing spoke, Zhou Hong listened carefully. This was because he was interested in anything related to the sword Dao. After that, Gu Tianqing said, Jian Guishu couldn't find an opponent. He stood in the Ash Cloud lineage universe and slashed through the void with his sword. Since then, he sealed his sword and went into seclusion, no longer interfering in the affairs of the martial world. Is he that strong? Jun Changshao was stunned. In the lower realm, he had also killed the Star Spirit World warriors. He had once slashed through the void with his sword, but that was in a low-level environment. If it was in the upper realm, he would definitely not be able to do it. This Jian Xiaohong is Jian Guishu's granddaughter. As for that flying sword, it's the Guishu sword. It's said to be ranked first in the Ash Cloud lineage's sword chart, Gu Tianqing said. No wonder it flew so fast. Besides, Gu Tianqing added, this woman is one of the favorites to win this year's interstellar tournament. So she's also a participant. Jun Changshao looked at Zhou Hong and asked, How do you feel? Very strong. Chapter 1802. How do you feel? Very strong. The moment Jian Xiaohong overtook him, Zhou Hong felt an extremely strong sword principle aura, so he was eager to fight with her. I'm not asking about your strength. Then what is it? It's a feeling. Very strong. Jun Changshao leaned on the dragon horn and said speechlessly, Is this guy pretending to be confused? Jian Xiaohong blinked at Zhou Hong. He naturally caught it, so he asked how he felt. This feeling was not about his cultivation, but, was he electrocuted? Was there any resonance? Sigh. The system was speechless. A person who has always been avoiding his own feelings is especially concerned about his disciples' feelings. Was Zhou Hong deliberately pretending to be confused? No. He really did not know. As for the scene of Jian Xiaohong blinking, it was not that spring had come. He simply felt that she was a sword principle expert and had to be respected. A sword cultivator. He only had eyes for the sword. Therefore, after joining the Sect of all times, Zhou Hong had been cultivating sword principle alone. He did not speak to his fellow disciples year after year. He was no different from a blockhead. In other words, in the entire sect, only Li Qingyang and Su Xiaomao were normal. One dared to kiss his fiancée in front of everyone, while the other lived together in the eternal world for 5 years. As for the other male disciples, they were almost the same as Go Xing. The most outstanding one was none other than Yi Xingchen. Kid. Gu Tianqing said in a serious tone, If your disciple wants to win the championship, he has to defeat this favorite. Is there a problem? Jun Changshao looked at Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong thought for a moment and said, I have to fight to be sure. He did not think that the woman's sword qi was the strongest at the moment, so he naturally would not make a conclusion about the unknown. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, one after another, warriors controlled strange flying treasures to overtake them. They looked very young and should not be more than 1,000 years old. Uncle. Jun Changshao asked, Are these the contestants? Yes. Gu Tianqing pointed at the tokens hanging from everyone's waists and said, These are the outstanding geniuses who obtained a spot in the preliminaries. It's just a galactic competition. Won't there be more experts in the finals 2 years later? Jun Changshao asked. Of course. Gu Tianqing said, Based on the previous 10 tournaments, the geniuses who have made it to the finals already possess strength second only to the half-step heavenly secret realm. No half-step? Yes. Gu Tianqing said, but it's relatively small. That's true. Jun Changshao thought to himself, Yi Xingchen and the others have been stuck at the peak of the truth-seeking realm for so many years without making a breakthrough. It will only be more difficult for the others. Don't think that way. The system promptly poured cold water on him. There are countless opportunities in the world. Even if your disciple didn't encounter one, perhaps a stone picked up by the roadside is a supreme artifact? This, Jun Changshao was speechless. Fate was something that was hard to predict. Take himself for example. If he wasn't lucky enough to travel to another world and activate the system, he would definitely be like what some readers said. Without the system, he wouldn't even be worth a fart. In a magnificent hall, a shaggy-haired man with a naked upper body and strange demon beast tattoos walked over and knelt on one knee. "Godfather! Rise!" A loud voice came from the hall. Because the camera was locked on the shaggy-haired man, it could only be determined that the speaker was a man, but not his appearance. "Godfather," the man said respectfully, "what orders do you have? I've helped you register for the Universe Holy War. Immediately set off for the Tsangyun Galaxy to participate in the competition." The loud voice came. "Yes." The shaggy-haired man cupped his hands. Swift and fierce. The loud voice sounded. "You're my favorite godson. You must win the championship in the galactic competition this time." The shaggy-haired man said with a firm gaze, "I won't let you down. Let's go." "Yes." The shaggy-haired man left the magnificent hall and walked to a spacious area. He summoned a spherical airbag and merged into it. Xiao, the airbag tore through the void and merged into the endless universe. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. Moments later, more airbags flew out of the plane and headed in different directions. The shaggy-haired man sat in the cockpit. He first locked onto the coordinates of the Tsangyun Galaxy on the star map. He then looked at the starry sky seen in front of the window. His gaze turned cold. "I'll let Godfather know that I'm the best wolf in his wolf-rearing plan. I, swift and fierce, will win the championship of the Tsangyun Galaxy." Upper Primordial Realm. Jun Changshao stopped at the main city where the galactic competition was held. He then recalled the nine-horned thundercloud dragon and followed Gu Tianxing into the city. The passers-by started discussing. "Oh my god, that big guy couldn't be the nine-horned thundercloud beast that was born in the thundercloud layer, right? Rare level demon beast. TSK, these people's identities aren't simple." Just as they were discussing, the dragon tiger immortal beast landed. The handsome man and beautiful woman on its back jumped down. Their legs couldn't stop shaking. Along the way, being surrounded by demon beasts with powerful auras, one could imagine how terrifying the pressure was. Xiao, Xiao. At this moment, dozens of martial artists wearing light blue clothes flew over. The men were handsome and extraordinary while the women were elegant and refined. Daoyuan Sect disciples. The passers-by's eyes were filled with admiration. The upper primordial realm was also a plane with many sects. The most powerful force was the Daoyuan Sect. The galactic competition was held here, so it was considered their home ground. Eldest senior brother. A Daoyuan Sect disciple said, "The elder has already booked a room. We just need to enter the city." The eldest senior brother who was standing in front of his fellow disciples nodded. Speaking of which, this person was emitting a cold aura. He should be an ice element martial cultivator. However, the smile on his face made people feel warm. Could this be the Daoyuan Sect's strongest disciple, Nangong Qingxian? That's him. Sure enough, his cold smile warms people's hearts. It's said that this Daoyuan Sect's eldest disciple and the ruins of End Sword Saint's granddaughter are the favorites to win this year's galactic competition. Boom, boom. While everyone was discussing, the ground shook. Everyone looked back and saw a young man carrying a huge rock walking over on the official road under the setting sun. Behind him were sunken footprints. "Make way." The passers-by moved aside. The young man walked to the city gate and held the token in his mouth. After the guard checked the authenticity, he glanced at the rock on his back and said, "You can go in, but you have to put this thing down." "All right." The young man let go. Boom! The rock that seemed to weigh 1,000 kilograms landed on the ground. It instantly shook the ground and stirred up dust. The passers-by waved their hands to disperse the dust. When the dust settled, they looked again and their eyes widened. Because half of the rock was sunken into the ground. Oh my God! How heavy must it be for it to crash into the ground when it landed? A top-notch Marshall cultivator. Everyone looked at the back of the young man who walked into the city. Once again, a respectful expression appeared on their faces. "Did you see that?" Jun Changshao, who had already found an inn to stay in, retracted his spiritual senses and looked at the several core disciples in the room. There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the galactic competition. You must go all out on the day of the competition. Yes. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others said in unison. At that moment, their blood seemed to be burning as they looked forward to the competition held in a few days. Then, they would compete with their strong opponents. Invincible. Jun Changshao looked at He-Wudi, who had been silent from the beginning, and specially reminded him, "You have to be serious too." Swish. He-Wudi immediately stood up from where Gu Yu was lying and said with his head held high, "This disciple will go all out." Chapter 1803. The interstellar competition was about to begin. More and more martial artists were pouring into the main city of the Upper Yuan realm. There were famous older generation powerhouses, as well as young and energetic rising stars. Experts were everywhere. Jun Changshao had nothing to do, so he brought rows of flowers to the bustling area to experience different local customs. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were temporarily staying in an inn. They spent most of their time resting. After all, they had to be in peak condition before the start of the competition. Sigh. He-Wudi lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling. His expression was a little conflicted. He wanted to keep a low profile. However, the patriarch wanted him to keep a high profile. If not for the sect of all times, He-Wudi would never participate in such a high-profile, large-scale competition. Forget it, forget it. After thinking for a while, he got up and sat on the bed. He rubbed his face with both hands and said with a serious expression, "The patriarch has treated me well. I can only do my best." He-Wudi had decided to seriously invest in the competition. However, he was still considering whether to continue the same path as in the qualifiers. No. In the competition 3 years ago, I stumbled all the way to the finals and became the focus of the competition. I have to control my strength in this competition. During the qualifiers, He-Wudi had been deliberately suppressing his cultivation. He won with difficulty and luck every time. This aroused the audience's curiosity. His acting skills were impeccable. Even Gu Tianxing could not tell. However, He-Wudi's original intention was to see himself as the most ordinary existence among the masses. In the end, things did not go as he wished. He became the focus of the audience because he was too lucky and won repeatedly. On the contrary, although Yi Xingchen defeated his opponents quickly every time, everyone felt that it was boring after watching 3 to 5 matches. They were used to eating delicacies. It was actually quite good to have some pickled vegetables and radishes occasionally. He-Wudi realized this, so he decided that when the competition started, he could not be too mediocre. He could use his strength to defeat his opponents appropriately so that he would not be noticed. In the city, Jun Changshao ate a piece of local specialty stinky tofu and felt that his soul was about to ascend to the heavens. Rows of flowers kept a distance from him and gently pinched her nose. "It's delicious." Jun Changshao brought over a serving and said, "Try it." Rows of flowers hurriedly took a few steps back. Obviously, she was very resistant to this kind of smelly food. "If you don't eat, I'll eat." Jun Changshao ate another serving and thought to himself, If I had to choose, I would rather eat stinky tofu every day than eat that woman's dark cuisine. The two of them continued to stroll along the bustling street. Because one was very handsome and the other was very beautiful, they naturally became the focus of the passers-by. Brat. Suddenly, a cold shout came from the street, "Are you blind?" Because his voice was too loud, it immediately attracted the attention of the passers-by. They all turned around to look. "Let's go," Jun Changshao said. "Let's go and take a look." Rose of Flowers was a little stunned, because her husband took the initiative to take her hand and walk to the area where the passers-by were watching. "You bumped into me." "Bullshit, I walked out of the shop." "You were the one who bumped into me." Jun Changshao squeezed through the crowd with Rose of Flowers and saw a burly middle-aged man and a rather frail-looking man with disheveled hair standing outside a shop. "What do you want?" the disheveled man said lightly. "Compensate me." The middle-aged man always had a fierce look. At first glance, it was obvious that he was the kind of man with a bad temper. "How much?" 1,000 spirit stones. "Here." The disheveled man waved his hand and threw a fist-sized spirit stone, saying, "Keep the change." When the passers-by saw this, they shook their heads and said, "This brat is too cowardly." In fact, many witnesses saw that the middle-aged man bumped into him head-on. It even felt like he did it on purpose. In the end, the person who was bumped into took the initiative to compensate. Holding the primordial stone that was more precious than 1,000 spirit stones, the middle-aged man's expression was a little stunned. He didn't expect the other party to be so straightforward. If he had known, he would have asked for more. "Stop!" the middle-aged man shouted. "I said 1,000 primordial stones." Jun Changshao was speechless. This guy clearly said 1,000 spirit stones, but suddenly changed his mind and asked for primordial stones. It was clearly extortion. As a peer, Go Xing despised him. The disheveled man stopped and said, "You're a little greedy. Cut the crap." The middle-aged man walked over and said, "Since you're in the wrong, quickly compensate." Boom! Suddenly, his body shook violently and his head tilted forward. The anger in his eyes was quickly replaced by dullness. The disheveled man stood in front of the middle-aged man. His right hand had already pierced through the man's chest. Then he leaned toward the man's ear and whispered, "Go to hell and ask for money. Poochie." He pulled out his bloody hand and turned to leave, ignoring the falling body. However, he looked at Jun Changshao and said, "You're quite fast." "It's all right." Go Xing shrugged. He and Rose of Flowers were standing behind the middle-aged man. The moment the other party attacked, they formed a barrier to protect themselves and avoid being splashed with blood. "If you're a contestant, I'd like to fight with you." The disheveled man had already walked away when he spoke. Jun Changshao frowned. This guy was a little unusual for him to go from admitting defeat to decisively killing him. "Husband," Rose of Flowers said solemnly, "the killing intent that this person released when he attacked just now was too terrifying." Yes. Killing intent could only be cultivated in endless killing. This meant that the disheveled man had experienced many life-and-death battles. This guy is very dangerous. Jun Changshao had seen the granddaughter of the ruins of End Sword Sage and the eldest disciple of the Daoyuan sect, but this was his only evaluation. Swish! Swish! At this moment, several streams of light flew over from afar and stopped the disheveled man. The leading old man shouted, "There are clear rules in the city that forbid fighting. Not only did you violate the rules, but you also killed someone. This is unforgivable." As expected, the law enforcement hall has been alerted. They'll definitely come out now that someone has died. There's going to be a good show. The passers-by discussed in low voices. The disheveled man calmly took out an item. It was a token with complicated patterns carved on it, as if hundreds of ghosts were dancing. The law enforcement hall experts saw this and had a trace of fear in their eyes. The leader even hurriedly stepped aside and ordered, "Quickly clean up the corpse." Yes. The subordinates started to get busy. The disheveled man walked straight, and the warriors on the road all avoided him like a flock of frightened birds. His identity is not simple, Jun Changshao said. The law enforcement hall experts came aggressively but were discouraged when they saw the token. This person was not only dangerous, but he probably had a very strong background. Tisk tisk. Gu Tianxing said, I didn't expect the adopted son of the Sky Devil Emperor to also participate in this universe's sacred war. The adopted son of the Sky Devil Emperor? Jun Changxiao's expression immediately became serious. Gu Tianxing said, Rumor has it that the Sky Devil Emperor has 81 adopted sons, and each of them is a rare genius. Jun Changxiao was speechless. Is this guy crazy? Why did he take in so many adopted sons? I think, the system roared, what you should be most concerned about is when Lord Gu came. Chapter 1804. After returning to the inn, Jun Changxiao kept thinking about the scene earlier, about the man with the fluffy hair. A core disciple could also kill an upper-level truth-seeking realm expert, but the decisiveness and viciousness of the attack definitely couldn't compare. Couldn't Yi Xingqian do it? It wasn't that he couldn't, but it couldn't compare to the killing intent that erupted. To be exact, although Night Emperor was ruthless enough, the aura he revealed was more angry than killing intent, except when he faced Empress Ling Yao back then. The fluffy hair man was different. Jun Changxiao clearly felt that the moment the other party attacked, the killing intent that erupted was extremely strong. If he had to describe it, it was like a beast that had been locked in a cage for too long suddenly jumped out to bite someone. It's not hard to imagine. The system said seriously. This person must have experienced a lot of life and death situations, otherwise it would be impossible for him to have such a strong killing intent. So, Jun Changxiao said solemnly, I'm a little worried that I'll meet him. Since you've signed up and want to win the championship, this is unavoidable, the system said. Jun Changxiao said, I thought that I could easily win the universe holy war, but now it seems that it's not that simple. Phew. He rubbed his face and said, Why did I suddenly lose confidence? Uncle. Jun Changxiao came to Gu Tianxing's room and said, Can you tell me about the Sky Devil Emperor? The Xianyuan realm was destroyed by the Sky Devil Emperor. Since he had made a promise to Gu Xianyuan, he definitely wanted to know more about this person and his 81 adopted sons. He had no children, so he took in adopted sons. It was the most normal thing, but it was a bit exaggerated to take in so many. I don't know much about the Sky Devil Emperor. Gu Tianxing said, Rumor has it that this person is extremely ambitious and wants to dominate the entire upper universe. Will the major planes agree? Jun Changxiao said. Of course not. Gu Tianxing said, In recent years, the top planes of the various elements have been working together to resist. Working together? Jun Changxiao was stunned. Is the Sky Devil Emperor very strong? I've heard that in the entire upper universe, there isn't a single plane that can fight against the Celestial Demon Emperor alone. Even the once glorious Xianyuan realm was destroyed. Even Gu Xianyuan, who reigned supreme throughout the ages, was killed. When Gu Tianxing mentioned Gu Xianyuan, a look of reverence appeared in his eyes. In terms of age and seniority, he was a junior while Gu Xianyuan was a senior. He had heard all kinds of legends about Gu Xianyuan, but he had never had the chance to meet him. Why did he take in so many foster sons? Jun Changxiao asked. Because. Gu Tianxing said, Raising wolves. Raising wolves? Jun Changxiao was at a loss. Gu Tianxing explained, Every year, the Celestial Demonic Emperor will search for children with outstanding aptitude who have no parents in the upper universe. Then, he will gather them in one plane and raise them. It's called the Wolf Raising Plan. Whoever survives in the end will be adopted as his adopted son. Survive? Jun Changxiao asked, What do you mean? Thousands of children are locked in a sealed plane. They have to snatch food and resources in order to survive. They don't even hesitate to kill each other until the last one is left. Damn! Jun Changshao cursed angrily, that's too damn cruel. Children should have enjoyed a beautiful childhood, but in the end they had to kill each other in order to survive. How inhumane! So, Gu Tianxing said, the celestial demonic emperor is a demon who combines ambition and evil. It's just that he's too powerful. No one in the upper universe can do anything to him. Jun Changxiao's eyes turned cold and sharp. If he didn't get rid of such a thoroughly evil villain, how could he have the face to be the protagonist of justice? Of course, Gou Xing was still very calm. The major planes in the upper universe had to join forces to contend against him. He definitely couldn't do it alone. He could only develop wretchedly for the time being. When the time was right, he would arm wrestle with him. No wonder that guy has such a terrifying murderous intent when he kills people. Jun Changshao came to a realization. It turns out that he has been through killing since he was young. Gu Tianxing said, every wolf raised by the celestial demonic emperor is very brutal. Jun Changshao sneered and said, aren't you afraid of being raised as ingrates? Wolves were wild and greedy. If they were raised as pets, who knew when they would suddenly bite back? No. Gu Tianxing said, the celestial demonic emperor is very cautious. Without absolute control, he won't play with fire. That's because he didn't touch me. Jun Changshao sat down and took a sip of tea. As long as you dance well, there's no corner that you can't poach. Who knows, I might even poach all the wolves they raise. Kid. Gu Tianxing said in a deep voice, if you want to live for another 2 years, you'd better not provoke the celestial demonic emperor. Jun Changshao scratched his head and said with a smile, I was just saying. In the inn next door. Lingley booked a room and checked in. Because what happened on the street had already spread in the city, many martial artists gathered in the cafeteria on the first floor and were discussing in low voices. The one who just came in is the adopted son of the celestial demonic emperor. Damn, which son is he? Who knows? When everyone was discussing, there was fear in their eyes. Even a powerhouse like Gu Tianxing was warning Jun Changshao not to provoke the celestial demonic emperor. Naturally, the passers-by were also very afraid of people related to him. Lingley lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling. The long journey to the upper elemental realm made him a little tired, so he decided to rest, but his eyes were always open. This was a habit. Whether it was day or night, he would sleep with his eyes open. Some people would ask, won't the eyes dry? No, this was not a question of doing it or not. This was a manifestation of absolute vigilance. At most, it would increase the risk of cataracts over time. More and more powerhouses and contestants entered the main city, and the solemn atmosphere before the competition became more and more intense. A few days later, a gun salute sounded in the city, and the galactic competition began. As usual, early in the morning, Jun Changshao put on a mink coat and sunglasses, carried a stereo, and went to the venue. Then, he sat on the spectator's stand and naturally propped his legs on the platform. All the big shots present were speechless. This young man who came in with Gu Tianxing was really asking for a beating. At the venue of the competition, spectators came in one after another, and there was no lack of people in the same clothes. They were probably there to cheer for their own contestant. As for the disciples of the Sect of all times, they were led by the officials to the contestants' area and waited to enter. Phew! Li Tiantian took a deep breath. After going through the preliminaries, he was much more accustomed to it and was not too nervous. Contestants, please enter. The person in charge said loudly. Let's go. Lu Qianqian took the lead and walked toward the aisle that seemed to lead to the light. Li Qingyang and the others followed closely behind. Young master, you can do it. Senior brother is mighty. The contestants entered the venue one after another, and there were shouts and screams from the spectators' stand. The scene was a little out of control. Very soon, thousands of geniuses gathered. There were as many planes in a galaxy as there were stars in the sky, and they all sent out 50 people, so the scale of the competition was naturally large. TSK. Jun Changshao said, "They're all very strong." "This is nothing," Gu Tianxing said. "On the day of the finals, all the contestants who are qualified to enter the venue are all geniuses of their galaxy." Jun Changshao nodded in agreement. He looked at the area in the north where there were relatively fewer people and said, "Why isn't Zhaoxi there?" "He's in the seeded area," Gu Tianxing said. "He can be guaranteed a place in the top 500. Jun Changshao turned his head and said enviously, "Having such a strong father can really make people struggle less for most of their lives." Chapter 1805. Gu Tianxing was considered a celebrity in the Blue Cloud department, so his son, Gu Zhaoxi, did not need to participate in the preliminaries and directly advanced. He was even guaranteed to enter the top 500 as a seeded contestant. This made Jun Changshao very envious. As expected, with such a good father, his starting line was further than others. "I will work hard to become the strongest in the universe and then let my son participate in the sacred war and directly enter the finals," Jun Changshao secretly said. "Hee." The system laughed. Gu Zhaoxi was not the only one in the seeded area. Jian Xiaohong, Nangong Qingxian, and the others were also there. Although they relied on their identity and background to enter, it was undeniable that they were all the top geniuses in the Blue Cloud department. "Uncle." Jun Changshao looked at the disheveled man standing in the venue like a lone wolf and said, "He is the adopted son of the Sky Devil Emperor. Why didn't he enter the seeded area?" "Because he is not a native of the Blue Cloud department," Gu Tianxing explained. Jun Changshao responded, "Contestants, please come up to the stage and draw your tokens," the person in charge said loudly. Unlike the preliminaries, the galaxy's main competition used a lottery system. "Babies," Jun Changshao said, "don't draw one of our own." According to the rules of the main competition, only the top 10 contestants could obtain the entry ticket to the Sacred War. If they wanted to complete the epic mission or even exceed the quota, they had to let more disciples enter the top 10. If they drew one of their own to fight in a civil war, it was equivalent to losing a chance. In the center of the venue, the contestants successively drew tokens from the boxes arranged in layers of arrays. Perhaps because of Jun Changshao's prayer, Li Qingyang and the others were not matched with their fellow disciples after drawing lots, successfully avoiding a civil war at the beginning. It was not that the author deliberately arranged it. After all, with thousands of participants participating in the competition, the probability of drawing one of their own was too low. The Universe Sacred War, Blue Cloud Department's main competition, begins now. The person in charge said loudly, "He Wudi with the number 1 token and Li Tianjue with the number 2 token, come to the first stage." He Wudi walked up with a speechless expression. In the preliminaries, they were the first to go on stage, and in the main competition, they were the first to go on stage. He clearly wanted to keep a low profile, but things always went against his wishes. "Brat." On the spectator's stand, Gu Tianxing said, "This Li Tianjue is quite strong. I'm afraid your disciple will be eliminated." "Impossible," Jun Changshao said confidently, "Wudi is very strong." Uncle Gu did not know the depth of He Wudi's abilities, but as a patriarch, he knew very well that if he were to get serious, he would definitely be invincible in this competition for young people. Most importantly, don't act as me. He Wudi stopped on the stage. Because he was the first contestant to fight, he naturally became the center of attention. Boom. At this moment, the number 2 holder, Li Tianjue, landed on the opposite side like a cannonball. He was wearing armor and carrying a heavy sword on his back. Even though each of his fingers was wearing a priceless treasure ring that increased his attributes, Li Tianjue still couldn't move. In gaming terms, it was equivalent to a 6-piece set of godly equipment. On the contrary, He Wudi was wearing a school uniform. Although the style was different, it was a little too plain. Who will win? Is there a need to guess? It will definitely be number 2. The audience discussed in private. Because He Wudi did not release too strong of an aura, everyone subconsciously believed that Li Tianjue, who was fully equipped, would win. Hey. Li Tianjue said, "Show me your weapon." Sorry. He Wudi shook his head and said, "I prefer to use my fists." Li Tianjue said, a little arrogant. He Wudi was not arrogant, but his exclusive weapon was a door. If he took it out in this kind of situation, he would definitely be laughed at. Alright. Li Tianjue took the heavy sword from his back. His eyes flashed with battle intent and said, "Since you don't use your weapon, don't blame me for using my weapon to bully you." Match begin. At this moment, the referee shouted. Whoosh! Li Tianjue did not want to waste time. Before the referee finished speaking, he rushed over. His heavy sword moved close to the ground and then suddenly slashed into the air. Scorching sun slash! Whoosh whoosh! A wave of sword chi that was full of heavy power burst out. What should I do? Should I continue to keep a low profile, or, just as the sword aura was about to arrive, He Wudi took the time to glance at Patriarch and found that he was smiling at him. He immediately made a choice. He took a step forward and punched with his right fist. His movement was not fast or slow, and his strength was not strong or weak. Then, when it came into contact with the sword aura, it instantly broke it violently. F***ck. Gu Tianxing was so shocked that he almost stood up. The disciple of the sect of all times who had fought his way into the main competition actually broke the sword aura with a punch. Uncle Jun Changshao said, "Calm down." Boom. At this moment, another explosion came from the first arena. Li Tianjue, who was fully equipped, staggered back and then fell outside the arena. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He Wudi retracted his palm and cupped his hand. "Thank you for letting me win." The spectator stands fell into silence. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. Everyone thought that Li Tianjue would win, but he was instantly defeated by someone they did not think highly of. How is this possible? Gu Tianxing had already stood up. The shock in his heart was especially strong. Was Li Tianjue weak? Not weak, but very strong. In the end, he was defeated by He Wudi with a single palm. This made him feel like he was dreaming. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head. This disciple of mine is usually too low-key. It's rare for him to be so high-profile today. Uncle Gu's jaw almost fell off. F***ck Su Xiaoma, who was waiting to enter the arena, said in surprise, "Junior brother He, why are you so serious?" Not only Gu Tianxing, but the other disciples of the sect of all times were also used to the low-key He Wudi. They were all surprised when he suddenly defeated his opponent. This is troublesome. Yi Xingchen's gaze was solemn. To him, if he wanted to win the main competition, the biggest threat was not the participants, but the serious He Wudi. This person is quite strong. The geniuses in the seated area all looked over. As the first to enter the arena and quickly defeating his opponent, He Wudi successfully attracted their attention. Since it's a competition, you should enjoy the process of the competition. Why do you have to defeat him instantly? Jian Xiaohong put her hands on the stage and pouted. Miss Jian, Nangong Qingxian said, if you are stronger than your opponent, ending the competition as soon as possible is also a form of respect. TCH, Sun Xiaohong snorted, I'm talking to myself. Why are you interrupting? Nangong Qingxian smiled politely. Everyone said that the granddaughter of the ruins of End Sword Saint had a strange temper. Today, he saw that the rumors were true. After winning, He Wudi walked down the stage. His heart was in pain because he had defeated a strong opponent in front of everyone. It went against his original intention of being low-key. No. I must restrain myself in the next round. He Wudi was not used to being the center of attention, so he planned to act again. Boom! Boom! The other stages began to compete one after another. Those who participated in the main competition were all top geniuses, so the fighting scenes were particularly exciting. The audience even stood up and applauded when the fight was intense. Li Tiantian, holding number 86, and Ling Li, holding number 87, come on stage. Who? Li Tiantian took a deep breath and stepped onto the stage. In the spectator area, Jun Changshao frowned because his disciple's opponent was the fluffy-haired man who had defeated the scammer yesterday. Chapter 1806. Many top geniuses were here for the interstellar tournament. However, in Jun Changshao's view, the most threatening person to his disciple was none other than the disheveled man named Ling Li. The reason was simple. This was a wolf that had survived a cruel environment. Especially when he killed the blackmailer with one punch yesterday, his eyes were filled with killing intent and brutality. Ta! Ling Li walked onto the stage. At this moment, no matter how one looked at him, he gave off a very ordinary feeling. The more ordinary it was, the more Jun Changshao was worried. Kid, Gu Tianxing said solemnly, be mentally prepared. Although Li Tiantian had defeated Chu Wang'a in the qualifiers and proved himself, his opponent this time was the foster son of the Celestial Devil Emperor. Unless his opponent was Li Qingyang or Yi Xingchen. Sorry for the trouble. He Wudi frowned. Li Tiantian seemed to realize that his opponent was a bit strong, and his originally nervous mood calmed down. Tianxing, Jun Changshao said telepathically, if you can't beat him, you can surrender. Li Tiantian wanted to cry. The patriarch had lost hope in him before the match even started. It wasn't that Jun Changshao didn't have hope, but he didn't want his disciple to be hurt because this Ling Li was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Who knew if he would suddenly become violent? It was just a match. If he lost, there were other disciples. There was no need to fight a wolf head-on. However, Li Tiantian didn't think so. Since he was representing the sect of all times, even if he lost, he would lose with dignity. Surrender? No way. Swish. Li Tiantian straightened his body and said, Sect of all times disciple, Li Tiantian, please enlighten me. This guy is really going to fight head-on? Jun Changshao originally wanted to continue to dissuade him, but he immediately dismissed the idea after feeling the unyielding momentum. This was his disciple's decision. How could he interfere? Junior brother. Su Xiaoma cheered for Li Tiantian in his heart. You can do it. Ling Li did not speak from the beginning to the end. There was no emotion in his eyes. He stood there like a wooden stake. Battle begin. Swish. Just as the referee shouted, Ling Li suddenly appeared in front of Gu Tianxing. His right hand gathered a powerful energy that pierced through the air and blasted towards Li Tianxing. His speed was so fast that it shocked Gu Tianxing. Not good. Jun Changshao frowned. Boom. All of a sudden, the sound of an explosion rang out in the arena, bringing with it surging waves of air. Buzz. Buzz. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread out layer by layer. F***CK. Such a big commotion? The audience was dumbfounded. He Wudi's performance just now was already very fierce, but compared to his fierce attack, there was still a big gap. From this, it could be seen that he had to win the competition. Who? On the arena, the air waves were gradually blown away by the wind. Li Tiantian stood at the edge, one hand clutching his chest, a pained expression on his face. He didn't fall? Ling Li was a little surprised. Li Tiantian rubbed his chest, took a few steps forward, and said, I'm not that weak. Is that so? A smile appeared on the corner of Ling Li's mouth. Jun Changshao's frown deepened. At that moment, he seemed to see this guy slowly taking off his sheepskin, planning to transform into a brutal wolf. Swish. Suddenly, Ling Li disappeared. When Jun Changshao's mind followed, the other party appeared in front of Li Tiantian again and attacked his waist with his elbow. Fast, ruthless, and accurate. Boom! Li Tiantian could not keep up with the other party's speed at all. He was hit again and staggered backward. Swish! Ling Li suddenly attacked his face again. Boom! Boom! In an instant, dense fingerprints exploded on the arena. Because Li Tiantian was in an unbalanced state, he could not dodge in time and could only be hit while retreating. Junior brother! Su Xiaoma clenched his fists. Yi Xingqian sat down and clasped his hands together. Anger gradually gathered in his eyes. He could see that Ling Li was deliberately chasing after Li Tiantian, and the angle of attack was relatively outside. He did not intend to blast Li Tiantian out of the arena. It was a game of cat and mouse. Boom, thump, thump, thump. After a series of crazy attacks, Li Tiantian retreated dozens of steps. When he stabilized his body with difficulty, he could not suppress the restless blood and suddenly vomited. Kid. Gu Tianxing said, "Let him forfeit." It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. The other party seemed to be deliberately playing with him. The wise choice was to jump off the arena. God has his own choice, Jun Changshao said seriously. He also hoped that Li Tiantian would forfeit, but in such a big arena, with so many people watching, that guy would not admit defeat so easily. Strong. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Li Tiantian grinned. The observant audience noticed that although this guy was being chased and attacked from the beginning, his knees did not bend. "You can admit defeat and jump off the stage," Ling Li said. His words were flat and emotionless, but it gave people a feeling of arrogance. The anger in Yi Xingqian's eyes intensified. "Kid, don't meet me." If Ling Li had beaten up someone else, no matter how arrogant he was, Yi Xingqian would not have cared. However, the one who was beaten up was a fellow disciple of the same sect. This was something that he could not tolerate. "I will only lose. I will not admit defeat." Li Tiantian took a deep breath and suppressed the pain in his body. He raised his head and puffed out his chest again. At that moment, his unyielding aura infected the audience. "All right," Ling Li said, "as you wish." Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Because Li Tiantian was unable to catch his opponent's movements, he was beaten up the entire time. One moment, he was beaten from left to right, and the next moment, he was sent flying from bottom to top. This was the first time a disciple of the sect of all times had been crushed so miserably. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and the others could only watch helplessly from below the stage as their fellow disciple was beaten up. They could only clench their fists and feel helpless. Huff! Huff! Yi Xingqian's breathing quickened. At this moment, he was still sitting on the ground with his fingers tightly clenched. However, the anger in his eyes was so strong that it almost ignited his hair. Boom! Li Tiantian was hit again. He retreated until he finally stabilized himself at the edge of the stage. He spat out another mouthful of blood. His meridians were seriously damaged. He was already at the end of his rope. Man! Too tenacious. The audience looked at him with admiration. After being beaten up for so long, he was still able to stand. He deserved everyone's respect. Sect. Patriarch. Li Tiantian slowly raised his head. His face was beaten so badly that he could not bear to look at it. He said, I'm sorry. I really can't take it anymore." Plop! His body fell straight to the ground. The referee hurried over. After a brief observation, he said, 10, 9, 8, every countdown was like a sharp knife stabbing into Li Tiantian's heart. He wanted to stand up, but his injuries did not allow him to do so. He could only look up at the sky as tears flowed uncontrollably. Me. Li Tiantian. The disgrace of the sect of all times. 1. After the referee finished counting down, he immediately announced, "The winner is Ling Li." Damn it! Yi Xingqian stood up. If the rage points were displayed at the top of his head, it would definitely be full. In fact, it might even explode. Senior Yi. Just as Yi Xingqian was about to charge onto the stage, a hand was placed on his shoulder. Then, he saw He Wudi walk in front of him and say with a cold gaze, "Leave him to me." "Very good," Jun Changshao said. "Wudi is going to be serious." If not for Gu Tianxing, if not for the fact that there were so many people around, he would probably have stood up and put one foot on the stage, roaring crazily, "Wudi beat this little wolf to death for me." Chapter 1807. Why did Li Tianxian say that he was the disgrace of the sect of all times? Because he knew that his fellow sect members had never lost a major competition like this. Yes, the sect tournament at the beginning, and the battle of dragons and tigers at the end. As long as there were disciples of the sect of all times participating in the tournament, not to mention being eliminated, even the champion would not fall into the hands of others. Today, Li Tianxian lost. He ended the undefeated record of his seniors and juniors. Thus, the moment he fell, he cried. He cried so hard that his heart and lungs were torn apart. Although he was not a core disciple of the sect of all times, Li Tianxian's sense of belonging was not weaker than anyone else's. It was because he valued it too much that he could not accept his defeat and the fact that he had shamed the sect of all times. That was why he cried in front of everyone. Did anyone laugh at him? No. The passers-by only admired him more. Because from the beginning of the battle until he fell to the ground due to exhaustion, his legs were straight. Jun Patriarch. Gu Tianxing gave him a thumbs up. "Your disciple has backbone." His face was almost swollen from predicting the outcome of the sect of all times competition. Only this time he guessed correctly, but he did not feel any joy. Instead, he felt deep respect for Li Tianxian. As long as one was not blind, anyone could see that Ling Li was very strong. He could have ended the battle quickly, but he fought for an hour until his opponent was exhausted. Just like the comments left by the readers in the previous chapter, if you don't surrender, you won't allow him to fight? Fine. No problem. But the problem was that he was deliberately toying with him. Ling Li had defeated Li Tianxian in one move. Although the disciples of the sect of all times would be unhappy, they were not as skilled as him. At most, they would fight with all their strength and avenge their fellow sect members. But in reality? They were furious that he had been beaten for an hour in front of everyone and deliberately did not leave the stage. Especially Yi Xingchen, he could not tolerate it. The author was afraid that he would be seen as biased, so he explained so much and took the opportunity to make things worse. But Knight Emperor, who pursued revenge, was not so worried. When he saw his fellow sect member being beaten, he had to beat him back. Reason. This emperor is happy to do so. It didn't matter whether Knight Emperor was happy or not, because He Wudi wasn't happy either. He had been thinking about whether he should keep a low profile in the next round of the competition, but now he had completely dispelled that idea. He even wanted to fly high into the sky, tear apart his school uniform and roar, "I'm not human anymore." As if realizing that he was being stared at by many angry eyes, Ling Li turned around and looked at the disciples of the sect of all times. He spread out his hands indifferently and said, he wanted to lose fair and square. "Is it wrong for me to fulfill his wish?" Yi Xingchen was furious. These words sounded as calm as water, but they were absolutely arrogant to the extreme. There is more. Ling Li looked at all the contestants present, touched his nose and said, "You can only fight for second place in this galactic competition because..." A sinister smile appeared on his face. "First place is mine." That smile, that voice. It was as if a sheep had suddenly turned into a wild wolf. Jun Changshao was not surprised, because he knew that this person was not a good person after witnessing him kill the scammer. Too arrogant. Ling Li's words angered everyone. The top geniuses in the seated area laughed. "My grandfather said that young people can be arrogant, but they can't be too arrogant," Jian Xiaohong said indifferently. "Otherwise, when you die, no one will collect your corpse." No. Ling Li walked down from the arena and said, You should know about my adoptive father's plan to raise a wolf. You should also understand that the only thing I can do now is collect other people's corpses." At that moment, his eyes and words revealed an extremely strong killing intent. Jian Xiaohong was silent. To be precise, after feeling the killing intent, she smelled danger. "This wolf," Gu Tianxing said, "very cruel." Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, applause came from the side. Everyone looked over and saw Jun Changshao standing up while clapping. He said, "You dare to say such arrogant words in front of all the geniuses of the Ashen Cloud faculty. In terms of pretentiousness, I'm not as good as you. Don't misunderstand. I'm not pretentious." Ling Li pointed at Li Tiantian, who was lying on the ground, and said with a smile, "I rely on my strength." Jun Changshao's face darkened. He sat down again, then lowered his head and said, "Did you all hear that?" "Yes." Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others shouted. "What should we do next?" Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, all the disciples of the sect of all times in the venue unleashed their cultivation and roared angrily, "Defeat him! Completely destroy him!" F***ck. The audience widened their eyes. These disciples of the sect of all times were quite docile just now. Why did they suddenly become so violent? Especially the guy with a long face. His killing intent and anger coexisted. He was simply like a demon that walked out of hell. They were angry. The sect of all times was angry. Stomp. Jun Changshao stood up again. With one foot on the stage, he pointed at the arrogant Ling Li and roared, "You must crawl out of today's competition." "I Jun Changshao said it." Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, Xiao Ziji, Yi Xingchen, and He Wudi all looked over. Because they were all in their respective battle zones, they just happened to be surrounded. Ling Li was a wolf. Then, the few core disciples present were lions. The geniuses of the Tsangyan faculty were also provoked. However, under the powerful aura of the sect of all times, they were reduced to little transparent. "These people," Nangong Qingxian said, "they're not simple." Jian Xiaohong swept her gaze across the disciples of the sect of all times one by one. Her gaze finally landed on Zhou Hong. She said with interest, "Grandfather is right. There are countless geniuses in this world." The competition continues. "The next round of contestants, please come on stage," the organizer said loudly. Swoosh. Su Xiaoma flew to the stage first and carried the heavily injured Li Tiantian down. The latter cried even more miserably and said, Senior brother, I've let down the patriarch, let down the sect. Victory and defeat are common in war." Su Xiaoma comforted, "The patriarch and your fellow sect members won't blame you." Wu Li Tiantian wailed loudly. It could be seen that losing to Ling Li and breaking the sect of all time's winning streak was a heavy blow to him. Whether or not he could walk out of the self-blame needed to be written separately. "Junior brother," Su Xiaoma comforted, "you have to be able to let go. It's not a life and death battle. Why care about winning or losing?" It was undeniable that this guy had a big mouth. However, he was still concerned about his fellow sect members. Even if he won the competition, he immediately came over to comfort him. It was very good to heal Li Tiantian's wounded heart. The competition was still ongoing. Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, and the others went on stage one after another. Because Li Tiantian was brutally beaten up, they no longer hid and wanted to end the battle quickly. They only hoped to enter the next round faster and draw that arrogant Ling Li. "Junior brother, people can't be too calculative about winning or losing. Junior brother, look at me. I've been beaten to death by Junior brother Yi every day. Aren't I still very happy? Junior brother, second round, number 1 Su Xiaoma, number 2 Ling Li, please come on stage." Hearing his name, Su Xiaoma flipped over the number he got in the second round and realized that he was holding number 1. He angrily stood up and said, Junior brother, senior brother will take revenge for you. Chapter 1808. The first round of the competition was over. Apart from Li Tianxiang, all the disciples of the sect of all times had successfully advanced. According to the rules, they had to draw lots again to determine their opponents for the second round. In the end, Su Xiaoma was the first to face Lingli. This arrangement looked so deliberate that even the system could not help but want to complain. Junior brother, Li Qingyang said, don't be careless. Although he was angry that Li Tianxiang had been abused, he could not deny that Lingli was indeed capable. He had to be extremely careful when dealing with such an opponent. Understood. Su Xiaoma walked toward the arena. However, just as he was about to go up, he suddenly stopped. This was because Yi Xingchen said telepathically, admit defeat and leave him to me. Gou Xing's expression became interesting. Junior brother, this is a star system competition. The Patriarch values it so much. How can you make me admit defeat? There's still the revival round. What's there to be afraid of? Yi Xingchen said. Su Xiaoma was speechless. Of course, if he lost and entered the loser's bracket, he could enter the finals. However, since he was matched up, he also wanted to abuse that arrogant guy. Yi Xingchen said, give me some face. Su Xiaoma was conflicted. He secretly looked at the Patriarch in the spectator stands and saw that he was smiling at him. He immediately understood. All right. Su Xiaoma said, I'll leave him to you. However, he walked toward the arena and said with a cold gaze, before I lose, I want to abuse him. Up to you. Yi Xingchen did not object. If such an arrogant guy fell into Su Xiaoma's hands, it would be hard for him to swallow the anger of Li Tiantian's defeat if he could not personally trample him in the palm of his hand. At this moment, it could be seen that although Knight Emperor was usually cold and aloof, and was very resistant to relationships, he valued relationships with his fellow disciples. That was exactly the case. Su Xiaoma decided to go easy on him and let him teach Lingli a lesson. This would help improve their relationship. In the spectator stands, Gu Tianxing said worriedly, I'm afraid your disciple is also in danger. Uncle. Jun Changshao proudly said, bubbly foam is a core disciple. These few simple words were filled with absolute confidence. Li Tiantian could only be considered a relatively outstanding inner disciple in the sect of all times. People like Su Xiaoma and Xiao Ziji were all core disciples who had been nurtured with all their might. Especially since they had been at the peak of the seeking truth realm for a long time, their strength should not be below any of the geniuses of the Blue Cloud Department. This point, the system admitted as well. Although Li Tiantian, Long Xiang, and the others had also broken through to the peak, but regardless of strength or comprehension, they were far from the core disciples. To be more precise, although they were in the same realm, they were not on the same level. Besides, looking at Su Xiaoma, who was walking up the stage, Jun Changshao said, my disciple focuses on speed. Li Tiantian lost to Lingli because his opponent's attack speed was too fast. If it wasn't for his body that had been tempered in the sect, he would have died in one round. What about Su Xiaoma? He happened to be a speed player. Jun Changshao was very confident, so he had a smile on his face the whole time. Su Xiaoma walked up the stage. Seeing that the Patriarch was still smiling at him, he became even more determined. What was he thinking? Go easy on junior brother Yi. Match begin. When Lingli walked up, the referee announced the start of the match. Swoosh. In an instant, Su Xiaoma's speed exploded, and his whole body seemed to have merged into the space. Damn. This speed is too fast. Seeing the afterimages on the stage, the audience was a little dazzled. Swish. Suddenly, Su Xiaoma circled behind Lingli and kicked him in the neck from the side. Her speed was so fast and her strength was so strong that even the air around her was distorted. However, at the moment of contact, he suddenly remembered Yi Xingchen's previous words, give me face, and immediately restrained some of his power. Since junior brother said so. As a senior brother, he had to give him face. Boom. Su Xiaomao obviously slowed down his speed and power. Lingli blocked with his right hand and clenched his left hand, gathering the explosive energy and throwing it over. Swish. Swish. Su Xiaomao rolled back like a monkey, then he half squatted and slid to the edge of the stage with one hand on the ground. He said calmly, "Your reaction is too slow." Lingli frowned slightly. Swish! He took a step forward and instantly closed in. The afterimages of his fists suddenly filled the stage. It was the same close combat, the same attacking method. Although Li Tiantian could catch it, he couldn't dodge it at all. Su Xiaomao dodged left and right calmly. Gu Tianxing narrowed his eyes. He saw the two of them fighting clearly in the afterimages and airwave. He was surprised that one of them attacked decisively, while the other dodged decisively. In terms of speed, neither of them was at a disadvantage. "Uncle," Jun Changshao said, "this is the core disciple of the sect of all times. I believe you know how strong he is." Boom. At this time, Su Xiaomao found an opening while he was frantically moving and dodging. He jumped up and kicked Lingli's neck, forcing him to take a few steps back. His eyes flashed with anger. Too slow. Su Go landed on the ground and patted his shoes with his hands, looking as arrogant as he could be. Swish. Lingli tore off his shirt, revealing the wolf tattoo. His eyes flashed with hostility. "You've angered me." Swish! He rushed over again. In his rage, his speed increased greatly. However, Su Xiaomao was a loach. No matter how violent the opponent's attacks were, he could always easily dodge and even counterattack with small openings. Boom! Boom! The two of them exchanged dozens of blows on the stage. The sharp-eyed Gu Tianxing saw that Su Xiaomao had hit Lingli 7 or 8 times. The latter didn't even touch the corner of his shirt. "TSK. Your disciple is very sneaky." Looking at the situation, Su Xiaomao had the upper hand. However, Gu Tianxing was still optimistic about Lingli because the opponent's explosive power was stronger. As long as he caught him once, it would definitely be enough to make him suffer. But in reality, Go Xing became more sneaky and slippery the more he fought. As a result, the two of them had been fighting for more than 10 minutes. Lingli had been beaten up dozens of times. His face and chest were full of footprints. "That's enough," Yi Xingchen said. "Hurry up and admit defeat." He was afraid that Su Xiaomao would exhaust this kid. When they fought, he would be lying on the ground and unable to get up. Then, he would lose the fun of playing cat and mouse. Okay. Su Xiaomao was also done playing. He directly rushed over. "Die!" Lingli roared angrily and smashed his right fist into the void. He had repeated this attack many times, but it always missed. So, he didn't have much hope. In the end, Su Xiaomao crashed into it and fell outside the stage with a scream. Silence. Understood. Jun Changshao, who had been smiling all this time, suddenly froze. Su Xiaomao fell to the ground, clutching his chest and screaming, "It hurts, it hurts!" In his heart he thought, "Patriarch, did I act well? Damn you!" At this moment, Jun Changshao's roaring voice suddenly exploded in his ears. "He Wudi didn't act as me. You acted as me." Su Xiaomao, who was trying his best to act, was a little confused. "No. You kept smiling at me. Didn't you want me to cooperate with junior brother Yi to go easy on you?" "Big mouth Su," Jun Changshao roared, "when you go back, take the initiative to go to the discipline hall." Patriarch Su Xiaomao got up, hugged his head and said sadly, "Listen to my explanation." "I'm not listening." Bastard chanting. Chapter 1809. Jun Changshao was furious. To be exact, he did not know that Yi Xingchen and Su Xiaomao had already made a deal in private. He had planned to let his disciple torture this wolf in front of everyone, but he had deliberately acted as himself. Before the start of the match, Jun Changshao had been worried that he would act, so he kept smiling at him. His meaning was obvious. He had to take it seriously. As the leader of the imagination trio, he quickly understood. Therefore, he defeated his opponent beautifully in the first round. Although this disciple was lazy, he had good judgment. Similarly, Su Xiaoma also saw the patriarch smiling and decided to go easy on Yi Xingchen. In reality, it was a perfect misunderstanding. As expected, Gu Tianxing said, "In the face of absolute power, no matter how fast you are, you will not be able to withstand a single blow." He did not see that Su Xiaoma was acting. As for the communication between the two Goxing, it was also through voice transmission. What did this mean? That's right. Su Xiaoma's acting was on point. Other than Jun Changshao, who understood his strength and immediately guessed that he was acting, no one else in the audience could see through it. Of course, he had been a spy before and had almost become the patriarch. Jun Patriarch. Gu Tianxing comforted him. Your disciple has lasted until now and even caused quite a bit of trouble for his opponent. Although he lost, it's still an honorable defeat. Jun Changshao did not say anything. It was clearly a sure-win situation, but Big Mouth Su ended up acting. How infuriating! In the fighting ring, Ling Li was still in a punching position, but there was a look of astonishment in his eyes. Su Xiaoma was more slippery than a loach. He did not expect to hit him when he attacked, but not only did he succeed, but he also punched him out of the ring. Unexpected. Too unexpected. Just like Gu Tianxing, he did not realize that Su Xiaoma was deliberately acting, so he withdrew his fist with a sneer. His pain came from his muscles. Being kicked repeatedly on the body was extremely uncomfortable. However, to be fair, this guy's physical strength was not bad. Although he was kicked by Su Xiaoma into a sorry state, it was only a superficial wound. Shua. Ling Li walked down from the fighting ring. Brat. When she walked past Yi Xingchen, she heard him say in a sinister tone, "You should pray that you don't meet me in the next round." Ling Li responded. Yi Xingchen's eyes burned with rage as he watched Yi Xingchen leave. He was already fantasizing about how he would trample Yi Xingchen on the arena. The second round continued. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others still won. Because the seeded players were still in the recommendation area, the other contestants were not a threat to them at all. Very soon, the drawing of lots for the third round began. Unfortunately, no one drew swift and fierce this round. Boom. In the ring, Yi Xingchen defeated his opponent with a single punch as the referee announced the start of the match. This person is not ordinary either. After a few rounds, they all ended the match quickly. The disciples sent by the Sect of all times are all very strong. After watching a few rounds of matches, all the martial artists realized that the disciples of the Sect of all times were all very capable. Even Li Tiantian, who was eliminated in the first round, might not have been eliminated if his opponent was different. Brat. Gu Tianxing could not help but ask, "How did you train him?" He was already shocked by the preliminaries. Now that he was in a higher level of competition, he could still defeat the heavens, earth, and air. This was unbelievable. Jun Changshao did not say a word. All he wanted now was for his disciple to meet Ling Li as soon as possible and torture him until he wished he was dead. Things did not go as he wished. They did not meet in the fourth round either. Knight Emperor was anxious. Seeing that guy defeat his opponent in seconds and showing an arrogant aura, his anger was about to burst out of the universe. On the contrary, he was very calm. In his opinion, as long as his opponent did not lose to the other contestants, it was only a matter of time before they met. After a few rounds of competition, there were fewer and fewer contestants left in the venue. When they entered the top 500, the streams of light surrounding the seated contestants gradually dissipated. One by one, the top geniuses seemed to have been unsealed and walked out. But Gu Zhaoxi clasped his hands and said, "It's finally time to fight." His gaze was locked on Lingli. The anger that appeared seemed to want to melt the other party. When Li Tiantian was being tortured, although he was not shown the camera, the anger in his heart did not lose to Yi Xingqian's. After all, as an elder of the sect of all times, trampling on his disciple was the same as trampling on himself. Similarly, the seated contestants of the Zhangyan faculty were also staring at Lingli. They all wanted to torture him. It could be said that when that guy said, "You can only fight for second place," he successfully attracted the hatred of everyone. This kind of hostile situation often happened to Jun Changshao and the sect of all times. Who would have thought that it would be snatched away by Lingli today? Seated contestants enter the venue. Gu Tianxing said solemnly, "This is the true meaning of the competition." The martial artists on the spectator stand subconsciously stood up. Next, they would be watching every match intently. "Hey!" Jian Xiaohong walked in front of Zhou Hong, tilted her head, and smiled mischievously. "You're very powerful." Zhou Hong said, "Not bad. Can I spar with you?" At this point, Jian Xiaohong did not wait for Zhou Hong to reply. She raised her hand and said, "In the next round, I want to fight with this sect of all time's disciple." "All right." The person in charge smiled and said, "Miss Jian." Jun Changshao asked, "Uncle, can we designate an opponent in the lottery competition?" "Yes." "You should have said so earlier. I told my disciple to challenge that guy directly." Gu Tianxing rolled his eyes at him and said, "Do you have the energy of the ruins of End's Sword Saint?" This sentence made Jun Changshao speechless. Understood. In the lottery competition, not everyone had the qualifications to designate an opponent. This still depended on whether there was a great power behind it. Sigh. Not only did he have to rely on his father, but he also had to rely on his grandfather. By the way, who is my grandfather? Will he be more awesome than my father, the Celestial Emperor? All right. The system said, the host hasn't even figured out the identity of his father, and he's already thinking about his ancestors. Whoever has yellow urine, hurry up and wake him up. Those with diabetes, don't come. The fifth round of drawing lots began. Because all the seated contestants had been released, the atmosphere became serious. Shua. Jian Xiaohong was the first to jump onto the stage. She reached into the lottery box and took out her token. She landed in front of Zhou Hong and introduced herself. "My name is Jian Xiaohong." "I know." After Zhou Hong finished speaking, he went to draw lots according to the order. "What's your number?" When he returned, Jian Xiaohong came in front of him again. 2. Hee, I'm 1. Jun Changshao, who was sitting in the spectator stands, covered his face and said, "Since there's a designated energy, why bother putting on an act?" However, what happened next made him very happy. Because Lu Qianshan drew number 6, and number 7 was drawn by Lingli. It's over. After He Wudi and Yi Xingqian saw it, they squatted on the ground and hugged their heads, saying in unison, "It's over." If it was Li Qingyang or Xiao Ziji, they might deliberately choose to go easy on them. But when it came to eldest senior sister, they definitely wouldn't give any face. A woman. Looking at the number that was drawn, Ling Li's mouth showed disdain. Lu Qianqian stood in an inconspicuous corner. Because of the cold air that covered her body, when Li Tiantian was being abused, no one could see any fluctuation of emotions on his face. What a strong cold air! Nangong Qingxian smiled gently and elegantly. Jian Xiaohong had been staring at Zhou Hong because of the sword Dao, and he would naturally be staring at Lu Qianqian because of the ice Dao. The fifth round. Number 1 Jian Xiaohong, number 2 Zhou Hong, battle. Clang. Jian Xiaohong unsheathed her sword and swung it like a fairy before floating down onto the arena. She raised her hand to tie her scattered black hair into a ponytail, and then she hooked her finger at Zhou Hong and said, "Idiot, quickly come up." Zhou Hong was speechless. She called him a fool as if she was very familiar with him. But, after she tied her ponytail, she looked even cuter than before. Chapter 1810. On the stage, sword energy crisscrossed as special effects were activated. At this moment, all the martial artists in the spectator stands stood up. Their eyes were wide open, and the shock in their eyes was unprecedentedly intense. From their point of view, the entire venue was filled with sword energy. Clang! Zhou Hong sheathed his sword and cupped his hands. You won. The readers were definitely confused. He was still preparing to go on stage in the previous chapter, so why did he lose in this chapter? In fact, a battle related to the sword Dao was too boring, so the entire process was skipped. Everyone only needed to remember that after the two of them went on stage, they exchanged glances for a long time. Jian Xiaohong used the ruins of N swordsmanship, and the entire arena was filled with crisscrossing sword energy. The scene was so ugly that even the new artist who had just joined the job couldn't cry. Where was the old artist? Don't ask. If you do, you'll resign. Too amazing! Gu Tianxing stood up. Although the author skipped the battle process and the readers didn't see it, as the audience, they witnessed the gorgeous ruins of N swordsmanship with their own eyes. This was even performed by the granddaughter of the ruins of N Senior. If they were lucky enough to see the original body make a move, they would probably never forget the scene of sword energy. If Gu Tianxing was asked what the strongest sword move of the Blue Cloud sect was, he would definitely answer without hesitation, the ruins of N swordsmanship. On the spectators' stand, everyone stood up in shock from the sword technique. Only one person was sitting. That's right, it was Jun Changshao. At this moment, he was leaning back in his chair, weakly howling in his heart. Zhou Hong is also acting as me. It was understandable that Su Xiaomao lost. But how could Zhou Hong lose? Among the core disciples he brought, the most trustworthy one was Yi Xingchen, followed by Zhou Hong. In the end, he was the one who acted the most ruthlessly. Whoosh! The ruins of N sword that had merged into the sky flew over and landed in Jian Xiaohong's hand. She sheathed her sword and smiled. I was just lucky to win against you in terms of moves. Crack! Crack! The 10,000 swords shattered and turned into nothingness. Everything returned to normal. That's still a win. Zhou Hong walked down the stage. He didn't act. He had indeed lost in terms of sword move. As a swordsman, a loss was a loss. This was something he had to admit. However, unlikely Tian, who was still lying on the ground with a guilty look on his face, Zhou Hong, who had lost the match, did not take it to heart at all. Of course, there were also regrets. It was a pity that he did not manage to comprehend the third move of 10,000 swords return to origin, otherwise he would have been able to reverse his defeat. Hey! Jian Xiaohong shouted from behind, my grandfather hasn't been able to find a suitable successor. Are you interested in becoming his disciple? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell into silence. Who was his grandfather? The ruins of N sword saint of the Zhongyun lineage. Not to mention youths with dreams in their hearts, even martial artists who had been famous for a long time would want to kneel in front of the door and acknowledge him as their master. Becoming the disciple of the ruins of Sinkhole Sword Sage was something that countless people dreamed of. Some people would even sharpen their heads in order to do so. Today, his granddaughter actually took the initiative to ask someone if she wanted to be his disciple. I'm so envious. Shua. Jun Changshao, who had been paralyzed on the chair, stood up. Not only was he revived, but his eyes were also filled with excitement. The fact that the organizers were willing to make an exception and choose an opponent for that woman was enough to show how powerful the ruins of N Sword Saint was. It was definitely a great opportunity for his disciple to become his disciple. Sorry. Zhou Hong stopped and said, I am a disciple of the sect of all times. I will not acknowledge others as my master. Jun Changshao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. It was true that you were a disciple of the sect of all times, but that didn't stop you from acknowledging others as your master. Strictly speaking, the relationship between a disciple and a patriarch was that of a superior and subordinate, not a master and disciple relationship. To this day, whether it was Li Qingyang or Xiao Ziji, they both called Jun Changshao patriarch and Rose of Flowers madam, not master or mistress. Of course, they could also be considered master and disciple. However, with Jun Changshao's personality, he would prefer for his disciple to call him patriarch. And in the sect, there was only one person who called Go Xing master, and no one would find fault with it. That was Lin Yi. After all, he was a proper disciple. Just leave a trashy sect, Jian Xiaohong said. Follow my grandfather and cultivate the way of the sword. It will allow you to peek into a higher realm. Go Xing laughed bitterly. My sect of all times might not be the strongest in the entire upper universe, but at the very least, no one dares to provoke it. Yet, in the eyes of the Sword Saint's granddaughter, my sect is trash. As long as you're happy, Zhou Hong said, I respect you, so please respect me too. Don't humiliate my sect, or else. He didn't finish his sentence, but his cold gaze said everything. All right. Jian Xiaohong jumped off the stage and walked in front of him. She made an apologetic gesture and said, I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing. Miss Jian. At this moment Jun Changshao said, if Senior Sword Saint likes my disciple, I will naturally be willing to acknowledge you as my master. Little Du jumped out at this moment and mocked Go Xing for being too realistic or for wanting to hug his thigh. But the truth? He was thinking for Zhou Hong. The sect of all times had many facilities and mystic realms that targeted martial arts. As a sword cultivator, Zhou Hong had been cultivating since he entered the sect. He was the only disciple who didn't rely on cheats and relied on himself to improve. Self-comprehension was rare and precious. However, if he had an outstanding master to guide him, he could at least avoid detours. A top sword master, the ruins of End Sword Saint, was clearly qualified. Idiot. Jian Xiaohong walked in front of him and casually placed her hands behind her back. She smiled and said, Your patriarch has already agreed. Why don't you agree? Zhou Hong said, My name is Zhou Hong, not idiot. I know, idiot. Jian Xiaohong leaned her head over and said with a smile, When the galactic competition is over, follow me to the ruins of End World. Even the name of the world was named after the Sword Saint. He was definitely a big shot among big shots. It's settled then. Jian Xiaohong blinked and moved her body over. After it's over, I will go to the inn to look for you. Don't stand me up. Otherwise, I will chase you to the ends of the earth. Zhou Hong was speechless. Was there something wrong with her brain like the patriarch's? After the battle between Zhou Hong and Jian Xiaohong ended, it had to continue. During this time, the eldest disciple of the Daoyuan sect, Nangong Qinxian, fought. As expected of a seated contestant, she easily defeated her opponent after going on stage. Number 7 Lu Qianqian, number 8 Ling Li, come on stage. With the referee's shout, the audience looked over. The adopted son of the heavenly devil emperor was very arrogant and had defeated 2 disciples of the sect of all times. Now that they met again, there would definitely be a good show. Whoosh! Lu Qianqian's white robe fluttered as she landed on the arena. Eldest senior sister. Yi Xingqian wanted to say that she would give him face, but when he felt the cold air, he immediately shut his mouth. Forget it. At most, he would go to the losers group to look for him. According to the rules, the top 10 in the competition would participate in the finals as the seeded contestants of the Zhongyun sect. The top 20 in the losers group would participate as ordinary contestants. Yi Xingqian's idea was very simple. Lu Qianqian defeated Ling Li. He deliberately admitted defeat and went to the losers group to trample on him. What a coincidence! Xiao Ziji and the others also had the same idea. Not to mention whether they could meet Ling Li in the losers group. If a core disciple of the sect of all times deliberately lost the match, the losers group would be filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. They were afraid that Go Xing would not be able to handle the disciples acting and would die from anger. Chapter 1811. On the stage, Lu Qianqian stood proudly like a plum blossom in the snow. Thick cold air filled the air, and a layer of ice gradually formed on the ground. Although the environment was as cold as winter, Ling Li, who was 10 meters away, didn't care. After all, he had an outstanding physical body and could naturally resist the cold. The referee saw that both of them had returned to their positions and shouted, "Fight begin!" Bang! As soon as the voice fell, Ling Li rushed over like a cannonball. Whoosh whoosh! At the same time, his right arm suddenly waved and a powerful energy shook the space, turning into a fist that passed through layers of cold air. He disdained to fight with a woman, so he decided to end it quickly. However, when the violent energy surged like a wave, the ice on the ground flickered and a visible cold air immediately appeared and enveloped the fist. Crack crack! Not only did the fist slow down significantly, but the surface gradually gathered ice shards and turned into a lifelike ice sculpture during the sprint. Lu Qianqian raised her flawless white hand and gently placed it on the ice. Crack! The frozen fist instantly shattered into pieces of ice. When the spectators saw this, they were immediately amazed by this woman's use and control of the ice element. Especially Nangong Qingxian. When he saw Lu Qianqian easily break the fist, he praised, "A rare ice cultivator." Ling Li stepped out and gathered violent energy to rush over. The ice element's function was to slow down and control, but he needed brute force to break it. Although this method was barbaric, it seemed to be the most effective. However, when he sprinted, the cold air was even stronger than on the stage. Pieces of ice stuck to his body, causing his speed to significantly decrease. When he sprinted in front of Lu Qianqian, most of Ling Li's body was covered in ice. Whether it was lifting his foot or his hand, it was abnormally slow and difficult. Gu Tianxing was surprised. Your disciple's control of the ice element is probably not weaker than the Daoyuan sect's eldest disciple. Of course. Jun Changshao smiled proudly. Lu Qianqian's screen time was getting less and less recently because she was obsessed with cultivation like Zhou. Not to mention her fellow disciples, even he, the patriarch, rarely saw her. There was no need to say how strong he was. At the very least, his understanding of the ice element had reached the pinnacle of perfection. Shua! Lu Qianqian raised her hand again. Her movements seemed slow, but when she hit Li Li across the air, there was an explosion. Ling Li remained where he was. Even though Zhang Xian had been sealed in ice and was unable to fly out, the impact of the attack had caused his blood to surge furiously, threatening to gush out from his throat. This woman's strength is too strong. Under normal circumstances, ice elementalists were mainly used for control and usually did not have brute strength. However, the pain that Lu Qianqian's long-range attack brought to Ling Li was no less than the sum of the damage that Su Xiaoma's previous kicks had brought to him. Shua! At this moment, Lu Qianqian raised her hand again and slapped her in the face. Ling Li was furious. This kind of attack was a deliberate attempt to humiliate him. Although he was angry, he couldn't move his body. Boom! 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 There was a huge commotion in the venue as cold air filled the air. The spectating martial artists endured the cold while witnessing the female disciples of the sect of all times slapping Ling Li's face from left to right. Because they used too much strength, there were no slapping sounds, but booming sounds. A moment later, Lu Qianqian stopped. Wah! Ling Li, who had been slapped dozens of times, could not hold back the blood and immediately spat it out. Spitting blood was a small matter. The important thing was that his meridians were damaged in many places, which greatly reduced his defense and made it difficult for him to break free from the frozen state. Eldest senior sister is ruthless, Su Xiaoma said to himself. When he fought with Ling Li, he had promised Yi Xingchen that he would hold back his strength, so the damage he could cause to his opponent was limited. Lu Qianqian was different. Slap after slap, those were all real. Not to mention Lingli, even Jun Changshao would not be able to take it even if he used his face dozens of times. Would it be over just by spitting blood? No. It was just the beginning. Boom. 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 Lu Qianqian was still standing in the same spot. Her palms fluctuated in the air, gathering the power of extreme cold again and again to blast Ling Li's face. This battle was not fancy. There was only one person who seemed to be punished to stand, while the other was slapping his face crazily. The spectators' mouths twitched and they turned their heads away, unable to bear to watch. Puff, puff. Ling Li's head turned left and right. Blood spurted out and dyed the ice on the ground red. As for how miserable his face was, it could no longer be described with words. Here, one had to praise Lu Qianqian's control of her strength. From beginning to end, her opponent stood on the stage like a sand sculpture and did not fly out due to excessive force. Was it déjà vu? That's right. Ling Li had previously ravaged Li Tiantian like this. He clearly could have defeated the other party, but he controlled his strength all the way until he exhausted the other party under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The spectating martial artists trembled in fear, and their scalps turned cold. The adopted son of the celestial devil emperor was very arrogant and strong. They never thought that he would be so badly beaten by a woman. Sigh. He Wudi shook his head. It was rare for him to be serious, but eldest senior sister intercepted him. Forget it. I'd better continue to keep a low profile. Damn it. Yi Xingqian clenched his fists. Although eldest senior sister was able to vent her anger by torturing Ling Li, it would definitely be better if it was him. Boom. 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 On the stage, Lu Qianqian suppressed Ling Li with absolute strength, torturing him again and again. The cruelty of the scene was indescribable. This tragic scene lasted for a full hour. If there was a timer, Lu Qianqian would torture him for as long as Ling Li tortured Li Tiantian. There was absolutely no difference. Of course, the time was the same, but the strength was different. When Lu Qianqian retracted her hand, Ling Li's head was still swaying from side to side due to inertia until it slowly stopped. His entire face was quickly covered with mosaic. The spectators shuddered. How could a woman be so cruel? Phew. At this time, the surrounding ice layer quickly melted, freeing Ling Li's body. He staggered backward and fell out of the stage. Awesome. Goshing laughed. At this moment the outcome was clear. As long as that guy fell to the ground, the winner would be. While Jun Changshao was thinking, the smile on his face suddenly froze, because the eldest disciple in his field of vision jumped out of the stage. Thud. Plop. Lu Qianqian landed first, followed by Ling Li. Ga. The venue instantly quieted down. This. Gu Tianxing was also dumbfounded. The referee and assistant referees looked at each other, then hurriedly gathered together. Some put on headphones and some watched the video replay. A few minutes later, the referee jumped onto the stage, made a professional hand gesture, and announced loudly, Lu Qianqian will fall out of the stage first. According to the rules of the Galaxy Tournament, the winner is Ling Li. Jun Changshao directly collapsed on the chair, blood spurting out like a fountain. Chapter 1812. Lu Qianqian lost. This was because she landed at a faster speed than Ling Li. According to the rules of the main competition, if one could not determine whether the contestant had the ability to fight, they could only determine who left the arena first. Actually, based on the situation back then, everyone could tell that Ling Li had lost. He had even been beaten to a pulp. However, rules were rules. The audience exploded. She could have won. Why did she admit defeat? This sect of all time's disciples' actions were completely incomprehensible. Or she wanted to leave it to the other disciples? Fine. She was not satisfied with beating someone alone. She wanted to continue beating her fellow disciples. However, this was the Galaxy main competition. Putting aside the possibility of advancing to the next round in the losers bracket, wasn't it good to be in the top 10 and be a seeded contestant? Look! She made Patriarch vomit blood. This is child's play. Everyone could not understand Lu Qianqian's act of admitting defeat on purpose. They even felt that it was completely unnecessary. June Patriarch, Gu Tianxing turned his head and said, "Isn't this too much nonsense?" Jun Changshao did not say anything. At this moment, he was being treated by Sun Bukong and was receiving a blood transfusion with a needle. Go Xing could tell that the disciples were not here to win the championship in the Galaxy main competition. They were here to put on a show. Of course, Jun Changshao understood Su Xiaomao and Lu Qianqian's intentions. They could not accept Li Tiantian being beaten so badly. Therefore, they wanted to let their fellow disciples beat him one by one. However, forget it. If they wanted to play, then let them. If they lost, there was still the losers bracket. With the abilities of Lu Qianqian and the rest, there was no doubt that they would advance to the next round. If they could beat that guy until he doubted his life and developed a psychological trauma, it would be considered as revenge for their disciple. In fact, Jun Changshao was afraid of being put on a show because of the epic mission. After all, at least 2 disciples were required to obtain the entry ticket to the holy battle. If they exceeded the requirements, they would be given more rewards. If the disciples were put on a show, if only a few of them advanced to the next round, wouldn't they be doomed? Damn it, Ling Li fell outside the fighting ring, his eyes filled with pain and anger. He didn't notice that Su Xiaomao had been sent flying on purpose, but this time, Lu Qianqian had admitted defeat on purpose. 3 words. He was unwilling to accept this. "You are the foster son that I value the most. You must become the champion of the galactic tournament." His foster father's words rang in his ears. "I can't lose. I still want to win the championship for my foster father. Can you still fight?" The referee came over and asked. "Who?" Suppressing the pain on his face, Ling Li struggled to stand up and said, "Yes." Even though his injuries were severe, he still had a mission to fulfill. Even if he were to die on the stage, he still had to fight on. This wolf was very tenacious. However, the moment he got up, a group of lions looked over. Yi Xingchen thought to himself, "If you meet me, I will make you lose the ability to speak." Eldest senior sister purposely jumped off the stage, which made him very excited, because he had another chance to torture that guy. To be honest, Lu Qianqian's torture was already very fierce. However, in Night Emperor's eyes it was not enough. Only by personally torturing him would the world understand how blissful death was. The competition continued. The disciples of the sect of all times fought one after another, and won the competition smoothly. For now, other than encountering a few top-notch geniuses, there was no need to describe the other battles. The next round of drawing lots. Yi Xingchen walked down with his token. He stared at Ling Li until he was sure that he didn't get it. Then, he said hatefully, "I let him live a little longer. Senior brother." He Wudi walked over and said, "I got him." Yi Xingchen hurriedly turned his head and saw that this guy had drawn number 2, which happened to match Ling Li's number 1. He couldn't control his emotions and shouted, F***CK, in the fighting ring. Following the referee's shout, He Wudi, who had number 2, went on stage first. Ling Li also walked up. Because he was tortured too badly by Lu Qianqian, he stood on the stage and swayed, his hands hanging down. "Are you sure you can still fight?" the referee asked again. "I'm sure," Ling Li said in a hoarse voice. He Wudi didn't say anything. He looked up at the patriarch who was transfusing blood and suddenly understood. At this time, if Go Xing knew what he was thinking, he would definitely roar, "I didn't give you any indication. What the hell do you understand?" He met a disciple of the sect of all times again? This guy is going to be miserable. In this state, even the most ordinary contestant can be defeated. Everyone discussed in low voices. No one thought that Ling Li still had the ability to fight. If he insisted on going on stage, he would definitely be tortured. Moreover, this He Wudi didn't seem to be simple either. Hee. Hearing everyone talking about him, Ling Li lowered his head and hands and let out a strange laugh. He Wudi frowned. Do you think I don't have the strength to fight? Do you think I'm here to be tortured? Ling Li suddenly raised his head, revealing an extremely ferocious face. He Wudi was silent for a while, then said honestly, yes. Ah. Ling Li covered his face and laughed until tears came out. As he laughed, his thoughts returned to his childhood, to the past when he fought for survival. This was destined to be a story that needed the animation team to fill in the memories, so the original work didn't say much. In short, according to convention, no matter if it was a hero or a villain, as long as they fought their way out of the memories, their combat power would definitely skyrocket. Whoosh whoosh. Sure enough, the swaying Ling Li's body gradually emitted a blood-like aura, and the tattoo on his chest also flickered. His eyes were as red as blood, his hair was as red as blood, and his fingernails became slender and sharp, as if he had turned from a human into a wolf. This is, Gu Tianxing said in surprise, the demonic emperor's bloodline? Jun Changshao tore off the blood vessel, and his expression also became serious. That guy seemed to have suddenly gone berserk, which was very similar to his bloodline. Don't misunderstand. The system immediately explained. Go Xing had previously fused with the demonic emperor's bloodline. Please don't imagine that he is related to the demonic emperor. Uncle. Jun Changshao said, how can an adopted son have the demonic emperor's bloodline? Anyone who survives the massacre and is adopted will be bestowed with the bloodline of the celestial devil emperor, Gu Tianxing explained. I see. Jun Changshao held his chin and said, so, he used his trump card? That's right. Gu Tianxing said in an unusually serious tone, although this child has only inherited a trace of the demonic emperor's bloodline, once awakened, his strength will increase tremendously. I'm afraid your disciple, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Ling Li's entire body seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Not only did he stop shaking, but he also straightened his back. His hair, eyes, eyebrows, and skin all turned blood red, looking very frightening. Remember, I am Ling Li, demonic emperor's adopted son. At this moment, the fully recovered Ling Li was even more arrogant than before, and the powerful aura he emitted made many top geniuses tremble in fear. Are you done? He Wudi said with an indifferent expression. Whoosh! Suddenly Ling Li turned into a red light and rushed over, shouting angrily, open your eyes and watch, and see who will abuse who in this battle. Whoosh whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! In an instant, a bloodthirsty wind swept up in the arena. He Wudi stood on the spot, his hair fluttering in the wind, and then, he turned his body sideways, clenched his right hand into a fist, and suddenly smashed down on the charging Ling Li. Boom! Ka ka ka! Ka 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 ka! The arena, which was reinforced by multiple arrays, collapsed instantly, and the surrounding ground spread out like a dense spider web, even extending to the spectator's stand, shocking the audience. Chapter 1813. The stage of the Galaxy Tournament had been reinforced by a professional array master, and the strength of the explosion was extremely high. However, just as Ling Li rushed over with a roar, the entire stage collapsed in an instant, and the cracks spread out to the spectators' stands. Shwa! Shwa! In an instant the audience all retreated, and the scene almost went out of control. Gu Tianxing stood up. He didn't want to hide, but he stared with wide eyes at the stage filled with air and dust, muttering, how is this possible? Pa Jun Changshao took out a lighter, lowered his head, and lit a cigar. Then, he blew out a smoke ring and smiled. Comfortable. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, a gust of wind blew through the venue, blowing away the air and dust. The situation inside was clear at a glance. He Wudi stood in place. His legs were spread apart, as if he was in a horse stance. His right fist pressed down, and the distance from the ground— oh no, there was no ground because the stage had fallen apart and there was a pit under his feet. Woody's style just now was dead fish eyes, but now it was a super-realistic style. His whole face was incomparably resolute, and there was no calmness or indifference. There was only one word to describe it: seriousness. Where was Lingley? The pit was 100 feet deep. His whole face was sunken in the mud, and the goosebumps on the back of his head were about to rush out from the inside. Schwa! Woody waved his hand, pulled him out, and raised him high. You're here to be abused. These few words were still very plain, but together with the current action, it could be called the best pretentious scene for a disciple of the sect of all times. Li Tian, who was lying on the ground, raised his camera with difficulty and pressed the shutter. Junior brother. Su Xiaoma and the others gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. Everyone knew Woody, and they also knew that Li Tian was abused, which made him very angry. However, they never thought that he would be so serious that he would kill his opponent with one punch, and after his opponent had used his trump card, when he was at his most confident. Lu Qianqian's abuse could only be considered physical abuse. Woody's abuse was not only physical abuse, but also psychological abuse. You activated your bloodline? You became stronger and more arrogant? One punch. Lie on the ground and don't move. It could be said that Woody's punch had displayed his own high profile. It was also the strongest and most satisfying punch he had made in the Star System tournament so far. Jun Changshao felt great. The readers also felt good. However, Lingley couldn't feel happy because after taking Solemn's punch, his confidence, his pride, and his persistence were all shattered. He couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Schwa! Woody casually threw the kid out. The referee quickly regained his senses and announced loudly, "The winner is Woody." Who? Jun Changshao took a few puffs of his cigar before leaning back on his chair and blowing out smoke rings. The most trusted disciple acted as me, but the most unreliable disciple didn't act as me. Seeing Lingley being carried away, Yi Xingqian was so angry that he performed a set of military boxing. Then, he rushed towards Woody, who was walking off the stage, and roared, "Why didn't you leave it for me?" Because. Woody stopped and said, "I am also a member of the sect of all times." These words made Yi Xingqian calm down. He turned around and said, "You and I will meet in the finals. We must treat each other seriously." Okay. Woody said. Yi Xingqian's lips curled up into a devilish smile. Buzz. Buzz. In front of the broken arena, dozens of array formation masters were repairing it. All the contestants looked at Woody with fear in their eyes. Without a doubt, Solemn's punch that instantly defeated Lingley made Go Xing, who had always pursued a low profile, the most handsome boy in the arena. Invincible. Jun Changshao clasped his hands together and said, as expected of the last disciple of the sect of all times. Perhaps everyone thought that closing the door was more like a joke. In fact, Woody's performance today perfectly explained what it meant to be a last disciple. Jun Patriarch. Gu Tianxing gave him a thumbs up and said, "Your disciple is too valiant." Woody had been slapped in the face again in the battle between Lingley and Lingley. Although it hurt, he was happy. After all, winning against the adopted son of the Sky Devil Emperor meant that his strength was tyrannical. He would definitely be able to get good results in the finals. Uncle Gu had previously thought that if the disciples of the sect of all times advanced to the finals, as long as they could get into the top 1,000, they would be able to cross the heavens. Now, he estimated that they would be in the top 100 or even the top 100. What made him so confident was that Lingley was the adopted son of the Sky Devil Emperor. If he could kill him with one punch, how could most of the opponents in the finals be able to fight against him? The sect of all times disciples' bullying of the wolves was over. However, the galaxy's main competition was not over yet. They still had to continue fighting. For now, after defeating the adopted son of the Sky Devil Emperor, the most threatening people on the field were Jian Xiaohong, Nangong Qingxian, and a few other top geniuses. On the other hand, the only eliminated disciples of the sect of all times were Li Tiantian, Su Xiaoma, and Lu Qianqian. The situation was very favorable to Go Xing. Nonsense. Next. The battle was very exciting. First of all, Jing Ji, who cleaned toilets for many years but never gave up on cultivation, was directly KO'd by Jian Xiaohong. Secondly, the toilet boss, Mao Xiaodao, was blasted out of the arena by the body cultivator genius. For a time, the disciples of the sect of all times were defeated one after another. Jun Changshao vomited blood and transfused blood at the same time. He almost fainted several times. It was not that Jing Ji and the others were deliberately acting as patriarch, but the contestants they faced were all top geniuses of the Tsangyun department. If they were competing in mecha operation and cleaning toilets faster, these two brothers would definitely win the competition. In any case, Jing Ji and Mao Xiaodao were considered first-generation disciples of the sect of all times. The second-generation disciples, Lin Yi Yifeng, and the others, because they entered the sect later, their skills were not as deep as the former. The subsequent rounds became more and more difficult, and in the end, they were inevitably eliminated. To this, Jun Changshao was very calm. The purpose of signing up the second-generation disciples to participate in the universe's holy war was to hone themselves, so it was reasonable for them to be eliminated. This failure is a learning experience for you. Jun Changshao comforted. When you go back, summarize more and cultivate diligently to make up for your shortcomings. Yes. Lin Yi and the others said. Jun Changshao looked at Jing Ji and Mao Xiaodao again. When you go back, continue to clean toilets for me. The time limit is 100 years. The two brothers looked at each other, like brothers in distress hugging each other and crying. Of course, at present, the most comfortable person was still Li Tiantian. With the defeat of the core disciples, inner disciples, and second-generation disciples, his mentality gradually recovered. Although I was the first to be defeated, there were still many of my fellow disciples accompanying me. I originally planned to use 3 to 5 chapters to describe how he slowly pulled himself together from his depression, and then his soul and mentality completely improved, but now it seemed that it was completely unnecessary. The competition was in full swing. Number 3 Xiao Ziji, Number 4 Tai Haoxia, come up! The referee shouted loudly. Xiao Ziji jumped onto the stage. His eyes flashed with passion, because the youth called Tai Haoxia was a very outstanding body cultivator. This battle, Jun Changshao said, it will definitely be filled with masculine energy. The system said, Lingli has been defeated. I guess the next chapter will be fast forward, otherwise, the comments section will be full of shui 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 shui. Chapter 1814. Tai Haoxia. It was the body cultivator who put down the stone and shook the ground. There were not many scenes of him fighting, and not many people paid attention to him, but Xiao Ziji was always paying attention to him. Similarly, Nangong Qingxian was also paying attention to Lu Qianqian. Unfortunately, the other party admitted defeat and did not have a chance to fight. The battle between Xiao Ziji and Tai Haoxia began. The two of them did not have fancy martial arts, nor did they have gorgeous body technique. What they had was only the body fighting at its peak, so their fight was particularly powerful and full of masculinity. In the Dragon and Tiger Hegemony competition, Xiao Ziji and Zhao Dezhuang once fought. It was also a duel between body cultivators, so the scene was too lazy to be written. Everyone could use their imagination to fill in the gap. Of course, it was necessary to say it. The battle scene of the geniuses of the upper universe would definitely be more exciting. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The shadows of fists and kicks filled the air, and the battle became more and more intense. The two outstanding body cultivators wrestled with each other. Even the sweat that dripped from their bodies was filled with masculine energy. He still remembered that the fans of the geniuses often said, "Do you know how hard my idol works?" In fact, Xiao Ziji and Tai Haoxiao were the real hard-working ones. They did not have a handsome appearance, nor a charming smile, but every time they fought, every collision was full of the most masculine side. Of course, this was an era that looked at faces, but the strong ones who were full of masculinity and acting skills were still respected by the world. Cultivating with a high fever of 90 degrees. Still persisting in cultivation with a broken leg. Xiao Ziji and Tai Haoxia could really do it. In a battle between body cultivators, the winner and loser depended on who could not hold on and who was the first to be exhausted. Obviously, Xiao Ziji was better in this aspect. After all, as a member of the sect of all times, he had many ways to torture himself. So, after a few hours of fierce fighting, from day to night, and from night to morning, when the fighting stage collapsed beyond recognition, Tai Haoxia sat down weakly and said, "You won." He had no strength left. On the other hand, Xiao Ziji's eyes were burning, and his fighting spirit did not retreat at all. He said, "I haven't fought enough." Tai Haoxia's mouth twitched. Ever since he was young, he had undergone extremely strict physical cultivation training. He didn't expect that there would always be someone better than him. He had met an even stronger physical cultivation expert. If there's a chance," Tai Haoxia said with difficulty, "I hope we can meet again in the finals." It didn't matter if they lost one match, because they could still participate in the losers' competition. As long as they could squeeze into the top 20, they could still represent the Blue Cloud Department to participate in the Universe Sacred War Finals. Yeah! Jing Ji and Mao Xiaodao, who were hugging each other, became spirited and said, "We can fight in the revival match. We will still have the chance to clear our names." However, thinking about how eldest senior sister, third junior brother, Zhou Hong, and the rest of their fellow disciples were in the losers group, they immediately hugged each other and cried, "I don't think there's much hope. The winner is Xiao Ziji." The referee announced loudly. Jun Changshao was not surprised by this result at all. He calmly sat down and waited for the other matches to end before continuing to draw lots to choose his opponent. For now, there weren't many participants left in the arena, and the top 10 would be decided soon. The participants in the sect of all times were He Wudi, Yi Xingchen, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, Li Fei, Tianqi, and the others. The number was still acceptable. Not bad. We should be able to exceed the quota. Jun Changshao was very pleased. Luckily, he had signed up so many disciples on a whim. Otherwise, if he had sent a few disciples, there would have been no spots left. The sect of all times had many matches, so the chances of them being drawn increased greatly. For example, in the next round, Song Xianzhou would be paired with Long Xiang, and Yang Yuhua would be paired with Ling Yuanxu. F***ck. Jun Changshao stood up and roared, "Shady!" 4 disciples were paired together, which meant that 2 of them had to be eliminated. He couldn't accept this, and even suspected that the officials were manipulating things behind the scenes. Gu Tianxing pressed him back into his seat and said, "The Universe Sacred War is very sacred, there won't be any shady deals." "Impossible," Jun Changshao said. "As long as it's a competition, there will definitely be shady deals. Maybe Spinach is manipulating things behind the scenes." Gu Tianxing was speechless. There were only 100 or so contestants left, and your disciples alone took up 20% of the spot. It was normal for them to be paired together. Sigh. No wonder Go Xing. It was mainly because Su Xiaoma and Lu Qianqian had put on an illusion. As long as it wasn't beneficial to the sect, they would suspect that someone was deliberately framing them. The 4 sect of all times disciples went up one after another. They didn't use rock paper scissors to decide the winner. Instead, they fought seriously. The winners were Long Xiang and Ling Yuanxu. The Sect of All Time's female disciples were quite impressive, because Mu Honglian also won and entered the next round. Reader, if you say another familiar female disciple's name, I'll give you a vote immediately. Boom. At this time, a loud explosion came from another arena. The referee hurriedly raised his hand and announced, "The winner is Yao Menjing." The competition continued. The number of contestants continued to decrease until there were only 20 left. The Sect of All Times had advanced to the next round. Li Qingyang, He Wudi, Yi Xingchen, Xiao Ziji, Li Fei, Long Ziang, Ling Yuanxue, Mu Honglian, and Yao Menjing. The disciples who weren't mentioned and were in the top 45 were either defeated by top geniuses or by fellow disciples. The corner of Gu Tianxing's mouth twitched. It was almost time to decide the rankings, and there were still 9 people in the Sect of All Times. No, there were actually 10 people, because there was still Gu Zhaoxi. This little guy who looked like he was only in his teens made it to the top 20 without showing anything in the eyes of the audience. Jun Changshao became particularly nervous. At present, as long as the draw was reasonable, the disciples could completely avoid the internal battle. The winner would obtain 10 tickets to the Holy War, which was equivalent to completing the epic mission 5 times more than usual. "Contestants, please draw your lots," the referee shouted. Jade Emperor Buddha, Tathagata Buddha, Taishang Laojun, Guanyin Bodhisattva, please bless us. Jun Changshao put his hands together and turned into a devout believer as he prayed. Number 1, Yao Menjing. Number 2, Nangong Qingxian. Number 3, He Wudi. Number 4, Jian Xiaohong. Number 5, Xiao Ziji. Number 6, Yi Xingchen. When Jun Changshao heard number 5 and number 6, he collapsed on the spot. How can these two good friends be placed together? Number 7, Li Fei. Number 8, Long Ziang. F***CK. Jun Changshao held his head and said, "It's another group." Number 10, Li Qingyang. Number 11, Long Ziang. Go Xing collapsed on the chair. Number 12, Mu Honglian. Number 13, XXX. Number 14, XXXX. Number 15, Ling Yuanxue. Number 19, Gu Zhaoxi. Number 20, XXX. When the referee finished calling out the contestant numbers, except for Nangong Qingxian and Jian Xiaohong, the other top geniuses didn't even deserve to have their names. Even if they were given a Doraemon character, it would be fine for him to meet Night Emperor. Looking at the overall matchup, Jun Changshao was quite satisfied. As long as the disciples won, they would at least get 7 tickets to the Holy War. Babies. Go Leftovers stood up and said loudly, "Get serious. P.S. I have already hinted in the text, you know." Chapter 18:15. The interstellar tournament had reached a critical moment. Jun Changshao's first wish was not for his disciples to win the championship, but for them to enter the top 10 and obtain more tickets to enter the Holy War. This way, he could complete the epic mission. To put it bluntly, Go Xing did not want to be stuck. He wanted to enter the divine realm. Based on the current allocation, there were 2 groups in the Sect's internal battle. They had already obtained 2 tickets, but it was not enough. He was greedy and wanted more. After all, the reward for exceeding the quota was more abundant. Number 1 Yao Menjing, Number 2 Nangong Qingxian, fight! The referee shouted. Whoosh, whoosh. Yao Menjing and Nangong Qingxian flew up. This Daoyuan Sect's eldest disciple was still the same. He always had a smile on his face. He was obviously an ice cultivator, but he did not make people feel cold. Humph. Yao Menjing rolled her eyes and said, "From the moment you entered the arena, you have been peeping at eldest senior sister. Shameless." Nangong Qingxian was speechless. That's right, he was observing Lu Qianqian, but it was only because they were both ice cultivators. Mississippi, Nangong Qingxian said, "You misunderstood. I'm warning you." Yao Menjing glared at him and said, "Don't have any improper thoughts about eldest senior sister. Nangong Qingxian was depressed. In this woman's eyes, he was a lecher who coveted beauty? Tch. On the spectator's stand, the Daoyuan sect's disciples were unhappy. My eldest senior brother is the strongest disciple in the history of the Daoyuan sect. The girls who are infatuated with him can line up to the foot of the mountain. Why would he care about a female disciple of the sect of all times? Yao Menjing waved her hand and said, "Let's start." "Excuse me." Nangong Qingxian was still very polite. However, after saying this, the smile on his face was replaced by seriousness. He immediately waved his sleeves and instantly condensed sharp icicles. Whoosh, whoosh. The cold light flickered and burst forth. Whoosh whoosh. When Nangong Qingxian made his move, an icy aura filled the entire stage. The ground was quickly covered with a layer of ice. This was the most common tactic used by ice elementalists to seal off the field. It would bring negative effects to the opponent. Pung pung pung. Yao Menjing, who was in the ice rink, didn't care at all. She poured her monstrous demonic aura into her fist, breaking all the icicles that were attacking her. She smiled and said, "Your cold aura is far inferior to my eldest senior sister's." "Really?" Nangong Qingxian smiled as he raised his right hand and made a gesture in the air. "Combine." Ka ka ka. Ka 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 ka. In an instant, the layer of ice on the ground seemed to have been lifted up by a shovel. It quickly closed in on Yao Menjing, forming a cage-like layer of ice. Boom! Boom! Yao Menjing gathered her magic power and bombarded the ice that was spreading from all directions. However, she was still helpless and was finally trapped in it. "It's over," the Daoyuan sect disciple said excitedly. As far as they knew, as long as their eldest senior brother's cage of extreme frost was able to bind the target, there was no possibility of it being broken through. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. Whoosh! On the stage, Yao Menjing broke out of the ice and floated to the ground. Her body was surrounded by a majestic demonic aura. Her originally clear eyes had become abnormally coquettish at this moment. Demonic cultivator? Nangong Qingxian frowned. Huh! Gu Tianqing fell into deep thought and said, "Could this girl be a descendant of the demonic clan?" Jun Changshao was stunned and said, "Uncle has also heard of the demonic clan? This is an ancient clan that was extremely prosperous hundreds of thousands of years ago. Later, for some unknown reason, it suddenly collapsed and fell into decline," Gu Tianqing said. "No wonder." Jun Changshao suddenly understood. In fact, he had always been puzzled. That was, why did the demonic clan in the upper realm have such superb forging and alchemy skills? Now that he heard Gu Tianqing's words, he understood that his predecessor was once a powerful clan. Speaking of which, Jun Changshao looked up at the sky and said, "Is the demonic ancestor still alive?" Perhaps everyone had forgotten this person. It was necessary to remind them that the innate saint demonic body that Yao Menjing inherited was his, the million demon army in the eternal world was his, and Yi Xingchen's perfect body was his. That's right. He was the ancestor who gave away wealth. Previously, he was embarrassed by Jun Changshao. His soul broke free and merged into the universe's starry sky. Coincidentally, he was caught by the people of the star spirit world and placed in a physical body. He thought that the king had returned, but he was beaten away and there was no news of him since. "He should be in the star spirit world," Goshing said. "I will definitely go to this world, so there will be a day when we meet again." Boom! Boom! The sound of the battle on the stage pulled him back to reality. He looked over and saw Yao Menjing unleashing her innate saint demonic body. She turned from a pure girl into a cold demon and launched a devastating attack. Nangong Qingxian frequently dodged and seemed to be at ease, but he became more and more embarrassed. He was very depressed, because the condensed ice rink had no effect on Yao Menjing. The male disciples of the sect of all times didn't have much contact with their eldest senior sister. Female disciples like Lu Wanshi and Ling Yuanxue were together almost every few days, so they were considered experienced in the battlefield. What's more, Lu Qianqian wasn't as cold as before. Occasionally, she would teach her junior sister as a senior sister. Yao Menjing benefited the most. He even went to Bing Zhongtian to find her. After a while, her resistance to the ice attribute naturally increased. Simply put, after spending a long time with Lu Qianqian, her ice attribute and resistance naturally increased. If the Sect of All Times disciples' attribute pane was opened, they would all have ice resistance plus 20%. Yao Menjing, who had more contact with their eldest senior sister, would have at least plus 50%. At the bottom of the attribute pane, there was a special attribute called Face that increased by 100%. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yao Menjing turned into a demon and monstrous demonic energy condensed into a giant. She chased after Nangong Qingxian and hammered him until he kept retreating. Finally, he left the stage. The Daoyuan sect disciples who came to cheer all collapsed. Our sect's most outstanding disciple actually lost to this little demon and didn't even enter the top 10. Swoosh! Gu Tianxing sat down. His eyes were a bit dull. As the most popular contestant to win the interstellar tournament, Nangong Qingxian was actually defeated by a female disciple of the Sect of All Times. Gu Tianxing thought highly of He Wudi, and also thought highly of Yi Xingchen. He thought that they could smoothly enter the top 10, but he never expected that Yao Menjing, who didn't show her strength, would be so strong. Monster. A group of monsters. After the first round ended, the second round continued. He Wudi and Jian Xiaohong went up the stage. As the referee shouted for the start of the match, he immediately announced, "The winner is He Wudi." Finished? Finished. Damn it. Jian Xiaohong rubbed her left shoulder that was hit and stomped her feet. I haven't even used my sword move. Why did he attack? He Wudi was speechless. Senior brother Zhou has a problem with his brain. He had to wait for you to use your move. I'm not that stupid. Whoosh. After the referee announced the result, Jun Chongshao leaned back in his chair and looked up at the sky. He found that the sky was wider and bluer, so he put his hand on his face and laughed strangely. Yao Menjing and He Wudi advancing meant that they had 2 tickets to win. It meant that they met the minimum requirement to complete the epic mission. Chapter 1816. The 2 famous top geniuses of the Blue Cloud sect were both defeated, and the entire venue instantly quieted down. Sigh. Nangong Qingxian shook his head. He already treated the disciples of the Sect of All Times very seriously. He even made up his mind that if he encountered either Yi Xingchen or He Wudi, he must be 120% alert. In the end, he thought too much. He couldn't even beat their junior sister. Forget it. Nangong Qingxian looked at Lu Qianqian, who was standing like a winter plum, and said, "I can go to the losers group and fight with her." Hey. Jian Xiaohong didn't seem to care about losing the match. She walked to Zhou Hong with her hands behind her back and blinked. "We might be able to fight again." Zhou Hong closed his eyes and didn't say anything. Blockhead. Jian Xiaohong whispered and then sat on the stage next to him. She looked at Yi Xingchen and Xiao Ziji and said, "Who will win?" The audience was also thinking. Yi Xingchen gave everyone the feeling that he was a sharp spear. Wherever he passed, there was nothing he couldn't overcome. Xiao Ziji gave everyone the feeling that he was a thick shield. He stood in place and was as steady as a rock. This battle between spear and shield would be wonderful. Phew. After going on stage, Xiao Ziji took a deep breath and then said, "Junior brother Yi, how about I take the initiative to admit defeat?" Fellow disciples meeting. One of them would be eliminated. He hoped that his junior brother would advance. However, Yi Xingchen coldly replied, "You are humiliating me." As a proud man, he would never allow others to go easy on him. He would rely on his own ability to win every match. Understood. Xiao Ziji tied up his hair and special effects appeared on the back of his hand. Soon, he was enveloped by a futuristic mecha. Shwa. Heavy machine guns, Gatling guns, rocket launchers and other firearms were set up. At this moment, Xiao Ziji had a very serious appearance. Bang! Yi Xingqian raised his hand and the sky piercer fell to the ground. Whoosh whoosh! The explosion of air filled the entire venue. When it gradually dispersed, a mighty crimson warhorse raised its head and neighed. Knight Emperor, who was riding on top of it, was clad in battle armor. He held the heavenly halberd with one hand and raised it up. A mighty aura instantly filled the entire venue. "They are all serious," Li Qingyang said. Up until now, the two junior brothers had been fighting barehanded. Now that they had used special text effects at the beginning of the match, it was definitely a match that surpassed the Sect's sparring. Jun Changshao was also interested. The two disciples represented the spear and the shield. Although they had been doing missions all the time, they had never seen a fight before. Hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo! On the stage, Yi Xingqian was as sharp as a spear, while Xiao Ziji was as sturdy as a shield. If he didn't write a chapter, he would be letting down the two powerful auras and atmosphere. The referee raised his hand and blew the whistle. Begin. Who? As soon as he finished speaking, the sharp and sturdy aura collided first, and the resulting aftershock instantly swept him away. He howled in the air, "I shouldn't have come up." Hiss! The red hair let out a long neigh. Yi Xingqian held the halberd and rushed over. Hoo-hoo! The wind howled and was as sharp as a knife. The fully armed Xiao Ziji grabbed the Gatling gun with both hands. After a simple lock, the gun's muzzle flashed with blue light, and bullets flew out like a torrential rain. Da-da-da! Da-da-da! Xiao! The red hair moved like a snake and rushed over from the rain of bullets. The heavenly halberd gathered a powerful force and fiercely stabbed over. Xiao Ziji hurriedly retracted his spear and placed the flowing light shield in front of him. Boom! The moment the halberd and shield collided, visible energy ripples quickly spread from the stage. The space was stirred up and distorted. At this moment, someone would ask, "Did the empty bullets affect the spectator's stand?" Don't worry. There was an array formation protecting the area. Although there were dents caused by the stray bullets, it should be able to hold on for a while. Da-da-da! After taking the heavenly halberd's attack head-on, Xiao Ziji raised his shield and retreated until he was a few meters away. He grinned and said, "Strong." Xiao. Right at this moment, Yi Xingqian leaped up from the red hair horse, and like a demonic god, he charged towards them. Xiao Ziji hurriedly raised his shield to block. Boom! Ka-ka-ka! The heavenly halberd hit the flowing light shield. The powerful force pressed down on the ground like a wave, causing the surrounding stone slabs to crack quickly. The entire stage couldn't bear the force and collapsed. Damn! The audience was shocked. So exciting? At the beginning, they guessed that since they were both disciples of the Sect of all times, they might go easy on each other. But they didn't expect the two to fight for real. Gu Tianxing shook his head and said, "There's no need for that." Since they were all from the same sect, it was destined that someone would successfully advance to the top 10. There was still a competition later, and they still had to fight for the championship. If they didn't conserve their strength to fight the other contestants, it would be stupid. Jun Changshao didn't say anything. In fact, he was watching with great interest. Nangong Qingxian and Jian Xiaohong had already lost. There was only a group of geniuses left that didn't deserve to be named. The championship would definitely not run away. So, the disciples could play however they wanted. As long as they were happy. Boom! Boom! On the shattered fighting stage, two kinds of auras, sharp and strong, crazily exploded. Yi Xingqian and Xiao Ziji, one holding a halberd and the other holding a shield, sometimes fought in close quarters, sometimes collided with each other while moving at high speed, and sometimes flew up to the sky to fight crazily. The flames were everywhere, and the colors were peerless. It was hard on the cameraman. He had to carry his camera and run around. This scene couldn't help but make people think of track and field athlete. In order to pursue a first-person view, the cameraman carried his camera and ran faster than the athlete. 10 minutes later, Yi Xingchen and Xiao Ziji were still fighting. 30 minutes later, Yi Xingchen and Xiao Ziji were still fighting. Everyone did not even blink, afraid that they would miss the exciting scene. Although Lu Qianqian and He Wudi's abuse of Lingli was satisfying, it was not exciting at all. The battle between the two Sect of all times disciples could be said to be the most exciting battle so far. No matter how intense the battle was, it would eventually come to an end, just like how the strongest Sect of all time would eventually come to an end. Sooner or later, they would see the door engraved with the words "Unyielding Iron Bones" slowly close, and Jun Changshao and his disciples standing inside, waving goodbye to everyone. "Thank you for your help. See you in the martial arts world." Boom! A loud bang pulled the author, who had sunk into sadness, back to reality. He continued to type on the keyboard and write Yi Xingchen. The red hair raised its head and neighed. Xiao Ziji was lying on the ground. The mecha on his body gradually faded away, and his face showed signs of weakness. He was tired. He had no energy left. "It's finally over." Only then did everyone sit down and savor the aftertaste. If one were to use a single word to describe the battle just now, it would definitely be satisfying. The winner is Yi Xingchen. After the referee announced it, Yi Xingchen walked out of the broken arena, stopped in front of Xiao Ziji, and reached out his hand. Xiao Ziji raised his hand and stood up. Just as the two of them clasped their hands and looked like they were supporting each other from the same sect, Li Tiantian once again raised his camera with difficulty and pressed the shutter. He was fully prepared to use the photos to make memories in the future. Number 7 Li Fei, number 8 Long Xiang. The winner is Li Fei. Number 10 Li Qingyang, number 11 Shangguan Wan. The winner is Li Qingyang. Number 12 Mu Honglian, number 13 Su Lai. The winner is Mu Honglian. Number 14 Garin, number 15 Ling Yuanxue. The winner is Ling Yuanxue. Number 19 Gu Zhaoxi, number 20 Yasuo. The winner is Gu Zhaoxi. As the battles continued, the disciples of the Sect of all times won their respective opponents. Including Yao Menjing, He Wudi, and Yi Xingchen, a total of 8 people took the top 10 places. As for the remaining 2 contestants, Luban number 7 and Timo, they were hiding in the corner, trembling. Swoosh! The disciples of the Sect of all times turned their heads in unison. Their bodies had turned black, leaving only a pair of red eyes, staring at the 2 pitiful people like demons. "Woo, I want to go back to the Valoran continent. Woo, I want to go back to the King's mainland." Chapter 1817. 8 out of the top 10 in the Galaxy Main Tournament were members of the Sect of all times. This meant that they had obtained 8 tickets to enter the Sacred War. As a result, Jun Changshao was so excited that he was about to faint from fainting. The requirement for the epic mission was 2 tickets. Now that it was 4 times higher than the minimum, there would definitely be more rewards. Let's end this quickly. Jun Changshao was no longer hoping to win the championship. He only hoped that the Galaxy Main Tournament would end quickly so that he could complete the epic mission and break through to the Prophet Realm. He had not experienced the thrill of leveling up for a long time. He missed it very much. "Nephew," Gu Tianxing smiled. "You've brought me too many surprises." 8 out of the top 10 contestants representing the Crossing Heaven domain were in the top 10. His son was one of them. He would definitely be overjoyed. Uncle Gu was already thinking that once the news spread to the Crossing Heaven domain, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Of course, even if it was already a huge commotion, the audience from different dimensions were all discussing. They were all deeply shocked. It was not that there were no disciples from the same sect who had advanced in the Universe Holy War Galaxy Main Tournament. However, 7 people had entered at once. This was a new record. It's about time. Gu Zhaoxi stood up. Although he was not tall, he attracted everyone's attention because he had just defeated his opponent. Shua. Under everyone's gaze, Gu Zhaoxi took off his jacket and revealed his Sect of all time's high-ranking uniform. Then, he elegantly put on the cape with the word, Ancient, engraved on it. The 2 words shone brightly under the sunlight. Once again, it shocked all the martial artists present. Alliance leader Gu's son, an expert, said in disbelief. He's also from the Sect of all times. Exactly. Out of the 10 tickets, the Sect of all times took 8. If that Lu Qianqian didn't admit defeat on purpose, if that Su Xiaoma held on for a while longer, no one dared to think about it anymore. Because once they thought about it, they would think of the Sect of all times. That would definitely be more shocking than now. It would be even more record-breaking. While the audience was still in shock, the camera zoomed in on He Wudi, Li Qingyang, and the others. They were either standing proudly, leaning against the corners of the walls, or sitting on the platform. All of them had indifferent smiles on the corners of their mouths, and the unyielding auras they emanated grew stronger. Sect Master Wang. Jun Changshao looked up at the sky and thought to himself, will this sect do as you wish? If sect leader Wang's spirit was in heaven, he would never have thought that the Iron Bone Sword sect, a secluded sect that was once despised, would stand proudly in the highest standard competition in the upper universe and become an existence that the world would respect with awe and veneration. The competition wasn't over yet. Why did it feel like they had won the championship? Actually, the championship was already in their hands. The remaining number 7 Luban and Timo were like 2 sheep that had fallen into a tiger's den. What awaited them was, boom, boom. The next round of battle began. Although Yi Xingqian had fought a fierce battle with Xiao Zuiji and used up a lot of energy, he was still full of energy. He grabbed Timo and gave him a good beating, until Timo shouted that he wanted to surrender. Number 7 Luban was in the same boat. As 2 existences that must die in the Valoran continent and the King's mainland, it was a miracle that they could make it into the top 10. Therefore, when they were surrounded by the disciples of the Sect of all times, their good days came to an end. Of course, the 2 pitiful bystanders had lost the competition, but it didn't mean that the competition was over, because there was still the finals. As expected, He Wudi versus Yi Xingqian. Thud. Knight Emperor was the first to land on the platform. He pointed proudly at He Wudi and said, "Come, let's fight." He Wudi walked up listlessly. Since he had made it into the top 10, it didn't matter whether he won or lost. Therefore, he decided to put on a show and give the championship to Brother Yi. "I hope so," Yi Xingqian said. "You can use the method you used to deal with Lingli." He Wudi looked at him and saw the seriousness in his eyes. He saw the desire to pursue the ultimate battle, so he stroked his messy hair and said solemnly, "As you wish. Let the battle begin." The referee, who was covered in bandages, shouted from afar. As soon as he finished speaking, he ran outside. When he looked back, he saw the 2 contestants exploding their cultivation and colliding with each other, creating a terrifying shockwave. He cried out in despair, "I won't be a referee anymore." Boom! The crowd completely ignored the referee, who crashed into the outer wall. They looked at the platform intently, guessing that the finals would be exciting. But in reality, when He Wudi was serious, it was really terrifying. So much so that when Yi Xingqian was about to make a move, he saw his opponent suddenly approaching and punching him in an instant. Movement, power. It was exactly as he had wished. Boom! The platform exploded again, and the ground caved in instantly. The same explosion, the same effect, happened again in the finals. Everyone looked over with wide eyes. They saw a figure slowly walking out of the dust-filled area. Who was it? Yi Xingqian. He stopped outside the platform and kept his head down. White foam flowed out of his mouth. In the end, he couldn't stabilize his body and fell to the ground. Before he fainted, he howled in his heart, "He's too serious." Reader, is it because he can't afford to play? Whoosh! The wind blew, blowing away the dust. Wudi stood on the broken platform and looked at Yi Xingqian, who had fainted outside. He scratched his head and said, "I hit him a little too hard." Songyun Systems champion, Sect of all times disciple, Wudi. The substitute referee announced loudly. Ding. Epic level mission completed. Ding. Epic level mission beginning. Now that the champion had been decided, a system notification popped up. Lord Chongshao once again covered his face and let out a strange cackle that only villains would have. "Nephew." Gu Tianxing asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Jun Chongshao was overjoyed. "I just want to sing loudly." Gu Tianxing smiled. "Your disciple won the championship and has so many tickets to the finals. It's indeed a happy thing. Sing if you want to. No one will laugh at you." Cough. Jun Chongshao moistened his throat and stood on the platform. He put his hands on his hips and sang loudly. Mr. Gu was right. His disciple was so happy that no one would laugh at him for winning the championship, because as soon as Go Xing opened his mouth, the audience collapsed in their chairs, bleeding from their orifices. They foamed at the mouth and fainted. Gu Tianxing leaned on his chair. When he heard the high notes again, he spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly slid to the ground. His legs and hands were still trembling. Ding. Epic level mission completed. Ding. Your disciple has successfully obtained 82 tickets to the Holy War and met the requirement. Epic level mission completed. Completion rate, 400%. Host receives 20,000 reputation points. Ding. Sect reputation points, 26,000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the first epic level mission in the upper universe. You have obtained the right to purchase the Supreme Destiny Secret Realm X1. Jun Chongshao listened quietly. When he did not hear anything, he was stunned. That's it? An epic level mission with 400% completion was only rewarded with one secret realm? And he had to spend money to buy it? Was there any justice in this world? Was there any law? Phew. When Go Xing collapsed, a terrifying force that seemed to come from the depths of the universe rushed into his Baihui and Huitong acupoints. It instantly occupied his entire body, including his dantian, mind, and consciousness. Chapter 1818. Jun Chongshao, who was conflicted over the reward of only one arcane realm, was suddenly enveloped by a powerful aura. This power could be said to be an attribute, psionic energy, or the profound meaning of martial arts. In short, Taishan was amazing. It was incredible. At that moment, Jun Chongshao was in a gorgeous environment. His soul and thoughts were slowly sublimating. Obviously, after completing the epic mission, he was finally going to enter the divine legacy state. The powerhouses of the upper universe might not even be able to comprehend it in their lifetime. However, Jun Chongshao broke through by completing missions. It was really enviable. The powerful aura poured into his body, driving his meridians and true spirit power to sublimating. The process was too comfortable. Jun Chongshao leaned back in his chair and hummed unconsciously. Seeing this, Gu Tianxing almost punched him in the face. No. This kid seemed to be whoosh. At this moment, a majestic airwave suddenly exploded around Jun Chongshao. If Mr. Gu had not noticed it in time and stabilized his body in advance, he would have been blown away. It's him. He's going to advance. Because he was the closest, Gu Tianxing felt the aura released. His eyes widened in shock. It was understandable for a martial artist to advance. However, to suddenly break through during the galactic competition seemed a little too casual. Gu Tianxing recalled the situation when he advanced back then. When he realized that he was about to enter the divine legacy state, he prepared for several years in advance. For this reason, He chose many places with good feng shui and invited many friends and family to cheer him on. Breaking through to the divine legacy state was a very sacred thing. Any powerhouse would treat it seriously. Unlike Jun Changshao, he broke through in the middle of a competition. He did not give the highest realm of the upper universe any respect at all. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh. Majestic airwaves surged out without restraint and soon filled the entire venue. Soon, they filled the entire dimension and spread toward the endless universe. Roar roar. The demon beasts in the dimension where the competition was held roared in unison. There was absolute respect in their eyes, as if they were cheering for the powerhouse who was about to be born. What's going on? Someone is going to advance. Isn't this a bit too much? Could it be the martial artists in the venue were the closest to the point of explosion? They forcefully stabilized their bodies and ignored their hair being blown around. They tried their best to lock onto Jun Changshao and exclaimed in unison, "Heavenly secret realm. Patriarch is about to break through?" He woody asked. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others smiled brightly. Junior brother, he had become the champion of the main competition, and Patriarch was about to enter the heavenly secret stage. Good things came in pairs. Swish. At this moment, Jun Changshao disappeared into thin air. Where is he? Gu Tianxing hurriedly released his spiritual senses, but he couldn't find Go Xing. He even discovered that the disciples of the Sect of all times and his son were missing. Because of Jun Changxiao's disappearance, the warrior who was about to seize the chance to comprehend his power Upanishad collapsed. Why is he gone? Eternal world. A majestic aura emerged and instantly enveloped the entire plane. What's going on? The martial artists from various clans looked up at the visible heaven and earth attributes in the sky. They were all shocked. Soon, they discovered that Jun Changshao had his eyes closed and his hands behind his back. He was like a god standing on top of a mountain. The aura released when one entered the heavenly secret realm contained all kinds of martial arts Upanishads, which could be comprehended by martial artists. Go Xing entered the eternal world as soon as possible. The creatures living here realized it. They all sat cross-legged on the ground and madly absorbed the heaven and earth attributes around them. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After a while, many card warriors successfully entered a new realm after comprehending the heavenly secret aura. Because there were too many creatures and too many realm breakthroughs, the heaven and earth attributes in the air of the entire eternal world became stronger and stronger. The aura released by the advancement gradually merged with the trees, rocks, and soil, and subtly improved the ecological environment of the plane. Martial artists relied on the heaven and earth attributes to advance. The aura released after their breakthrough could also nourish the plane. This was the balance of heaven and earth. Therefore, martial artists couldn't leave the plane, and the plane couldn't leave martial artists. Whether they could become stronger or not depended on their cooperation. Got it. Yi Xingchen lay on the ground, his eyes shining with excitement. From the heavenly secret aura released by the Patriarch, he saw the opportunity to enter the half-step realm. Although it was insignificant, it opened a door to a higher realm. Su Xiaoma, Xiao Ziji, and others more or less gained something. However, there was a door. Whether they could cross it or not depended on their own luck. Jun Changshao, who stood proudly on top of the mountain, was still releasing the majestic heavenly secret aura, which benefited all creatures in the eternal world. Although it couldn't help them break through, the overall strength of the plane was definitely higher than before. Even more, many babies born at this juncture were extraordinarily talented. If one had to describe the situation at this moment, it was really a case of, when a man achieves the Tao, all his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Old man. In the extreme cave residence, Masato Kitano said with emotion, "Your disciple is going to ascend to heaven. It's my honor to have him as my disciple." Genren Tongu said. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The heavenly secret aura kept emerging, and creatures in the eternal world benefited a lot. However, after a few hours, the heavenly secret aura gradually weakened and dissipated between heaven and earth. It's not satisfying. People were still unsatisfied. They looked up at the top of the mountain. Jun Changshao stood proudly, with his hands behind his back and his eyes closed. He changed. He changed. He was obviously far away from everyone, but he seemed to be right in front of them. Even his hair fluttering in the wind seemed to contain some martial arts mystery. A clan priest knelt on the ground and shouted, "This is God!" Plop! Plop! The clansmen knelt down and turned into devout believers. Swish! After a long time, Jun Changshao opened his eyes. The light in his eyes seemed to contain the heavenly secret aura. Congratulations, Patriarch! Peek into the heavenly secret! The disciples of the sect of all times shouted loudly, cultured and virtuous, he will benefit the common people and live as long as the heavens. Their voices shook heaven and earth and broke through the universe. Swish! Jun Changshao waved his hand and called Rose of Flowers, who was in the sect, over. Then, he hugged her around his waist. When Li Qingyang broke through to the half-step heavenly secret realm, he did something similar. Could it be that Go Xing, who peeked into the heavenly secret realm, had his EQ skyrocketed? Was he going to do something that even readers would not dare to imagine in front of the world? Me. Jun Changshao leaned his face over. Rose of Flowers, who was held by his wrist, blushed instantly. She lowered her head shyly and said, "So many people are watching. Is it appropriate? Am I handsome?" Jun Changshao said this sentence very seriously, without any playfulness. Rose of Flowers was silent. She thought that her husband was going to kiss his fiancée in public like his second disciple. She never thought that he would ask her if she was handsome. Shameless. I like it. Handsome. Rose of Flowers smiled. But, she added, if you shave your hair, you should be even more handsome. Is that so? With a thought, Jun Changshao's lush hair disappeared, and his head became shiny. Handsome, 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 Rose of Flowers said happily. Swish. At this time, Jun Changshao's thoughts moved again, and his bald head was covered by his black hair again. It could be said that his hair reached his waist. It was just right to marry you, Rose of Flowers said in surprise. After breaking through to the heavenly secret realm, you can control the growth of your hair? That's right. Amazing. Jun Changshao's face was full of pride. After entering the heavenly secret realm, shouldn't they pay attention to how strong you are? Why are they paying attention to your hair? Even if it can grow, what's there to be proud of? The system could not help but roar. Chapter 1819. After breaking through to the divine secret realm, Jun Changshao had mastered a higher level of the law of heaven and earth. His hair could stretch and contract freely. When he ascended to the upper world to study the creation of heaven and earth formation, he suffered from the sequela of hair loss. Until now, he had been relying on hair growth agents or wigs. Now, this difficult problem was solved after he entered the divine secret realm. He didn't have to worry about hair loss anymore. He didn't have to wear a wig anymore. With a thought, long hair to the waist, will you marry me? With a thought, a buzz cut and a back, he had everything. At that moment, Jun Changshao couldn't help but want to sing at the top of his lungs. The mountains seemed even taller, and the water seemed even clearer. The host's focus is different from others. The system complained, I'm convinced. Whoosh. At that moment, Jun Changshao disappeared from the eternal world. After he left, many people were still immersed in the enlightenment. Although some warriors didn't break through, they would definitely benefit from the enlightenment. It was only a matter of time before they broke through to the next realm. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the galactic main competition hall, when Jun Changshao returned with his disciples, there was no one in the spectator seats. Where is he? Go Leftover said blankly. He Woody reminded him, Patriarch, we've been in the eternal world for most of the day. It took a few hours to break through to the divine secret realm. The finals outside had already been decided. Since they couldn't find him, they naturally dispersed. Jun Changshao was speechless. I wanted to come out and show off. Brat. At that moment, Gu Tianqing flew over and said, "Where did you go, uncle?" Jun Changshao was immediately energized and said, "Is my hairstyle handsome?" As he spoke, his hair changed from short to long, from perm to dyed, from 30 to 70 parting to neat bangs. He could change the shape at will. "Handsome my ass." Gu Tianqing's white hair suddenly exploded. He said proudly, "This is handsome." "Damn." Jun Changshao said in surprise, "Handsome indeed. Only a good hairstyle can show a man's charm. You're still too young. You have to learn more in the future." "Uncle is right. Come, let me show you another one." The two of them seemed to have found a common topic. They discussed from hairstyle to maintenance, and from maintenance to nursing care. The system could not help but roar. Is it true that every divine arcanum cultivator does not care about their strength, but only their hairstyle? The finals were over. As Jun Changshao and his disciples had suddenly left the arena, Gu Tianqing received the champion's reward on behalf of Jun Changshao. The rewards were quite generous as well, with 1,000,000 high-quality spirit stones. For Jun Changshao, who owned the eternal world, these were just icing on the cake. On the contrary, the trophy engraved with the words "Universe Sacred War Blue Cloud Main Competition Champion," Hiwudi, carried a lot of weight. It was even carefully placed in the Sect's Hall of Honor. Hall of Honor. It was a hall that had existed for a long time but had never made an appearance. Unlike other halls, the Hall of Honor did not have a hall master or members. It was filled with all kinds of glory. There was a trophy with the title champion of the Qingyang County Intersect Tournament, Xiao Zuiji, a certificate with the title champion of the Pingyang County Intersect Tournament, Li Qingyang, and a golden plaque with the words Dragon and Tiger contend for hegemony. These countless honors were all proof of the Sect of all time's growth. Thinking about it carefully, regarding the story of the disciples' competition, everyone might remember the opening of the intersect competition, where Xiao Ziji hugged his wine jar and cried after winning. They might also remember the dragon and tiger battle for hegemony, where Jun Changshao used his face to block a palm from the upper realm. There were no more competitions in the future? There were, but it was only briefly mentioned. In the 4,000,000-word Sect genre novel, there were no chapters about disciples competing every few days. Was it not worthy of praise? Hiwudi won the championship, but it did not mean that the interstellar competition was over, because 20 more disciples from the losers bracket would be chosen. The losers bracket's competition would be held a few days apart, so Jun Changshao stayed in the city temporarily and spent 20,000 reputation points to buy the Tianji secret realm as a reward for the epic mission. This secret realm contains supreme profoundness. Those who enter can peek into the secrets of heaven. This was the only sentence written in the manual. Jun Changshao fell into deep thought. To be precise, he was shocked by these two lines of words. Supreme profoundness? Peek into the secrets of heaven? Could it allow martial artists to enter the Tianji realm? If that's the case, the system said solemnly, then it's a priceless treasure. Not bad. Jun Changshao approved. The Tianji realm was currently the highest realm in the upper universe, and it was extremely difficult to break through. If the Tianji secret realm could do it, it would definitely be considered as stealing the fortune of heaven and earth. Sect of all times. Jun Changshao placed the Tianji secret realm at the back of the mountain, waited for the whirlpool to form, and walked in. Unlike other secret realms, the Tianji secret realm was not colorful, nor was it illusory. It was more like a very ordinary independent world. However, in such an ordinary environment, it contained the laws of heaven and earth and the profoundness of martial arts. Unbelievable! Jun Changshao said in shock. Because he had entered the Tianji realm, He could clearly sense the attributes of this world, and he could feel that it was the opportunity to break through the Tianji realm. Upper echelons and disciples come in and cultivate. Breaking through the Tianji realm is just around the corner. Jun Changshao immediately walked out and summoned all the elders and core disciples. There's a new secret realm? Su Xiaoma's eyes lit up. Jun Changshao said, "This is the Tianji secret realm. After you enter, you can peek into the secrets of heaven and enter the Tianji realm." As soon as he said this, the whole place fell silent. Among them, He Wudi's expression was the most exaggerated. As someone who came from a higher world, he knew better than anyone that as the highest realm in the upper universe, one could only break through by relying on one's own comprehension and obtaining great opportunities. He had never heard of external help. "Darlings!" Jun Changshao opened his arms and said, "Go in and experience it." Whoosh! As soon as he said this, Yi Xingchen rushed in first, followed by the upper echelons and other disciples. Jun Changshao said, "Our sect of all times will become the most transcendent existence in the upper universe because of this Tianji secret realm." Indeed, there was a supreme profoundness in the secret realm. Once a martial artist comprehended and absorbed it, breaking through the Tianji realm would be as easy as flipping one's hand. Dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. When the upper echelons and disciples of the sect of all times entered the Tianji secret realm, although they sensed that there was an extraordinary profoundness in this ordinary world, they could not comprehend it. "Patriarch," Su Xiaoma said, "I don't feel it." "Impossible." Jun Changshao stood at the side and said, "How can you not feel such a strong profoundness? Please." The system said speechlessly, "You are now in the Tianji realm and can feel the profoundness of heaven and earth. The disciples are still in the truth-seeking realm. It would be strange if they could feel it." Jun Changshao was silent. There was indeed profoundness in the secret realm that led to the Tianji secret realm. Jun Changshao had reached this level, so he could naturally feel it. However, the upper echelons and disciples were all in the truth-seeking realm, so it was difficult for them to touch it as easily as him. To put it bluntly, the Tianji secret realm was an opportunity vault. Although it provided a chance for martial artists to enter the Tianji secret realm, whether they could grasp it or not depended on themselves. As for what Jun Changshao thought, disciples could enter the Tianji secret realm as soon as they entered. Hee. The system mocked, "Dream on." Whoosh whoosh. All of a sudden, a powerful wave of air surged out. Jun Changshao hurriedly turned his head and saw Lu Qianqian standing in the distance, surrounded by a majestic aura of advancement. He said happily, "My eldest disciple is about to break through to the half-step." Chapter 18:20. As soon as the system finished mocking him, the eldest disciple on the other side showed signs of advancing. The speed of the slap in the face could be said to be incomparable. In fact, Lu Qianqian had touched the half-step divine secret realm a long time ago, but she was still lacking. The powerful ultimacy in the divine secret realm gave her the opportunity to advance. Whoosh whoosh. The momentum of advancement spread out from the whirlpool and covered the sect of all times and the eternal world. The momentum was no less than Li Qingyang's breakthrough. Speaking of Li Qingyang, some people would ask, why didn't he advance to the finals when he was already at the half-step divine secret realm? Don't ask. He would be going easy on him if you did. A few hours later, the spreading aura gradually converged. Lu Qianqian successfully entered the half-step divine secret realm from the peak of the truth-seeking realm. Unbelievable! He exclaimed. First senior sister had just entered and immediately broke through. This secret realm was terrifying. Of course, Lu Qianqian was not the only one who benefited. Ryu Sinan, Gongsun Ho, and the other elders who were stuck at the peak of the truth-seeking realm had more or less comprehended the ultimacy of heaven and earth. Whether they could enter the half-step divine secret realm depended on themselves. In the past, no one could guarantee whether they could obtain the opportunity or touch the ultimacy of heaven, even if it was just the half-step divine secret realm. The appearance of the divine secret realm meant that the opportunity was ready for them. If they wanted to break through to the half-step divine secret realm, they would have to waste their time. Whoosh! Yi Xingqian sat down cross-legged. First senior sister's advancement had greatly stimulated him, so he decided to sleep here until he entered the half-step divine secret realm. Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others thought so too. However, many disciples still had to participate in the losers group competition in a few days, so they could only experience it for a while. At the same time, they had to explain. The appearance of the divine secret realm meant that the members of the sect of all times could break through scientifically. It was just a matter of time. Please don't think about why it wasn't He Wudi or Yi Xingqian who broke through first, but Lu Qianqian. Fans of each other shouldn't fight over this either. Thank you. During the Qingming festival, it was raining heavily, and the pedestrians on the streets were in despair. This was the weather of the loser group competition. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and the atmosphere was stifling. Jun Changshao led the disciples of the sect of all times into the venue. He maintained a solemn expression the entire time, and even the smirk on his face was gone. The top geniuses who hadn't advanced into the top 10 had also entered the venue one after another. All of them were rubbing their fists and rubbing their palms together. They were eager to obtain a spot in the top 20 today and participate in the finals that would be held soon. Among them, the ones with the highest voices were naturally Nangong Qingxian, Jian Shaohong, and the others. By right, they were supposed to be the favorites to win the championship. However, he was unfortunate enough to encounter a disciple from the sect of all times when he advanced to the top 10, so he could only end up in the losers bracket. It could be said that the universe sacred wars had been held for so many times, and it was unprecedented for a group of popular champions to gather in the losers bracket. Hence, the battle this time still attracted a lot of spectators. What everyone was more concerned about was whether the adopted son of the heavenly devil emperor would still come to participate. I don't think so. After being abused so badly, he should at least need to recuperate for a few months, right? It's obvious that that guy is being targeted by the sect of all times. This time, there are many disciples from the sect of all times in the losers bracket. If he dares to participate, he will inevitably be abused once he encounters them. Just as everyone was discussing, a fierce figure appeared in the venue. Although his entire body was wrapped in bandages, it could be seen from his vigorous movements that he should have recovered. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "He recovered quite quickly. Junior brothers." Su Xiaoma grinned and said, "When you meet him, don't show mercy." Xiao Ziji and the others shook their heads. At that moment they seemed to have turned into lions again, looking at the wild wolf that was walking over step by step with ridicule in their eyes. "Participants, please draw lots." The person in charge shouted loudly, indicating the start of the losers bracket. After experiencing the competition, the strength of all the participants was clear, so there was no need to describe the process. Let's get to the point. In the battle for the top 10, Lu Qianqian's opponent was Ling Li. "It's over," Su Xiaoma said. "I don't have a chance anymore." The audience shook their heads and said, "That guy is unlucky again." A few days ago, the scene of Lu Qianqian brutally beating up Ling Li in the competition was still vivid in their mind. If they met again, it would definitely be over. Ling Li walked onto the stage. His eyes were unusually cold, and killing intent filled his entire body. First, Lu Qianqian deliberately went easy on him, and then he was instantly defeated by He Wudi with one punch. As the adopted son of the celestial devil emperor, his confidence and dignity had been destroyed. This time, he met an old opponent again, so he had to wash away his shame. Foster father. Ling Li lowered his head and said to himself, It's my fault for not being able to bring back the championship for you. This time, even if I have to bet my life, I will win the loser's bracket. Swoosh! He took out a red pill and put it in his mouth. Whoosh whoosh! In an instant, Ling Li's body was filled with a blood-red luster, as if it had turned into tentacles that shrouded him. Gu Tianxing said with a solemn look, "This kid is burning his blood essence. He's playing with his life." F***CK. Jun Changshao got up and shouted at the referee, "Taking a pill during the competition is cheating. Are the organizers not going to do anything about it?" Seeing his angry tone, the referee directly gave him a T. "There's a conspiracy. I want to complain." Jun Changshao rushed in front of the referee and shouted. He was immediately held up by several brothers and then expelled. On the stage, Ling Li, who was burning his blood essence, bent over, his hands hanging naturally. His 10 fingers were filled with blood-red flowing light, as if a demon god had descended. "The shame from a few days ago," he said with a ferocious expression, "today I will take it all back." Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. After saying that, he assumed the exclusive running posture of Naruto and rushed over like a madman with blood-red flowing light. Ka ka, ka ka ka. At this moment, the ground beneath his feet was covered in ice, causing Ling Li's speed to decrease. His whole body was covered in frost, and he slowly turned from a demon god into a lifelike ice sculpture. 1. The sky gradually distorted, and layers of ice pressed down. "Cooling you down," Lu Qianshan said calmly. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Ice cubes carrying the power of extreme frost fell from the sky and smashed onto the immobile Ling Li. Every time he touched it, his burning blood would cool down. Every time he felt pain, it would remind him of his childhood memories of fighting his peers for survival and food. I know. Willing. Heart. But what could he do? Facing Lu Qianshan, who had just broken through to the half-step Tianji realm, even if you took a pill, even if you risked your life, you would still lose. You would still be tortured. Even when you trampled on Li Tianshang on the stage, you were destined to have a tragic ending. Winner Lu Qianshan. After nearly 24 hours of freezing and bombarding, Lu Qianshan threw Ling Li out of the stage and announced the end of the competition. Eldest senior sister is mighty. Jing Ji and Mao Xiaodao shouted loudly. These two people had been eliminated in the first 2 rounds. Coincidentally, the ones who eliminated them were Nangong Qingxian and Jian Xiaohong. On the other hand, Li Tiantian had successfully made it into the top 20. Therefore, the shame of the Eternal Sect was carried by the 2 brothers, and it was absolutely deserved. P.S. May the dead rest in peace, may the living work hard, may my Huaxia live forever, may it be as long as the heavens. Chapter 1821. Ling Li was carried down by the officials. Before he left, he was still vomiting blood on the stretcher. It could be seen that he was abused miserably. Although he lost, he at least entered the top 20 and obtained the qualification to enter the finals. In other words, in the finals, he might meet the disciples of the sect of all times again and be ruthlessly abused by them. I still have a chance. Watching Ling Li being carried away, Li Tianshang clenched his fists. He was a little unwilling that he couldn't complete his revenge in the losers group, but he also knew that with his current strength, it would be difficult to match them. It didn't matter. For a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years is not too late. When I go to the finals and meet that guy, Li Tianshang, will definitely press him to the ground. Jun Changshao also believed that in the finals a few years later, if his disciple met Ling Li again, he would definitely crush him. After all, with the Tianji secret realm, he might even break through half a step. The competition was still going on. Su Xiaoma undoubtedly entered the top 10. It could be said that the disciples of the sect of all times almost monopolized the top 20 spots, causing a sensation once again. Too powerful! How did they cultivate this? In this year's interstellar competition, the Crossing Heaven Boundaries limelight is unparalleled. Hearing everyone's discussion, especially when the Crossing Heaven boundary was mentioned, Gu Tianxing immediately puffed up his chest and a proud expression appeared on his face. "Uncle," Jun Changshao said in surprise, "why are you floating?" Next round. Lu Qianqian and Nangong Qingxian met. The two ice element contestants had not yet stepped onto the stage, but the audience had already put on their big cotton-padded jackets in advance. Sure enough, this was an ice-cold battle. After the two went on stage, the ground instantly formed a thick layer of ice and spread to the spectators' stand. The entire area seemed to have sunk into a world of ice and snow. So cold, everyone clasped their hands together and began to tremble unconsciously. The battle between the two ice elementalists took a total of 2,000 words. In the end, Lu Qianqian used a martial art that was like the descent of an ice god to send Nangong Qingxian flying. Whoosh! The cold air dissipated and everything returned to normal. The martial artists who came out of the cold winter environment suddenly felt the warmth of spring and flowers blooming. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sword chi swept across, tearing the space apart. Su Xiaoma seemed to have turned into a monkey, using his mysterious movement technique to dodge around the stage. "Damn it!" Jian Xiaohong gritted her teeth and said, "Other than running, what else can you do?" Swish! Su Xiaoma seized the opportunity and instantly circled to the back. He poured his true spirit force into his right leg and suddenly kicked out, "I can still kick you down!" Boom! Jian Xiaohong did not dodge in time and was kicked out of the stage. The winner is Su Xiaoma. At this point, the losers group had also reached the finals. The champions were Lu Qianqian and Su Xiaoma. The latter was straightforward. The first thing she said after going on stage was, "I admit defeat." In the sect of all times, eldest senior sister was the most feared by her fellow disciples. Therefore, since they had met, they would definitely not fight. Just like that, after surrendering as if they were playing house, all the matches in the losers group ended. With Lu Qianqian as the leader, more than 10 disciples successfully entered the finals of the Universe Sacred War. Including He Wudi and the others who were seeded participants, there were a total of 20 people. 45 people in the preliminaries, 20 people in the main competition. Nearly half of the disciples entered the finals. This result could be said to be dazzling. So much so that after leaving the venue, Gu Tianxing was still grinning. Even when he walked, he gave people a feeling that he was floating. Sigh. Jun Changshao sighed. "Nephew, why are you sighing?" Gu Tianxing asked. "I won't hide it from uncle," Jun Changshao said. "I thought that the disciples who came to participate in the main competition this time would all be able to advance. Now it seems that I have underestimated the geniuses of the Ashen Cloud department." Gu Tianxing's mouth twitched. Why didn't this guy say that he had overestimated his own disciples? In the upper universe there are countless extraordinary people. "Nephew, don't be a frog in a well," Gu Tianxing said. "Uncle is right," Jun Changshao said with a serious expression. "There is still some time before the finals. Nephew, you will always supervise the disciples' training and strive to let them take all the top 20. Gu Tianxing was speechless. Just now, he was still a bit humble. Why was he suddenly so arrogant? "I hope so," Gu Tianxing casually replied. In the main competition, the performance of the Sect of all times disciples was indeed amazing. However, there was always someone better. He definitely did not think that they could take all the top 20 spots in the finals. The main competition of the Ashen Cloud department ended successfully. The main competitions of the other departments were still in full swing. For example, the Azure Ocean department. Top geniuses from all over the world gathered together and were fighting for the chance to enter the finals. Boom! In the arena, a contestant with decent strength was sent flying. The winner, Jie Lingyao. The referee announced loudly. The audience was dumbfounded. This woman, who no one thought highly of, had defeated several opponents in a row. Now, she had knocked out a popular champion. Who the hell is she? I have been to the Sky Spill world several times, but I have never heard of such a person. This is unbelievable. While everyone was discussing, Jie Lingyao walked down the arena and sat alone in a corner. Miss Jie, get lost. The handsome contestant, who was trying to get close to her, immediately stopped. Then, he helplessly turned around and retreated. He thought to himself, thorny woman. Buzz. At this moment, the huge light screen above the arena flashed and a message was broadcasted. The title was, "The main competition of the Ashen Cloud Department has ended. 40 contestants have obtained the chance to enter the finals." The Ashen Cloud Department ended so quickly? It was held earlier than us. Everyone looked up at the light screen and silently read the list of people who had advanced. Damn! An elite said in surprise. Is the Sky Crossing world that awesome? They actually took half of the spots. Not only that, and they are all from the same sect. The list of people who had advanced was mostly prefixed with Sky Crossing World, Sect of all times. So, the warriors of the Sea Department were all dumbfounded. It's him. Jie Lingyao locked her eyes on the name Yi Xingchen. Her bright eyes flashed with monstrous anger. The unbearable scene once again appeared in her mind. Jun Changshao did not take his disciples back to the Sky Crossing world immediately. Instead, he rested in the main city for a few days. Of course, his real intention was whether he could catch Lingli. Although Lu Qianqian and He Wudi tortured that guy very miserably, to be honest, there was no technical content. If he was sent to the Tianyuan prison pagoda and handed over to Area, he would definitely be very happy. Unfortunately, Lingli disappeared after being carried down. Jun Changxiao's spiritual sense could not find him. He could not help but guess. Could it be that he was secretly sent away? Nephew, Gu Tianxing said, let's set off tomorrow and go back. Okay, uncle. Since he did not catch Lingli, Jun Changxiao also had the intention to go back. However, just as he was about to set off the next day, he saw the light screen flickering above the city. Words gradually appeared. The main competition of the Sea Department has ended. 40 contestants have obtained the chance to enter the finals. Jie Lingyao? Seeing the champion's name, Jun Changshao and his disciples subconsciously looked at Yi Xingchen. Chapter 1822. Jun Changshao came from the Sea Department, so when he saw the notice, he naturally paid more attention to it. It was fine if he didn't look, but when he did, he was shocked. Champion? Jie Lingyao? Jun Changshao and the disciples all had an impression of this name. After all, not long ago, they had an inexplicable relationship with Yi Xingchen. It can't be. Su Xiaoma said in disbelief. The woman who had a dispute with junior brother Yi actually won the championship? Could it be someone with the same name? Li Fei said. Everyone found it hard to believe that Jie Lingyao could win the championship of the Sea Department, because they remembered that when they came to the Eternal Ship, that woman didn't seem to be very strong. It should be someone with the same name. Jun Changshao also didn't think that Jie Lingyao had the strength to win the championship. Not necessarily. The system said, before she left, the host gave her a lot of resources. If it was an ordinary person, it would be difficult for them to obtain them in several lifetimes. Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, that makes sense. Furthermore, the system said again, only your disciple can quickly increase his cultivation, but he can't encounter any fortuitous encounters. Clap. Jun Changshao clapped his hands and said confidently, now that you mention it, it must be someone with the same name. The system roared, I am seriously analyzing it with you. Jun Changshao said with a solemn expression, I am also very serious. F***ck your grandpa. Try scolding me again. F***ck your grandpa. F***ck. Go Xing didn't care that he was walking on the street and directly grabbed his own neck. Men. He should be more ruthless. Nephew, what's wrong? Senior Gu, don't panic. This is my patriarch's special cultivation method. The disciples had seen Jun Changxiao's self-mutilation so many times that they could already treat it calmly. They even secretly wondered if the patriarch's breakthrough to the heavenly secret realm had something to do with his neck being strangled all year round. For this, He Wudi decided to follow suit. Only when he couldn't breathe did he hurriedly let go. He sighed in his heart. Patriarch is indeed extraordinary, I can't compare. Hey! Just as he walked out of the city gate, Jian Xiaohong chased after him. He first stood in front of Jun Changxiao, then put his hands on his waist and said, "Didn't we agree that Zhou Hong would return to the Void World with me? I almost forgot." Jun Changxiao slapped his forehead, then looked at Zhou Hong and said, "Since Miss Jian is so enthusiastic, don't decline. Why don't you go with her to the ruins of End World?" Zhou Hong originally wanted to refuse, but seeing the patriarch's smiling face, he changed his mind and said, "This disciple obeys." Miss Jian. Jun Changxiao turned his head and smiled. "This disciple of mine has gone crazy from practicing the sword. I'm afraid that he will cause trouble for you. Why don't I send him over personally? The ruins of End Sword Saint. He was definitely an amazing person. It was an opportunity for his disciple to become his disciple, and it was also an opportunity for him to get to know him." The system said, "The host is going to ride on someone's coattails again." No. Jian Xiaohong decisively refused. "My grandfather doesn't like outsiders, especially those with thick skin." "All right." Jun Changxiao looked at Zhou Hong and said, "You can go with Miss Jian now." Zhou Hong stepped out and left with Jian Xiaohong. However, before leaving, he heard Jun Changxiao's voice transmission. "I'll give you 2 years. Return to the Heaven Crossing realm in 2 years." Yes. Just like that, Zhou Hong left. He didn't have much screen time to begin with, so he was completely offline. Watching his disciple's back gradually disappear into the crowd, Jun Changxiao said meaningfully, "Hong, come back in 2 years and give me a surprise. Let's go." Go Xing snapped his fingers and led his disciple in another direction. Halfway there, he suddenly stopped, turned around and roared, "Who did that woman say was thick-skinned?" The disciples were speechless. The patriarch's reaction arc was a little long today. Whoosh, Eternal pierced through the space barrier and merged into the endless universe. There were still 2 to 3 years before the finals of the Universe Holy War. Jun Changxiao planned to stay in the Heaven Crossing realm temporarily and train his disciples to improve their realms. In this competition, his disciples performed well, and their results were still acceptable. However, they also exposed a big problem, which was that, other than the core disciples, the other disciples were a little bit unreliable. For example, Jing Ji and Mao Xiaodao. The finals are the real hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Jun Changxiao said solemnly, "If I don't have a big breakthrough in the next few years, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to take the top 20. The system said, "Your disciple abused Ling Li one after another, which can be considered to have offended the Celestial Devil Emperor. Not to mention secretly making things difficult for you, when the finals, he will definitely deliberately target you." Yes. Jun Changxiao said, "That guy still has 80 foster sons. The finals in a few years will probably be a fierce battle for Qingyang and the others." He didn't underestimate the Celestial Devil Emperor just because Ling Li was abused by his disciple. Moreover, the organizer didn't care about him taking medicine in the main competition, which meant that the other party had great power. "Fortunately, I have the eternal world hidden in my body," Jun Changxiao said with relief. "Otherwise, I really don't dare to provoke that guy." Go Xing, who had always been fearless, actually had a submissive attitude, which was a bit unexpected. Because of the eternal world, the host has to be his enemy. The system said. That's why I hope my disciples can become stronger faster. When I have enough half-step and divine secret realm experts, I won't be afraid of the so-called celestial devil emperor. Jun Changshao could be a coward, but he would never be a coward. As long as he had the capital to challenge the other party, he would definitely fight to the end. Qingyuan Department. It was also holding the interstellar competition. Boom! On the fighting ring there was an explosion. The energy wave like the Kamehameha suddenly hit the edge of the defensive bounded domain, causing dense cracks. Puff! Puff! Dozens of formation masters responsible for stabilizing the bounded domain spat out blood and flew out. The audience stood up in horror and looked down at the collapsed fighting ring. Looking at the contestant who had pierced his opponent's chest, their scalps were about to explode. Champion of the Universe Sacred War, Qingyuan Department, Ling Yuan. A trembling voice sounded outside the fighting ring. Tisk! Ling Yuan stretched out his hand from his chest and hot blood splashed on the ground. He said disdainfully, "Why did Godfather make me participate in such a boring competition?" And Ling Li. He didn't win the championship. What a piece of trash. He walked down the fighting ring and left without even collecting the trophy and rewards. Similar scenes appeared in other galaxies. The foster sons sent by the Celestial Devil Emperor all won the championship without any suspense. If one were to describe it, it would be a battle on multiple fronts. Everyone agreed that he was strong. However, it was too cruel to kill someone the moment he made a move. Azure Ocean Department. Jie Lingyao sat on a mountain peak. She held a piece of torn cloth tightly in her hand. From the color, it was obviously the sleeve of the Sect of All Times uniform. Yi Xingchen. Jie Lingyao raised her head and looked at the endless sky. Anger surged up her brows as she said, "I will personally kill you in the finals." On Eternal, Yi Xingchen was also looking at the starry sky outside the window. He couldn't help but recall what had happened before, and he suddenly felt confused. Damn it! Why can't I forget? Chapter 1823. Jun Changshao led everyone back to the crossing heaven boundary and waited for the Universe Sacred War finals a few years later. The news of the Sect of All Times disciples occupying the top 20 spots spread like wildfire across the galaxies and became the talk of the world. In the past competitions, it was common for people from the same sect to advance, but it was unprecedented for so many people to enter the finals together. We need to pay attention to this sect. We can't let our guard down. If we meet them in the finals, we need to treat them seriously. All the forces received the news of the Blue Cloud Sect's competition and were on high alert against the Sect of All Times. It wasn't just because there were too many disciples advancing. The main reason was that the Sky Devil Emperor's adopted son also participated in the Blue Cloud Sect's competition and was defeated by the other sect's disciples. It was normal to win and lose. But it wasn't normal for the Sky Devil Emperor's adopted son to lose. According to the news everyone received, the Sky Devil Emperor's adopted sons were all assigned to their respective sects, and all of them won. Only Ling Li from the Blue Cloud sect didn't win. No one thought it was luck that allowed him to stand out in the Galaxy Sect's competition, and he even crushed the Sky Devil Emperor's adopted son. It was enough to prove that the Sect of All Times disciples were strong. This sect was dangerous. They had to treat it seriously and give it their all. In the past, Jun Changshao would be mocked whenever he brought his disciples to any competition. But now, before the finals even started, they had become the most feared existence. Of course, all the sects believed that the Sect of All Times wouldn't have an easy time in the future. Since the Sky Devil Emperor had so many adopted sons, they would definitely be targeted if they were to participate in the finals. Boom! In the majestic palace, Ling Li crashed into the wall and fell down like mud. "You still have the face to come back?" A cold voice sounded. "Foster, foster father." Ling Li raised his head with difficulty, his face extremely pale. "Please, give me another chance. If you can come out of the demon abyss valley alive, I'll give you another chance. A cold voice sounded. Hearing the words Demon Abyss Valley, Ling Li's eyes were filled with fear, but he quickly said with determination, Thank you, foster father. You can leave. Ling Li struggled to get up and walked out of the palace. Isn't this the foster son that Lord Foster Father values the most? Why are you in such a sorry state? Just as he walked out, a young man leaning against a pillar sneered. Ling Li did not say a word and staggered forward. Now, he no longer had the arrogance he had when he participated in the competition. To be exact, after being trampled on twice by Lu Qianqian and killed by He Wudi with a single punch, his dignity had been completely destroyed. He was like a sick wolf licking its wounds under the setting sun. I told you. Another young man walked over and said sarcastically, It's hard for this guy to amount to anything, but foster father trusts him the most. Facts have proven that any one of us is stronger than him, the warrior sitting on the fence said. There was no doubt that they were the foster sons of the Sky Devil Emperor. They had appeared outside the main hall to make fun of Ling Li. There was no other way. They had all survived in harsh environments. Why should they be treated differently? Why shouldn't they receive fatherly love? In the face of his foster brother's sarcasm, Ling Li did not say a word. He dragged his battered body and gradually disappeared from sight. He was the foster son that the Sky Devil Emperor valued the most. He used to have limitless glory, but after his failure, everything disappeared. In the bamboo grove courtyard, a delicate woman was sorting out the herbs. Creak. At this moment, Ling Li pushed the door open and entered. He could no longer support himself and collapsed on the ground. After being trampled on twice by Lu Qianqian and being hit by his foster father, his injuries were very serious. It was not easy for him to walk from the outer courtyard to the inner courtyard. Ling Li. The delicate woman put down the basket and walked over in a panic. What happened to you? I'm fine. Ling Li squeezed out a smile and then fainted. No one is allowed to take my food. In a damp and dark environment, a child was holding a wooden stick to protect a few pieces of moldy food behind him. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Outside the cave, there were more than a dozen children who were also disheveled and covered in filth. Go! One of them shouted. Everyone rushed over without a care for their own safety. These children who had a happy childhood had to fight to survive. Thud! Thud! An hour later, the child holding the wooden stick walked out. Although he was covered in wounds, he held the food in his arms tightly. Not bad. At this moment, a broad shadow appeared in front of him and said with relief, You are qualified to be my foster son. Jin, take him to heal. Yes, master. A girl about 13 or 14 years old picked up the child and brought him to the bamboo grove for treatment. I'm Mu Jin. What about you? Oh, right. Master hasn't given you a name yet. During the treatment, the child remained silent, even if Mu Jin took the initiative to chat with him again and again. Congratulations, foster father has given you a name. From today onwards, you are called Ling Li. Li as in powerful. Ling Li remained silent. After his injuries were healed, he left the bamboo grove and began to undergo the most rigorous martial arts training. Later on, he was injured again and again and was sent here again and again. Why are you injured again? This time it's more serious. I need to recuperate for a few months. Hey, you haven't recovered yet. How can you get out of bed? Memories of the past kept swaying in front of his eyes until he felt a tingling sensation in his body. Ling Li returned to reality and looked at the woman who was bandaging his wounds. I heard it from others. Mu Jin applied medicine for him and said softly, You participated in the Tsangyun major competition but didn't win the championship. Yes. Ling Li said. You lost this time. Win it back next time. Mu Jin smiled and comforted him. You don't have to care so much. In foster father's eyes, I can only win and not lose. Ling Li said, In those people's eyes, it's a shame that I lost. You are Master's most valued foster son. They are all looking forward to something bad happening to you. After applying the medicine, Mu Jin arranged the medical tools and smiled. Your body is healthy. You will recover after a period of rest. How long? Half a month. There is still time to go to the demonic abyss valley. Mu Jin's hand that was playing with the medicine bottle suddenly froze. She looked up at him and said in surprise, You are going to the demonic abyss valley? Yes. Ling Li nodded. Are you crazy? Mu Jin scolded. This is foster father's order. Ling Li said, I didn't win the championship. Only by surviving in the demonic abyss valley can I have a chance to redeem myself. No. Mu Jin stood up and said, I will go and beg Master. Ling Li grabbed her hand and said, Don't you know foster father's temper? Mu Jin stood there and cried, You will die if you go in. Hearing her cry, Ling Li's heart ached. Trust me. You will come back alive. That night, Ling Li left the bamboo grove silently. After receiving some simple treatment, his injuries improved. He wanted to go to the demonic abyss valley as soon as possible and get foster father's forgiveness. Mu Jin didn't stop him because she was not in the bamboo grove. She was kneeling outside Master's study and begging him not to let Ling Li go to the demonic abyss valley. Jin, you are in love with Ling Li. Master, if he can come back alive from the demonic abyss valley, I will personally hold a wedding for you two. Mu Jin was stunned. However, she hurriedly said, I do not wish to marry Ling Li. I only hope that Master will take back his order and not let him go to the demonic abyss valley. Even if I have to use my life in exchange for a chance to redeem himself. You are willing to die for him? I am. Chapter 1824. Crossing Heaven Domain. Eternal landed steadily, and all sorts of music could be heard. At this moment, the League of Stars and Seas military band lined up neatly, playing and singing to welcome the hero's triumphant return. Crack! The cabin door slowly opened and a blast of air spread out. The Sect of all times patriarch Jun Changshao walked down with his wife, Rose of Flowers. He smiled and received the flowers from the children, and then waved to the enthusiastic crowd to thank them. Without a doubt, he led the Sect of all times disciples to participate in the competition and won 20 spots in the finals. He was regarded as a hero in the Crossing Heaven domain. Jun Patriarch. Vice Leader Pring gave a thumbs up and said, Amazing! Not bad, not bad. It was rare for Jun Changshao to be so low-key. That day, in order to celebrate the Sect of all times victory, Gu Tianxing held a grand banquet at the League of Stars and Seas. All the tyrants were invited to participate. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were in formal attire. During the banquet, there were always experts toasting and praising them with the words, heavenly prodigies, rising stars of the future. The disciples were praised. Jun Changshao had a lot of faith. So, in a good mood, he completely let go of his alcohol and was carried back. Yi Xingqian also drank a lot. Although he was no longer the supreme of the wine Dao after changing his body, he had gradually adapted to it after many years of tempering. In fact, Night Emperor wanted to get drunk for this battle. It did not matter even if he ran to Spirit Beast Peak. At least he could get drunk to relieve his worries. Ever since he saw Jie Lingyao's name on the screen, Yi Xingqian's mind was in a mess. The more he did not think about it, the more it appeared. The more he wanted to forget, the more vivid it was. Uncomfortable, tangled. After the banquet ended, Yi Xingqian stood alone on the mountain. What happened in the sky spill domain surged into his mind again. It was so clear and so real. The next day, He Wudi entered the Tianji secret realm. Under the influence of the powerful nature of heaven and earth in the eternal world, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds, but he had not made any substantial breakthrough in his realm. Therefore, if he wanted to reach a higher realm, he had to rely on it. He was late. The heaven's secret realm was filled with people. There were core disciples like Yi Xingchen, Xiao Ziji, and Long Xiang. They had been stuck at the peak of the truth-seeking realm for a long time. Since eldest senior sister could make a breakthrough, they must be able to do it too. Although the Tianji secret realm was powerful, it had restrictions. Only those at the peak of the truth-seeking realm could enter. Therefore, many inner and outer disciples could only look forward to it anxiously. There was one thing that was strange. Most of the core disciples had come to cultivate, but Su Xiaomao was nowhere to be seen. Yes, he was in the discipline hall. As for the reason, it was naturally because they purposely went easy on him during the competition. Jing Ji and Mao Xiaodao were equally miserable. The two of them once again entered the latrine with brushes and shovels. From this incident, it also proved that Guo Xing was a man of his word. If he said he would punish, and he would not tolerate it. Phew! In the study, Jun Changshao opened his eyes. After entering the heaven's secret realm, every time he meditated, he would feel as if his soul had ascended to heaven. However, when it rose to the highest point, it was pressed down by some kind of force. That power was like a divine power that couldn't be blasphemed. No matter how much Guzu tried to attack, he couldn't find any flaws. Uncle, what's going on? Jun Changshao found Gu Tianxing and told him about the situation he encountered. It's normal. Uncle Gu said, I'm in the same situation. It's said that only by breaking through that obstacle can one be qualified to step on the path to immortality. Jun Changshao said in surprise, the force that prevents the soul from ascending to a higher realm. Gu Tianxing shook his head and said, to be exact, it leads to a higher world and even pursues immortality. Immortality? Jun Changshao touched his chin and said, it's fascinating. He was also a layman. If he had to die to survive, he would definitely be more willing to seek immortality. Pa Gu Tianxing put down a thick stack of documents and said, I've gathered the list of the contestants who advanced to the finals for each element. It briefly records their strength and specialties. Let the disciples know more about them so that they can know themselves and their enemies. Uncle, you're too kind. Jun Changshao put the documents into his space ring and said, I'll go back and study it now. Right. Gu Tianxing said, I've already discussed with the Mountain Sea Realm Lord to hold a wedding for Gua in spring next year. Jun Changshao, who walked to the door, almost fell. Then, he said with a broken face, Uncle, Chaoshi is only 12 or 13 years old. Isn't it a little too early to get married? He'll be 14 next year. He'll be an adult. Jun Changshao said speechlessly, marriage is not a game. Uncle, you'd better ask for Chaoshi's opinion. There's no room for discussion. Gu Tianxing said, he must get married. Why? Jun Changshao was a little confused. His life and death brother was just on the rise in martial arts. If he suddenly got married, it would definitely affect his future. Nephew. Gu Tianxing walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and said, I don't want my son to follow in your footsteps. Jun Changshao was puzzled by his words. Gu Tianxing walked out of the hall, looked up at the sky, and said with a serious expression, if living beings want to live longer, they must go against the heavens. Although they can get what they want in the end, they will also be punished by the heavenly Tao and lose the ability to reproduce. Jun Changshao was silent. He had heard about the punishment of the heavenly Tao, and he also knew that the stronger one was, the lower the chances of having children. Sigh. Gu Tianxing sighed and said, Uncle traveled all over the upper universe in search of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. In the end, he was lucky enough to have a son. Therefore, Gua must get married as soon as possible and carry on the Gu family's bloodline. Jun Changshao understood. The reason why Uncle Gu wanted him to get married quickly was to continue the Gu family's bloodline when he was still young and was not punished by the heavenly Tao. However, what does this have to do with me? Why did I follow in his footsteps? Nephew, Gu Tianxing said, You have been married for decades, but you still have no children. You should be able to deeply understand the pain of being punished by the heavenly Tao. Jun Changshao almost vomited blood. He understood. He completely understood. Not letting Chaoshi follow in his footsteps meant that he was afraid that he would not be able to have children. Uncle! Jun Changshao howled, you misunderstood. Gu Tianxing patted him on the shoulder again and said, there's no need to explain too much. After all, it will take tens of thousands of years for me to have children. No. Jun Changshao was about to explain. Uncle, Gu Tianxing leaned over and whispered, I have a folk prescription here. Do you want to try it? Jun Changshao covered his head with his hand and howled in his heart, in Uncle's eyes, I am suffering from an illness. Here. Gu Tianxing stuffed a prescription into his hand and said, the medicinal materials inside are very rare. Whether you can find them or not depends on your luck. Jun Changshao was speechless. He knew that his uncle had good intentions, so he could only accept it and leave. On the way, he casually threw it into the space ring and affirmed in his heart, I don't need this folk prescription. Chapter 1825. Bang! Gu Zhaoxi pushed the door open and roared, I refuse! He had already learned from Jun Changshao that he was going to marry a plastic surgery freak next year. Naturally, he would not agree. After all, he had to cultivate martial arts and participate in the finals of the universe holy war. Your refusal is invalid. Gu Tianxing put down his teacup and said, Father! Gu Zhaoxi roared, I want to cultivate, I want to become stronger. After marriage, it won't hinder you from cultivating, and it won't hinder you from becoming stronger. Gu Tianxing turned his head and said, If you find it troublesome to take care of the child, father and mother will help take care of him. Gu Zhaoxi hugged his head, his spirit completely collapsing. Son, Gu Tianxing said seriously, our Gu family needs you to continue the family line. When he was young, he did not have any concept of reproduction and only yearned for martial arts. However, the longer he lived, the more he understood how important it was to continue the family line. Guo was still young. If he married early, he would not be punished by the heavenly Tao. Therefore, he hoped to see a house full of children and grandchildren in his lifetime. I won't get married. Gu Zhaoxi rushed out of the door, clearly unable to understand his father's difficulties. Sigh. Gu Tianxing sighed. Mother Gu said, the child is still young after all. Perhaps he will be sensible next year. I hope so. Although the old couple was a top powerhouse in the upper universe, they still had the attitude of mortals who were worried sick for their son. Gulp. Gulp. In the Sect of All Times cafeteria, Gu Zhaoxi gulped down drunken dreams in large mouthfuls. He was very irritated and needed to drink to relieve his worries. Yi Xingchen was sitting beside him. He was also very irritated and was also gulping down wine. One was conflicted about the past, the other was conflicted about marriage. At this moment, they could be considered to be in the same boat. Boom. Suddenly, Jun Changshao punched Night Emperor out of the cafeteria and sat down. He snatched the wine jar from Gu Zhaoxi's hand and said, although you're almost an adult, you're still not at the age to drink. Brother, Gu Zhaoxi said sadly, I don't want to get married. I know. Jun Changshao took a sip of drunken dream. Gu Zhaoxi said, why don't we leave the crossing heaven world? Running away from home again? If I don't leave, I'll be marrying a plastic surgery freak next year. Do you not want to get married, or do you not want to marry Qing Qilin? This question stumped Gu Zhaoxi. That's right. What was it for? Brother, Jun Changshao said, Qing Qilin has both looks and status. How is she not good enough for you? Gu Zhaoxi didn't say anything. Although he already understood that the ugly freak he saw for the first time was just a servant pretending to be her, he was still traumatized. Whenever he saw Qing Qilin again and again, he would think that she had undergone plastic surgery. Living in this world, sometimes you can't care too much about yourself. You have to know how to care about others, especially your family, Jun Changshao said seriously. Gu Zhaoxi said, Brother, do you agree to my marriage? Your marriage is up to you, Jun Changshao said. However, he added, if it's because of the race, there's no need to reject the marriage. After all, I know. Gu Zhaoxi said, Sister-in-law isn't human either. Jun Changshao roared, We're talking about your problem. Why are you talking about me? Sigh. Gu Zhaoxi rested his chin on the table and said, I'm quite envious of you. You can marry the woman you like, unlike me who didn't have the right to choose since I was born. Uncle is thinking for you. I know, but I don't have feelings for Qin Qilin. Rose of Flowers walked over and sat beside Jun Changshao. She smiled and said, Feelings can be nurtured. Gu Zhaoxi was silent. Boom! At this moment, the door of the cafeteria was violently torn open. Qin Qilin walked in angrily on her high heels and said, Gu Zhaoxi, I'm not worthy of you. Jun Changshao saw this and tactfully pulled Rose of Flowers away. After a while, bang-bang sounds came from the cafeteria. The violent energy came wave after wave, shocking the disciples who passed by. What's going on? Lu Wanxia rushed over and knew that Elder Gu and Qin Qilin were inside. She immediately turned around and announced loudly, Dinner will be delayed by 2 hours. Huff huff. Huff huff. While Gu Zhaoxi was being abused, He Wudi, who was sitting in the Tianji secret realm, kept on leveling up. Junior brother, he is about to break through. Su Xiaoma and the others said enviously. Li Qingyang and Lu Qianqian needed pen and ink to describe their leveling up. He Wudi didn't need to do so at all. After all, he had been through it before. To be exact, as a powerhouse whose level was reset to 0, unless he broke through a realm that he didn't reach in his previous life, he would just have to go through all the previous levels again. Huff. After successfully leveling up, He Wudi let out a breath of turbid air. There was no surprise or excitement. Instead, he just looked at it with a normal heart. He Wudi walked out of the secret realm and looked up at the blue sky. He clenched his fist and said, I'm one step closer to returning home. Invincible. At this moment, Jun Changxiao's voice rang in his ears. Come to the study room. Creak. He Wudi pushed the door open and walked in. Jun Changxiao clasped his hands together and said with a smile, You broke through? He Wudi saw this and immediately became nervous. Patriarch. He said with a bitter face, I really don't have any more secret manuals. I'm not looking for secret manuals. Jun Changxiao said, I have a very serious matter to ask you. Not the secret manuals? He Wudi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Jun Changxiao tapped his fingers on the table and said with a serious expression, Since you came from a high-level plane, do you know how to enter the land of eternal life? Prying into a level higher than Tianji can obtain the qualifications to step on the path of eternal life. Then, you can enter the land of eternal life. He Wudi said. There's no other way? No. He Wudi's expression changed. He said in surprise, Patriarch, you're not planning to repeat the same trick and sneak into the land of eternal life, are you? No. Jun Changxiao said, The readers will say that I'm repeating the same trick. Then there's no shortcut. He Wudi said. What I mean is, Jun Changxiao said, is there a shortcut to prying into a level higher than Tianji? I won't sneak into the land of eternal life. I'll take another shortcut, okay? He Wudi muttered in his heart, Is there a difference? After a moment of consideration, he said, I don't think so. He didn't dare to give a definite answer. After all, the world was big and there were all kinds of strange things. Who knew if there was a shortcut to prying into that level? Oh right. Suddenly, He Wudi thought of something and slapped his forehead. If there really is a shortcut to prying into a level higher than Tianji, the only thing I can think of is the 7 mysterious sunglow broken scroll. What do you mean? Jun Changxiao asked. He Wudi said, Senior Qishuan once said that the 7 incomplete scrolls contained his understanding of the heavenly Tao. If the fated ones could comprehend the mysteries within, they would be able to solve any problems in martial arts. You mean, if I comprehend the mystery in the scrolls, I can pry into a level higher than Tianji? Jun Changshao said. That's right. He Wudi said solemnly. Chapter 1826. He Wudi's words moved Jun Changshao's heart. Since he had inherited the Xianyuan domain and had dominated the star system competition, it meant that he would face the celestial devil emperor sooner or later. It would be best if he could break through to a higher realm as soon as possible. To put it bluntly, Jun Changshao had just entered the divine mystery realm, and he was already thinking about the next realm. It was not to search for eternal life, but to have the ability to fight against the enemy. However, He Wudi said, I don't recommend Patriarch to comprehend the remnant scroll now. Why? Jun Changshao asked. Because, He Wudi said with a serious expression, the remnant scroll left by Senior Qishuan still hides the mystery of entering the Saint Venerable Realm. The strongest realm in the land of eternal life? Jun Changshao asked. Yes. Jun Changshao was shocked. Although he had not been to that world, there were levels, and it was the strongest level. Everyone would definitely yearn for it. Senior Qishuan had integrated his understanding of the Great Tao into the remnant scroll, and even hid the mystery of the Saint Venerable. Such a powerful person, could he be my father? The system said, Why is your face so big? I understand what you mean. Jun Changshao said, Instead of comprehending the mysteries of the remnant scroll with my current realm, I might as well enter a higher realm to comprehend it. That's right. He Wudi nodded. The mysteries left by Senior Qishuan in the remnant scroll were the greatest opportunity in the world. Once comprehended, it would be gone. It had to be used at the most appropriate time, such as after breaking through to the Saint Venerable Realm. He had thought the same back then, and even went against the principle of staying low to snatch the remnant scroll. In the end, his level was reset to 0. That's not right. Jun Changshao said, If I comprehend the mysteries, will I directly enter the Saint Venerable Realm? He Wudi almost fainted. As a patriarch, I'm really daring to think about it. Even if this conjecture was true, the upper universe could not accommodate a Saint Venerable. After He Wudi left, Jun Changshao took out the 7 incomplete scrolls. In fact, he had long known that there was a profound mystery hidden within. Every time he broke through a great realm, he would pry into it, but in the end, he didn't get anything. I don't understand. I still don't understand. Jun Changshao spent the entire night researching and howling in pain. The system said, This kind of remnant book that contains profound meaning is the same as cultivation. You never know when you'll be able to comprehend it in a daze. That's true. Jun Changshao gave up on comprehending and focused on the development of the sect and the cultivation of the disciples. Swish, swish. In the bamboo forest, the sword light was as fast as lightning. Clang. After a while, Zhou Hong sheathed his sword and stood with his head lowered amidst the dancing leaves. He looked like a swordsman of a generation. Pa pa pa. The falling leaves suddenly separated into strip. The size and scale were just right, as if they had been uniformly divided by a fixed machine. Jian Xiaohong opened her mouth in disbelief. Beside her stood a disheveled old man. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at Zhou Hong. His gaze was similarly suffused with surprise. Although this person was a little sloppy, he was famous in the ruins of End and even the entire upper realm. That's right. He was the ruins of End sword saint that even Gu Tianxing had to respect. There was no sword energy around Jian Guishu. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary old man. Kid, he said in a deep voice, who taught you the Ling Jian divine art? Zhou Hong was rather surprised. Senior, how do you know this sword art? Cut the crap. Jian Guishu said, Answer me, who taught you? This sword art is a unique secret manual of the sect of all times, Zhou Hong said. Bullshit. Jian Guishu roared. I created the Ling Jian divine art. Zhou Hong was at a loss. It's clearly a martial art of my sect, but he insists that he created it. This swordsman is a little shameless. Humph. Jian Xiaohong said, no wonder the secret manual is gone. So it was stolen by the sect of all times. The surprise she showed just now was not because Zhou Hong's sword art was superb, but because it was clearly a martial art created by her grandfather. How could an outsider learn it? Miss Jian, Zhou Hong said, please don't slander me. As a disciple of the sect of all times, he naturally could not allow himself to be slandered. But the truth? Forget it, let's not talk about it. Little Du gets angry at the mention of it. He would probably point at Go Xing's nose and scold him for 3 days and 3 nights. How long have you been cultivating this Ling Jian divine art? Jian Guishu asked. More than 30 years. What? Jian Guishu's eyes widened. Impossible, Jian Xiaohong said. Although the Ling Jian divine art was created by my grandfather on a whim when he was young and there are many imperfections, how can you comprehend it in just a few decades? It's fine if you don't believe me, Zhou Hong said. I do, Jian Guishu said. According to the time the sword art was lost, it was exactly 30 years. He was sure that Jian Guishu was not lying. Grandfather. Jian Xiaohong was still doubtful. How can he do something that even I can't do? Jian Guishu smiled and said, although your talent in the sword Dao is strong, there's always someone better. It's not like there aren't people stronger than you in this world. Jian Xiaohong was a little unconvinced and secretly glared at Zhou Hong. Kid, Jian Guishu said, since you can cultivate the Ling Jian divine art, it proves that you and I are fated. Are you willing to acknowledge me as your master and cultivate the sword Dao? No. Zhou Hong said, I want to return to the sect. Jun Patriarch was right. This guy has become a fool from practicing the sword, Jian Xiaohong said in a low voice. Her grandfather was known as the top sword Dao expert in the upper universe. Many people dreamed of becoming his disciple, but he was actually unwilling. I won't force you. Jian Guishu picked up the leaves on the ground and said, you can leave at any time. Whoosh, the leaves flew over and brushed past him. In slow motion, one could clearly see that wherever the leaves passed, cracks would appear in space. This did not seem to be anything special. Anyone who entered the truth-seeking realm could do it. However, Zhou Hong stood rooted to the ground in shock. It was clearly just a casual wave, and there was no sword energy eruption. Why did the leaves contain an extremely powerful sword energy when they passed by him? A powerhouse. Are you curious why a leaf can be condensed into sword energy without sword intent erupting? Jian Guishu smiled and said, acknowledge me as your master and I'll tell you the answer. Zhou Hong looked conflicted. You're really stupid. Jian Xiaohong could not stand it anymore. She walked to his side and winked at him. Hurry up and acknowledge the sword saint as your master. Zhou Hong was still in a dilemma. It was not until he recalled the patriarch's expectant gaze that he cupped his hands and said, I'm willing to acknowledge Senior Guishu as my master. Kneel and kowtow. Jian Xiaohong's tone sounded as if she was exasperated at Lu Xian's failure to meet her expectations. I'm sorry, Zhou Hong said. The patriarch once said that the disciples of the sect of all times do not kneel to the heavens and the earth. They only kneel to their parent. Jian Xiaohong said, a master for a day is a father for life. This, forget it. Jian Guishu said, there's no need to care about the formalities. Jian Xiaohong curled her lips and said, Grandpa isn't taking in a disciple. He's taking in a master. Speaking of seniority, Jian Guishu said, he's my disciple and is of the same generation as your father. As his daughter, you should call him uncle. Jian Xiaohong was dumbfounded. From today onwards, you have to call him Uncle Zhou. Grandpa, didn't you just say that there's no need to care about the formalities? Everything else doesn't matter. Seniority can't be messed up. Whoosh, whoosh. In the heavenly secrets mystic realm, the momentum of advancement surged crazily. That's right, someone had broken through again. This time, it was not a core disciple, but a higher-up of the sect, Ryu Sinan. The situation of taking half a step into the next realm would appear one after another. The reason was none other than Go Xing entering the heaven's secret realm. Let me explain. The system said, when the host is stuck in a certain realm, the disciples will remain on the spot. When he breaks through, the realm he was in will immediately weaken. The higher-ups and disciples will break through easily. This is Go Xing's law of realm advancement. Chapter 1827. Master. In the extreme cave residence, Jun Changshao said with a serious expression, "Just agree." Zhenren Tonggu turned his back to him and said nothing. "I know you pursue freedom, but if you join the sect of all times, you can also live in seclusion in the mountains and ignore the world," Jun Changshao said. Zhenren Tonggu said, "I've already made the biggest concession by coming to the eternal world." "I know," Jun Changshao said, "but no need to say more." Zhenren Tonggu said, "I've made up my mind. You can go back." Sigh. Jun Changshao sighed and left dejectedly. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as he walked out of the cave residence, there was a majestic momentum of advancement in the sect, which meant that someone was about to break through. Boy! Masato Katano wondered, why is your disciple about to break through to the half-step Tianji realm again? The word again was enough to show that advancement was common. To be exact, in just a few months, the sect of all times had people advancing every now and then. At first, Masato Katano was quite shocked, but he gradually got used to it. However, he still had doubts in his heart, so he took the opportunity to ask. Because, Jun Changshao said seriously, our sect has a trick to advance to the half-step Tianji realm, and the success rate is as high as 100%. Go Xing was not bragging, but telling the truth. As long as one's talent was passable, as long as one was at the peak of the truth-seeking realm, it was only a matter of time before one entered the Tianji realm. What trick? Masato Katano was tempted. For someone who had been stuck at the peak for too long, if there was a way to advance, he would definitely pay close attention. Sorry. Jun Changshao said, I can't tell you unless I join the sect. Masato Katano was speechless. Senior, goodbye. Jun Changshao was about to take off when Zhenren Tonggu's voice came from the cave. Are you sure that the trick you mentioned can help you break through the half-step? If it's fake, how can there be people who repeatedly break through? Go Xing asked. Zhenren Tonggu walked out of the cave and said, in order to verify the authenticity, I have decided to join the sect of all times. Jun Changshao was elated. Then, he looked at Masato Katano and asked, where is Senior? I'm willing. Masato Katano looked calm, but in his heart, he was roaring. This old man has finally figured it out. Recently, many disciples of the sect of all times had achieved breakthroughs, and he could not wait any longer. However, Zhenren Tonggu had not relented, and he could not be so thick-skinned as to join. Ding! Ding! With the stamp of the seal, the formalities were completed. At this point, Zhenren Tonggu and Masato Katano had officially joined. After returning to the sect of all times, Jun Changshao immediately announced that the two of them were appointed as Grand Supreme Elders. They could live in the sect or in the mountains. To be honest, peak truth-seeking realm cultivators like Zhenren Tonggu and Masato Katano were already considered ordinary in the sect. There was no need to pull them in at all. Why did Go Xing repeatedly invite them to join? Because they were master. Because they had helped him before. Now that Jun Changshao had absolute strength, he naturally would not be ungrateful. Moreover, Zhenren Tonggu had taken the blame for him many times in the past. Now that he had the ability, he had to help him break through to a higher realm. Don't think that this was whitewashing Gou Xing's reputation. In fact, whether in the lower realm or the upper realm, everyone who had feelings for him had benefited in the end. It was a perfect example of what it meant to be good to others. The Tianji Arcane Realm. Genren Tonggu and Masato Kitano sat cross-legged on the ground, feeling the profound meaning of the Tianji Arcane around them. The shock in their hearts grew stronger and stronger. It was not until they experienced it that the two of them completely understood why so many disciples broke through every now and then. Turned out that this trick was too terrifying. It could even simplify the profound meaning that they could not comprehend in their lifetime. Your disciple repeatedly urged you to join the sect, but you insisted on pursuing freedom. Now you regret it. Masato Kitano said. That little bastard. Genren Tonggu said angrily. Why didn't you say that there was such a good place for martial arts earlier? In fact, Jun Changshao also wanted to lay his cards on the table. However, it was a sect secret. If it was leaked, his memory as a patriarch might be erased. Therefore, when Gou Xing recruited famous talents, he never mentioned any awesome arcane realms or facilities in the sect. He either relied on Arya's whip to move them or Lu Wansher's food to tempt them. It's okay, Masato Kitano said. It's not too late. With the existence of the Tianji Arcane Realm, the two of them were very confident. As expected, a month later, Genren Tonggu and Masato Kitano successfully entered the half-step Tianji Arcane Realm. When they felt the stronger power, they could not stop their tears from flowing. After being stuck for tens of thousands of years, they finally got what they wanted. Without the help of the Tianji Arcane Realm, the two of them would probably be stuck in the same spot until their souls returned to the 9 heavens with regret. Don't get too excited. Jun Changshao said, this is just the beginning. That's right. Genren Tonggu said with a determined gaze, there are higher realms waiting for us to explore. The Tianji Arcane Realm. It was not only used for martial artists to break through the half-step, but more importantly, it was used to peak at the highest level of the upper universe. Therefore, its value was not completely squeezed dry. The higher-ups and disciples who broke through the half-step could still cultivate in it until they entered the Tianji Arcane Realm. Gou Xing still remembered that when he just completed the epic mission, he was only given one arcane realm. Now, it was definitely an epic-level arcane realm. In short, it was sure arcane. Patriarch, Elder Sun has broken through. Patriarch, Elder Jiang has broken through. Patriarch, Junior Brother Long has broken through. Patriarch, Madam has broken through. In the next half a year, the higher-ups and disciples of the sect of all times broke through again and again. The number of people who entered the half-step Tianji Arcane Realm was constantly increasing. It was a pity that the system interface did not show the combat power of the sect. Otherwise, it would have doubled from half a year ago. Patriarch Yuan Gongzi said, according to the statistics, the sect of all times currently has 30 half-step Tianji Arcane Realm cultivators. According to the current development, the total number of people who have broken through will reach 50 in half a year. Not bad, not bad. Gou Xing smiled. As the highest realm in the upper universe, the Tianji Arcane Realm was extremely rare. Therefore, the half-step Tianji Arcane Realm was undoubtedly the mainstream of the current peak level. The sect of all times had dozens of them. That was definitely terrifying. Let's use an analogy. At this moment, if the first fleet of the astral spirit world that invaded the upper realm came again, even if they summoned 10,000 truth-seeking realm cultivators, it would not be enough to defeat the sect of all times in a few minutes. We're still far from it. Jun Changshao said, we don't know how strong the astral spirit world is for now. We can only increase the strength of the sect as much as possible. To deal with a plane of this level, Gou Xing would not recklessly challenge it one-on-one. It would only be fun to rely on numbers and realm to crush it. Give us some more time. Leaning back in his chair, Jun Changshao covered his face with one hand and said with a ferocious expression, "I will lead thousands of half-step Tianji arcane realm cultivators to descend on the astral spirit world and ask them loudly, 'Are you afraid?'" Kakik. Kikik. Eerie laughter echoed in the study, sending chills down the spines of the disciples passing by. Chapter 1828. The overall strength of the sect of all times was improving, and the development of the eternal world was not stagnant either. Under the efforts of various clans, the once deserted Bitwall was brand new. There were herbs emitting heaven and earth attributes everywhere, and there were magnificent buildings everywhere. It was full of vitality and prosperity. Jun Changshao also began to think about how to develop in the future. "What's the matter?" The system said, "Host, are you planning to switch from the sect to the Bitwall stream? The eternal world and the sect of all times are closely related. The improvement of either side will help the other." "I can't relax," Jun Changshao said. The system was speechless. "Besides," Jun Changshao said, "when I have a son, won't I leave him a foundation?" Because of Gu Zhaoxi, Go Xing was a little irritated. Since he did not have the ability to reincarnate, he could only seek benefits for his descendant. In short, if he could not be a strong second generation, he would let his son be. The requirements were not high. He would be the young patriarch of the sect of all times and the young realm master of the eternal world. "What if it's a daughter?" The system said. "It's the same for both genders." Jun Changshao did not value boys over girls. As long as it was his child, he had to give them a starting line ahead of their peers. If Go Xing really had children, others would be jealous. By then, it would depend on who was better at reincarnating. "What a pity," the system said, "I don't have the ability." Patriarch. In the main hall, Li Qingyang placed the map of the eternal world on the table and said, "I just measured this." He was responsible for most of the city planning and construction in the eternal world, so he temporarily acted as a cartographer. "Okay." Jun Changshao nodded and carefully looked at the points of clans and cities on the map. He held his chin and said, "Whether a Bitwall's martial arts can flourish or not, it needs to be grasped from the most basic. Pass down the order. Every clan must establish a martial arts school, which will be graded according to their age. We must ensure that all of them practice martial arts." With Jun Patriarch's order, the news immediately spread to all the major clans. There were even specialized schools that were divided into different grades, such as the Elementary Martial Arts School, the Elementary Martial Arts School, the Intermediate Martial Arts School, the Advanced Martial Arts School, and the Advanced Martial Arts School. The system roared, "That's too casual. I'd love to." Jun Changshao then drew up a detailed division of the school. City-level schools must be equipped with advanced martial arts and advanced martial arts schools. Town-level schools must be equipped with elementary and middle martial arts schools, and village-level schools must be equipped with elementary martial arts schools. Of course, the so-called Wu-Tang was not only about martial arts. At the same time, it included courses on culture, alchemy, medicine, and so on, thus achieving a comprehensive cultivation of morality, intelligence, beauty, and physical strength. Patriarch. Yuan Gongzi was speechless. If the various clans build so many schools all at once, the teaching staff will definitely not be able to keep up. "It's not a big problem," Jun Changshao said. "You can let me work part-time." Perhaps due to the implementation of the school plan, the mission board kept up with the trend. One after another, inner and outer sect disciples received new missions to build schools and become instructors. Therefore, almost every day, batches of disciples could be seen going down the mountain to the various clans to assist in the construction of schools, as well as temporarily become instructors to nurture students. As the master of a realm, Jun Changshao's words could be said to be the law. In just half a month, the schools of the various clans and cities were completed one after another, and they began to recruit students. Elementary, middle, high, advanced. The 5 levels corresponded to the 5 age group. The cultivation time was 3 years. According to the entire process, a 3-year-old child who graduated from the advanced martial arts school would be 15 years old. What would they do after graduation? According to Jun Changxiao's follow-up plan, those with extraordinary talent could be directly recommended to the sect of all times, while those with ordinary talent could become instructors in various areas and integrate into various professions. At this point, the reader understood. Guo Xing was so meticulous in formulating the martial arts system. Although it was beneficial to the development of the overall strength of the plane, more importantly, it was to provide sustainable fresh blood for the sect. Of course, if a sect wanted to flourish and not decline, the injection of talents from the younger generation was indispensable. Otherwise, when the higher-ups could no longer work and retired to the second line, the disciples would take over one after another. Who would be the disciples then? There's also the school uniform. Jun Changxiao said, "We need to innovate." Calculating the time, the sect of all times' school uniform had been in use for decades since it was formulated. Although the style was trendy, it was a little aesthetically fatigued and had to be changed boldly. For this reason, Jun Changxiao began to design again. The sect of all times' school uniform must be unique. It must give people a feeling of being gorgeous but not ostentatious, low-key but not luxurious. Guo Xing held a pen in his mouth and thought carefully. Whoosh, whoosh. He waved his pen, swallowing mountains and rivers. The next day, Jun Changxiao handed many designs to Yuan Gongzi and ordered him to find a tailor to make hundreds of thousands of sets in the shortest time possible. The school uniform design this time was not as uniform as the previous generation. Every elder's peak, every hall, and even the inner and outer sect disciples had different styles. The colors were red, purple, and blue. It was a riot of colors. As for what style it was, it would depend on how the comic artist drew it and how the readers imagined it. It's decided. Jun Changxiao said, "The school uniform will be changed every 50 years." The new comic artist silently took out his kitchen knife, as if he wanted to chop this dog on the spot. After all, changing the school uniform every time would require a new design and color. There were more than 100,000 disciples in the sect. It was definitely a huge project. Little Du said, "Why would there be a comic artist foolishly drawing one by one? In the scenes with many characters, he would either draw shadows or copy and paste." "It's time to collect the school uniform." On the peak, Su Xiaoma shouted at the top of his voice. Whoosh, whoosh. All the disciples went to the front of the main hall and queued up to collect the school uniform. Hall Master Z. Just as Z was about to collect the exclusive school uniform of the Spirit Beast Hall, Yuan Gongzi suddenly pressed on the back of his hand and said seriously, "The materials used for the new school uniform are extremely expensive. If one is damaged, 100,000 beast cores will be deducted." The corner of the Purple King's mouth twitched. After collecting the new set of school uniforms, he returned to the Spirit Beast Peak and called for Elder Nyo and the others. He placed his hands on his waist and yelled, "From the moment the new school uniform is worn, all of you have to cherish it like your own life. Whoever dares to damage it will be severely punished. Yes. Collect it one by one." Nighttime arrived. After Hall Master Z settled the internal affairs, she returned to her bedroom and carefully took off the brand new school uniform. She then hung it on the wardrobe with a clothes hanger before quietly closing and locking it. Additional note: there were 2 sets of first-generation school uniforms that had been mended for 3 years. To cherish the school uniform to such an extent, it was simply insane. Rumble. In the middle of the night there was a sudden commotion. Hall Master Z, who was in deep sleep, suddenly woke up from her bed. A normal person would instinctively think that there was an earthquake and would immediately run out of the room. That was exactly what Az did. However, when she ran out, she carried the locker on her shoulder. Only when she reached the safe zone and made sure that her new school uniform was safe and sound did she raise her hand to wipe the sweat off her forehead. "You scared me to death." The scene changed. In the inner courtyard of the Spirit Beast Hall, Elder Nyo and the others were carrying the wardrobe and wiping off their sweat. As for the commotion earlier, it was caused by Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others playing football at the main Peaks martial arts field. Chapter 1829. The eternal world was developing in an orderly manner, and the disciples of the sect of all times were improving their realms in an orderly manner. Jun Changshao, who had nothing to do, often sat on the mountain peak to feel the new understanding of heaven and earth after breaking through to the divine mystery realm. It was very mysterious and special. The land of immortality. What kind of place is it? Can I go there in my lifetime? Jun Changshao longed for power, even though he relied on cheating to improve his realms. Don't think so far ahead, the system said. Focus on the present and how to complete the main mission. Speaking of the main mission, Jun Changshao was angry. The progress of the mission had been stuck for a long time. Even when the Universe Holy War preliminaries were fast-forwarded, there was no progress. I can only rely on the finals. Maybe I can improve if I win the championship, Go Xing said to himself. It's hard to say. The system said. This kind of competition is limited to young geniuses. It shouldn't have anything to do with dominating. Milk. Jun Changshao said. Continue to milk. The system was not angry, nor did it roar. It said, in my opinion, the safest way for the host to complete the main mission is to kill the celestial devil emperor. Jun Changshao fell into silence. Gu Tianxing showed fear when mentioning that guy, which meant that the upper universe was very powerful. If he could kill him, he might be able to complete the main mission. It seems. Jun Changshao rubbed his face and said, even if I don't inherit the Xianyuan realm, I will still be his enemy. Jun Patriarch. A voice came to his ear. The leader wants you to go to the main hall. Whoosh. Jun Changshao returned to his room from the eternal world and replied, got it. In the main hall of the League of Stars and Seas. Jun Changshao walked in. At this moment, not only Gu Tianxing, but also Vice Leader Peng and other high-level officials were there. They all looked serious. Uncle, what's the matter? Jun Changshao sat down and asked. See for yourself. Gu Tianxing threw a letter to him. This was a letter of challenge. The content was as follows. In 3 days, I will come to your realm for a battle. The signatory was the Celestial Devil Emperor. Seeing this, Jun Changshao's expression became interesting. Just a moment ago, he was still thinking about that guy. Now, he suddenly came to declare war. In my opinion, Vice Alliance Master Peng said with a solemn expression, the demonic emperor suddenly sent a letter of challenge. It should have something to do with his adopted son being trampled on. So, Gu Tianxing said, I'm worried that he didn't come here to challenge me to cross the heaven realm, but... He looked at Jun Changshao and said, to challenge the sect of all times. No way. Go Xing was on the verge of breaking down. The celestial demonic emperor was a big boss-level existence. Just because his adopted son was bullied, he was in a hurry to roll up his sleeves and make an appearance. Wasn't this a little too fast? At the very least, give me some time to develop. He's probably worried that you won't be able to do anything to him once you've grown up, so he came here in advance, the system said. Jun Changshao was speechless. Once the villains had intelligence, how were they supposed to play? Kid. Gu Tianxing said, quickly take your people and leave the heaven realm. Uncle. Jun Changshao stood up and said with a solemn expression, if the demonic emperor came because his adopted son was abused, how can I leave as the person involved? If it was in the past, he would definitely run away if he couldn't win. But this was the heaven realm. If the demonic emperor came to target him and couldn't find him, he would definitely take his anger out on this plane and implicate Uncle Gu. Now is not the time to be a hero. Quickly leave before that guy comes, Gu Tianxing urged. The demonic emperor was an ambitious person. He was definitely not a good person. Uncle, I won't leave just like that. Since the demonic emperor has declared war, my sect of all times will accept it. Jun Changxiao's attitude was very unyielding. At that moment, even his back view became incomparably imposing. Gu Tianxing was speechless. He originally wanted to continue persuading, but when he met Gou Xing's eyes, he immediately dispelled the idea and changed his words. Uncle will support you. I'll wait. Vice Alliance leader Peng and the other higher-ups stood up and said, We will also support Jun Patriarch. The disciples of the sect of all times represented the heaven realm in the universe's sacred war and earned enough prestige. Naturally, they would do their best to help. It was undeniable that although Gou Xing was sometimes very mischievous and shameless, the friends he made were not bad. At the very least, they would not stand by and watch when he was in danger. And this was his charisma. What should I do? What should I do? After returning to the sect of all times, Jun Changxiao began to hesitate. Although he acted very righteous in the League of Stars and Seas, he was actually panicking inside. What are you afraid of? The system said, Just do it. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. I don't have confidence. He had broken through to the Tianji realm. According to the traditional plot, when the protagonist's realm increased, there would definitely be villains who would come to torture him, thus creating some fun. But this time, it was not a small fry, but a big boss who could stand it. In short, Jun Changxiao did not think that with his current cultivation level, he could fight with the demonic emperor. Unless... He stopped and said with a serious gaze, You help me fight. Gou Xing's biggest characteristic was that he used cheats to increase his strength, and his biggest trump card was to let the system possess him to fight for him. If he couldn't use cheats, then he would find someone to fight for him. Please be a human. The system said, then the host should run. It was not that it wanted to help, but once it appeared, it would bring unpredictable and serious damage to the upper universe, and even endanger the entire universe's operating system. No, no. Jun Changxiao rubbed his face and said, I have to think of a way. Under the premise that he could not run, under the situation where the system could not help, how to deal with the demonic emperor was a very tricky problem. 3 days later. It was drizzling and the atmosphere was stifling. Outside the League of Stars and Seas main hall, Gu Tianxing and a group of higher-ups had solemn expressions. Buzz. Buzz. The space in the sky rippled like a stirred lake, and a gloomy aura had already filled the entire plain. The creatures living in the crossing sky world trembled, especially those monsters, who seemed to have a premonition that a big shot was coming, and they all knelt on the ground, their eyes full of fear. Whoosh! Suddenly, a stream of light flew out from the space ripples. He's here. Gu Tianxing's heart was filled with fear. At the same time, the stream of light standing proudly in the sky weakened, revealing a masked and black-clothed figure. A monstrous demonic aura spread all over his body, as if a demon god had descended. Ka. The space barrier could not withstand the terrifying demonic aura and began to crack on a large scale. Just the aura alone could shatter space, which made Deputy Leader Peng and the others, who were still fantasizing, immediately certain that the visitor must be the demonic emperor who terrified the upper universe. Leader Gu. The Black Shadow said gloomily, This is the first time I'm here, please excuse me. Gu Tianxing frowned. Every word the demonic emperor said contained a soul-level attack, which made him feel so pressured that his forehead gradually broke out in cold sweat. Dong! At this moment, the melodious sound of a zither was heard. The demonic emperor looked in the direction of the sound and saw a young man sitting in front of a table on a mountain peak outside the League of Stars and Seas. He put his hand on the zither and said with a smile, It's a pleasure to have a friend from afar. Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingqian, cosplaying as page boys, stood on both sides. You are the patriarch of the sect of all times. Jun Changshao answered indifferently, but he was panicking inside. Because when the other party looked at him, the terrifying demonic aura also pressed down on him. If he had not entered the divine secret state, he might have been able to withstand it, but in the past, he would have vomited blood. Damn it! The final boss before the finale was indeed powerful,